Hachette Audio presents Wildwood Whispers, written by Willa Reece, read by Kamali Mentor, Andrew Cascino, and Grace Rolick. Dedication for Todd. Prologue, April 2009. I was prepared. I was always prepared. Before recess, I opened my locker and felt the bottom of the Wonder Woman book bag hanging on the hook. The lumps created by several tightly rolled t-shirts, shorts, and pairs of underwear made me feel better. In another locker, one hallway away from mine, Sarah's book bag was also carefully packed. I wish I could check it too, even though I already had before we left our foster home that morning. Recess was never okay, and it was even worse now that I had a sister to protect. Bullies seemed to know when you didn't have an adult backup, no loving mom or dad who would swoop down and save you if things went south. I had been saving myself for a long time. Unlike Sarah, I had been in the system for as long as I could remember. I pulled my hand back from the book bag and slammed the locker door harder than I should have. The bang sounded loud even in a hallway full of students rushing toward the one free half hour out of the day. I didn't look up. I cringed inside and forced my fists to relax. I laid my palms flat on the cool, dented metal of the closed locker, as if I could shush it now. Too late. I'd called attention to myself. It felt like 100 sets of eyes were on my bowed back, so I did what I had to do. I turned, straightened my spine, and squared my shoulders. I was already over 5 feet 5 inches tall, bigger than most of the kids in my grade, and on my head was a wild cap of muddy brown curls that added a couple more inches to that. Tall or not, the whole world still considered me just a kid. I'm ancient only on the inside. I met the first set of staring eyes I came to and locked on with my best "what are you looking at" face. The boy looked away. I did that several more times until the whole crowd moved on. Recess was a daily challenge I faced with the grim determination of a soldier marching onto the battlefield. Before Sarah, I could always find a quiet corner, and my size made me less likely to become a target. Sure, there were rumors about me. Bored people can make up some crazy shit. But teachers talk too, and sometimes their voices carry between districts. I hadn't always known to lay low. The system didn't like fighters, and it had taken me 11 years to learn that. I kept our book bags packed because flight was best. Bugging out instead of hitting back was always the plan. Caseworkers liked that. Runners got extra counseling, different placements, sympathy from overwhelmed men and women just trying to do their jobs. Sarah didn't understand all the tricky stuff yet. She was a year older than me, but inexperienced in spite of what she'd been through. If you didn't contribute to the blood and bruises, you were much better off. Sarah Ross had come into the foster care system in Richmond from far away. She spoke like every word was a song, and she didn't know anything about bullies or living in the city. She was small and so vulnerable, my fists clenched again thinking about it. She was the first best friend I'd ever had. Only I knew her real last name. To everyone else, she was a Smith, like me. 3 months ago, I'd been Jane Smith. No name, no family. No hope that anyone would adopt a girl with a record of anger management issues. But Sarah didn't care that I had been born a fighter into an unfair world that made me use my fists and punished me for using them at the same time. Maybe she even liked it a little. My hot anger was the opposite of Sarah's icy grief. Our friendship had been instant. We'd pinky sworn our sisterhood at midnight by the glow of a superhero nightlight. Sarah had given me the name Mel the very next day, and I had run with it, feeling more like a Mel than I ever had a Jane. "Sarah's trapped at the top of the monkey bars, and Jason is posting upskirt shots online," a girl shouted at me, as I exited the building and started to look around. Wendy Solomon sounded more pleased than upset, as if recess was much more fun with a little torture and sexual harassment going on. Most of the students had abandoned whatever they'd been doing to gather in a ring around the monkey bars, where the biggest kid in school, even bigger than me, had cornered Sarah. Sarah was quiet and peaceful, and way too old for playground equipment, but she could never lay low when the sun was high and the playground was open. Something about the outdoors drew her as if every scrubby blade of grass was a miracle. Sarah never seemed to notice the noise of traffic or the pollution haze across the sky, or the bullies that stalked her because they liked her rounded shoulders and hollow eyes. I didn't pause. I didn't even consider walking to the other side of the playground where an empty bench might help me stay out of it. I wouldn't leave Sarah to the small huddle of teachers near the basketball court where a weed-clogged fence gave them cover to smoke. Not even when butting in would further wreck my file. But I didn't run. I walked, as carefully as I could, across the playground. No one paid me much attention. Rumors were one thing, personal experience another. I'd never scrapped at recess here. I'd avoided bullies and pretended to be chill. Only Sarah knew better. And right now, only Sarah watched me head in her direction. I could imagine how it had all gone down. The spring day was warm and clear. Butterflies flitted over the dandelions that poorly paid landscapers hadn't even bothered to poison and kill. Sarah had eagerly run outside while I was dragging my feet. She'd scrambled up to the top of the monkey bars to get even closer to the white cottony clouds she loved to watch. And Jason Mewes had been right behind her. I should have rushed outside. I should have been there to guard the ladder and to protect my friend from pervs. I was close enough now to see Sarah's red eyes and flushed cheeks. I could see her white-knuckled grip on the rusty metal bars and the sheen of tears on her face, and the hot, hard knot of anger that always wrapped around my insides, squeezing my lungs and holding me back, broke loose and set me free. I ran. I ran at Jason and slammed into him with the force and fury of 10,000 times when I'd wanted to but hadn't. He was knocked off his feet and his cell phone flew from his fingers. It fell in the mulch beneath Sarah, and my foot came down on the screen hard, once, then twice, while Jason caught his breath. "Mel," Sarah said. Her voice trembled, but it sounded hopeful and relieved. I needed to warn her that this wasn't going to end well. The system didn't favor heroes. Victims were better, quieter, more easily managed. But before I could put the complicated lesson into words, Jason swung out a long leg and kicked me off my feet. I went down with a thud into the mulch that was so thinly spread, hard-packed earth showed in a bunch of places. My chin found one of the bare spots, and pain exploded in bright flashes behind my eyes. I tasted blood, and gasped its sickly metallic flavor down my throat. I hated that taste. I always hated it. The taste of blood was usually followed by worse things. "What? You the only one that can pick at the hillbilly's pink lace ankle bracelet?" Jason asked. I'd never had to wear a juvenile court monitor, but rumors had inspired the nickname, and I hadn't bothered to deny it. Maybe, in the back of my mind, I had figured it'd be true sooner or later. Laying low was hard. I gagged and spit blood into the dirt. Kids were yelling now. Some encouraged Jason to kick me again. Their shouts somehow hurt me more than the fall had. Others warned the teachers were coming. I ignored them. I also ignored the pain. I grabbed 2 fistfuls of mulch and pushed myself up on my knees. "Stay down, ankle bracelet," Jason warned, and then he turned away from me to clown with his friends, as if he was already sure I would listen. Sarah and I were only foster kids, and no one was going to save us. Staying down would have been the right thing to do. Oops, I fell. Just an accident. No reason for a teacher to get involved. So far, I'd only shoved a much bigger kid, stomped his phone. Big deal. There was no blood on him, no bruises. Me being the bloody one might actually work in my favor. The problem was, he deserved so much more. Especially when I glanced back at him and saw him still looking up Sarah's dress. I ignored his warning. My jaw ached, but I struggled back to my feet. Handfuls of mulch made my fists bigger. The problem with lying low was that bullies like Jason deserved to bleed. "They're pink eyes, and the elastic is torn and hanging out on one leg," Jason said, then he laughed. Because poor kids were funny. Because if he didn't mock and laugh and hurt someone else, bad stuff might happen to him too. He was cruel because if he was kind, he might feel our pain. Some of his friends in the crowd laughed and shouted nasty suggestions. But others got really quiet because they had seen me stand. The first teacher was pushing her way through the students, who had ringed the scene when Jason turned back toward me, warned something was up by stares and gestures. I didn't hesitate. This chance couldn't be lost. He was bigger, but I was madder. I put all my weight behind the swing. Blood flew from Jason's busted lip as my knuckles connected with his smirking face. His body spun halfway around before he fell, hard, knocked off his feet. Mulch scattered in a satisfying spray as he came to a rest, stunned. The whole playground was stunned. Except for Sarah, who had seen the blow coming from 100 yards away. The momentum of my swing carried me forward and into the teacher's arms as she burst through the crowd to join us under the monkey bars. The look on Ms. Tatum's face pretty much confirmed my philosophy about lying low, but I focused on Sarah instead. My best friend, my sister, family. She looked down at me from her perch with the first huge grin I'd ever seen on her face. The smile made her seem less pale, like okay could be possible if we held on to each other. Jason howled curses from the ground at my feet. Miss Tatum's hands closed cruelly around my upper arms. But our bug-out backpacks waited in our lockers, and Sarah was smiling. I'd always been a fighter. But I hadn't always known family was worth fighting for.
April 2019. Mel didn't wear perfume. She didn't have to. Even though her chestnut curls were always kept back with strong clips and a perky visor with the coffee chain's logo on it, the scent of coffee permeated her hair and skin and clothes. No wonder. She worked, constantly, picking up extra shifts and volunteering for overtime and inventory because nursing school wasn't cheap. Sarah had always wanted to be a nurse. Nearly always. She could remember a time when she'd dreamed a different sort of dream. Growing up in the western Virginia mountains with her herbalist mother, she'd always assumed that she would be a healer. She shied away from thinking about why that goal had morphed into another, with Mel's help. Sarah breathed deeply of Mel's comforting coffee scent. She could never go home again, at least not while she was living. It wasn't safe. One day, she would be buried there, with her mother. Until then, she would learn to heal in more modern ways. The fragrance of Mel's job filled the apartment that morning as she drank the cup of herbal tea Sarah had made her. Beside her cup, nothing but crumbs were left of the toast Sarah had also made, but she knew better than to try to make her eat more. Mel's budget consciousness begrudged every piece of her own toast consumption, while usually urging Sarah to eat more than her share. Never had an actual sister worried over a sibling the way Mel worried over Sarah. At first, it had been a relief to accept Mel's caretaking, when the loss of her mother had been sharp and fresh. When the new sights and sounds and expectations in the city were so different from the hushed world of the whispering woods where she'd grown up. Mel had pushed back, literally, against the bullies who would mock Sarah's accent or her backwoods ways. against the people who would have preyed on her because she didn't know anything about surviving as an orphan, and she'd been so slammed by loss she'd been too slow to learn. She'd come to the Richmond Children's Home completely wrecked by the ruin of the only life she'd ever known. And Mel had caught her as she was falling, before she could hit the ground. Never mind that Mel, as an unplaceable foster kid, had her own problems. She had taken Sarah under her wing and taken care of everything from that moment on. And Sarah had let her, until now. After 6 months of nursing school, Sarah realized that Mel wasn't going to sign up for classes 2 like she'd promised. She wasn't going to stop making do with less food, less clothing, less of everything, so that Sarah could have more. Not unless Sarah forced her to. A daunting thought. No one forced Mel to do anything she didn't want to do. She was ever and always immovable, like the sun. Or maybe more like the moon. Definitely more night than day. Sarah brought the warmth to the tiny family they'd made. With tea and crochet. With houseplants and silly texts to try to make Mel smile. Mel brought the predictable power of the tides. She propelled their lives, but always for Sarah, never for herself. Only Sarah knew that there was more to Mel, beneath the work and worry. "You need more time away from the coffee shop," Sarah said. Mel's eyelids drooped with exhaustion, but her mouth still managed to smirk at the very idea of rest. "I'll sleep all afternoon, I promise," Mel said. She'd tossed the hated visor on the table beside her plate, and now she pulled the clips from her hair. They often caused her to have headaches. She pushed her hands into her hair to massage her scalp, probably dealing silently with one now rather than complain about it. But Sarah often knew things others didn't know. For instance, she knew that Mel wasn't meant to brew coffee for the rest of her days. She just didn't know how to make her shift her focus from caretaker to taking care of herself. "They'll call you in early, and you'll go because I won't be here to stop you," Sarah said. Mel shrugged and sipped some more tea, not bothering to deny it. She wanted to tell Mel that trouble was brewing. Beyond Mel's workaholic ways, there was something else nibbling at the edges of Sarah's senses. A warning. She heard it in the call of the doves on the ledges outside their apartment windows. She heard it in the wind whistling through the trees on the street. There was still some nature in her life, and Sarah couldn't ignore what it was trying to say. But she wasn't sure how to convey this knowing to Mel, without adding to the already heavy burden she was determined to carry on her strong shoulders. Her sister, in every way but blood, stood up and drained the rest of the tea from her cup. She placed it back on the table with a decisive clunk. But she did pause beside Sarah's chair and lean to kiss the top of her head. "Get to class. I've got this," Mel said, bumping her hip against Sarah's side. It didn't negate the affectionate kiss, but it did punctuate the end of their conversation. Sarah watched Mel retreat from serious conversation to her room, where, in spite of the valerian tea, she would probably toss and turn over how to pay for Sarah's residency scrubs and how long she could ignore the fact that she needed new shoes. When Mel's bedroom door closed, Sarah reluctantly reached for the "for Fox's sake" cup she'd saved pennies to buy for Mel last Christmas. She needed to see the dregs of the ground valerian root in the bottom of the cup, although she dreaded what they would say. Her heart pounded, and her eyes went wide. The lumps and swirls in the bottom of Mel's cup negated the fox's cartoon smile. Sarah dropped the cup to the table. It clattered over onto its side. She glanced toward Mel's bedroom door and halfway rose to go to her. For comfort? To warn her? It was no use to try either. Her glance moved to the apartment door down the hall and froze there. The 3 extra deadbolts Mel had installed weren't going to protect them forever. The danger that had driven Sarah from the mountains still stalked her, and even Mel wouldn't be able to catch her when she fell this time. And who would catch Mel? Sarah gathered up the breakfast dishes quietly and washed the dregs down the sink, hoping she was wrong. While she cleaned, she strained her ears for answers, but the cooing doves outside the window had nothing more to say. Chapter 1. 12-year-old Sarah Ross reached quickly for the fragrant charm beneath her pillow, the same way she would have reached for a parachute ripcord if she'd been rudely pushed from a plane cruising at 10,000 feet. It was only an imaginary fall, one that had propelled her awake, as bad dreams do. But her trembling fingers clutched at the familiar shape of the tiny crocheted mouse like a lifeline. The charm her mother had filled with sage and lemon balm was supposed to help Sarah sleep, and it did, usually, but the dream fall had cannoned her awake with stomach-swooping dread, as if the entire world had disappeared beneath her sleeping body. This time, her knuckles didn't stop hurting, even after the bed solidified under her. She wasn't falling. She was awake. Her soft bedding still smelled like sunshine from its time on the clothesline. Her hands hurt. It was only a ghost pain that had haunted her first waking moment since she was a little girl. There was nothing wrong with her fingers, her knuckles, or the palms of her hands. The mouse usually banished the pain by grounding her in the real world. Not this time. Sarah didn't take the charm with her when she sat up. She left it where it lay, hidden. Because she was 12 years old and shouldn't need to clutch a faded pink mouse for comfort. Her heart still pounded. Her stomach doubted the assurance of solid floorboards beneath her bare feet. Sarah walked over to close the window anyway. Maybe the chilled morning air had woken her. But sometimes a Ross woman felt things and knew things that couldn't be explained away by ordinary circumstances. Pre-dawn light barely lit the sky outside. Sarah strained her ears. There was no whippoorwill calling in the distance. There were no coyotes laughing their way to their dens for the day, or runaway roosters calling triumphantly from hidden bowers far from their barnyard homes. The Wildwood was quieter than it should be. Unease suddenly woke her completely and diminished the ache in her knuckles. The cabin felt wrong around her, and the wrongness stretched out from where she stood, silent and still, to the Appalachian wilderness that ran for hundreds of miles around her home. Sarah almost went for her mouse charm again, but then she remembered today was her birthday. There would be apple stack cake and presents, and maybe, just maybe, her mother would finally let one of her friends ice Sarah's earlobes and pop a needle quickly into each one. She could wear the new earrings that were sure to be in one of the brightly colored packages in her mother's bedroom. Happy thoughts. And still, Sarah's heart wouldn't stop beating more quickly than it should. The quiet forest and the dream fall didn't explain it. The phantom pain in her knuckles was too common to rush her heartbeat. Something was wrong. It was the wrongness that had woken her. Not the cool breeze from the window, not a bad dream. Not the occasional pain in her fingers on waking that her mother said would probably be explained one day. Last night when she'd gone to bed, she'd opened the window to release a frightened Luna moth caught between the screen and the wavy glass panes. The thumping of her heart against her ribcage reminded her of the frantic beat of the Luna moth's wings, helplessly trying to fly free. She'd released the moth, but there was nothing she could do for the racing heart trapped in her chest. The floor was cool against her feet, but she didn't pause to find socks or shoes. She hurried out of her loft bedroom and over the small landing that led to the half-log stairs. They were covered with rag-rug tread, so her slapping feet fell silently as she slipped down to the cabin's great room. All the lights were off, even the one in the bathroom off the hall that led to her mother's bedroom. Her mother always left that light on in case she had to get up in the night to answer the door. She was a healer, and on the mountain a healer was often woken up in the middle of the night, even now, when a modern clinic was only 45 minutes away. The unexpected darkness was temporary. The sun would come up soon. There was a hint of pink around the shadowed edges of things. Sarah went to the kitchen instead of running to wake her mother. She wasn't a baby, in spite of the fluttering moth in her chest. She was 12. She was going to get her ears pierced, and pretty soon she would be helping her mother when it came to helping others. She'd already learned a lot by her mother's side. The growing, the grinding, the tinctures and tisanes. She was getting too old to be nervous over dreams and premonitions. The pain in her knuckles was gone, and its meaning could wait. The refrigerator hummed a reassuring sound as she opened its door. She reached for the orange juice her mother always kept in a carafe on the top shelf. The familiar sweet tang soothed her. At least, that was what she told herself until she put the juice back and closed the door. It had been the light that soothed her. When the door snapped shut and the refrigerator light went out, she was left in the strange darkness once more, and no thoughts of sunrise or cake stopped her from finally hurrying to her mother's room. The dark didn't matter. She knew every familiar step down the hall. She'd lived her whole life in the cozy cabin her great-grandmother had built, just as her mother and her grandmother had. Sarah stood in the bedroom doorway for a long time when she saw her mother wasn't in bed. The fall was there again in her stomach, and oddly, in the back of her throat like a choked-off scream. She reached for the door frame and held it with white-knuckled fingers that were whole and strong and uninjured. Nightmares weren't real. Melody Ross must have risen early to sweep the front porch or grind herbs in the stump that held the stone mortar bowl generations of Ross women had used. But even hearing in her mind the sound of the oaken pestle, smoothed from the friction and the oil from so many hands, grinding against the mortar didn't convince her. Because she was a Ross, and Ross women knew that premonitions were as real as the scatter of paper on her mother's bedroom floor. Sarah let go of the doorframe and rushed forward. She fell to her knees in the pile of paper, but even the rustles as she gathered them up to her chest hardly allowed her to accept the reality of their desecration. Something her mother never would have allowed if she were okay. Darkness outside had given way to a washed-out gray. The pages had been ripped from the Ross family remedy book that normally sat on her mother's bedside table. They were worn and stained from years of use. The familiar scripts and scrawls of all the Ross women who had come before her had been carefully protected and preserved. Until now. The wrongness swallowed Sarah. The feeling of falling blossomed out from her stomach to take her whole body down into black despair. And still, she gathered up the pages before she struggled, wobbly, to her feet. Every last one. With the growing light, she could see what she'd missed before. More pages led down the hall and into the sitting area, and still more led out the open front door. The moth of her heart had risen up into her throat to lodge there so solidly she could hardly draw breath. She ran forward, gathering up the pages because she knew it was what her mother would want her to do. The book had been a part of her life since she was a baby. She was a Ross, and by the book she would heal and help, bind and brew, nurture and sow the seeds of tomorrow. Hot tears ran down her chilled cheeks. Mountain mornings were cold. Her thin nightgown didn't provide enough warmth. But she didn't go back for a robe. She shivered, cried, and gathered up page after page as her feet became wet and icy in the dew. She didn't leave any of the pages in the damp grass, even the ones that were sticky with blood. She gathered those too as gasps of despair made it past the moth in her throat and her stiff, cold lips. The pages led her down a path into the forest. She didn't hesitate even though the woods were still and dark around her. She knew these wildwood shadows. She'd been taught every plant, every root, every tree, and every vine since before she could walk and talk. But the wrongness had preceded her here. The morning breeze in the leaves wasn't a welcome sound, because another joined it. A rhythmic creaking that made her clutch the rescued pages to her chest. Cree, 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 cree. An unnatural sound in a place that should be wholly natural. Sarah came to the end of the path that led from the backyard to the garden, and unlike every time she'd come to the clearing before, she paused in dread. The creaking was louder. It roared in her ears, drowning out the sound of her pounding heart and the trickle of the mountain stream that usually gurgled a welcome to her at this point. The cree-cree was ominous. Her mind tried to identify it and shy away from it at the same time. But what if some pages had fallen into the water? Panic pushed her forward. She had to save the pages that had been ripped from the book. It was the only logic she could grab in a morning that defied normalcy. The sudden revelation of her mother's body hanging in a black locust tree stopped her again. All logic fled. All reason escaped her. The rope around her mother's neck strained and rubbed on the crooked branch that held the other end. Cree, cree, cree. Sarah's arms went limp, and all the pages she'd gathered fell like crimson-speckled leaves to the ground. Some did fall into the stream then. They were the lucky ones, washed away on rivulets and ripples while Sarah stood frozen, inside and out, staring at her mother's body. Finally, she released the moth that had been stuck in her throat on a wavering scream. Her cry broke the silence that had gripped the mountain. The stillness also broke, as sleepy crows were startled up from the roosts they had claimed around the gruesome scene. Sarah ran to her mother's blue-tinged pendulum feet, to help her, to protect her, although it was obviously too late. There was blood on her mother's nightgown, black splashes of dried blood, stark against the pale pink cotton. Her mother was always clean and neat, strong and prepared, full of energy and delight. Someone had hurt her. Someone had dragged her from the house, leaving a trail of blood-stained pages in their wake. Sarah wasn't ready. 12 years of apprenticeship wasn't enough. She needed more than charms and remedies. She needed more than the Wildwood garden. The moth was gone. Only groans remained. Sharp and ugly, they parted her lips with jagged wings that cut like glass. Her mother was gone too. There was nothing left but a pitiful shell of the wise woman Melody Ross had been. Her eyes were glassy and empty. Her mouth would never smile again. Her dark curls were tousled and damp and lifeless where once they had gleamed in the sun. It had taken Sarah too long to make it to the garden. She must have heard a noise. She must have sensed the terror. It had woken her, but she'd hesitated over her mouse in the dark house. She'd tried so hard to make everything okay with juice and birthday wishes. She was a Ross, and nothing was ever as simple as cake and earrings. A howl of anger and fear met the sun as it broke over the horizon. Nothing as sweet as a crochet charm would ever soothe her again. Sarah fell to her knees at the base of her mother's locust tree, shocked at the sound she'd made. It would be a long, long time before she was capable of making another.
The ashes sat exactly as I'd left them. The stainless steel urn hadn't tipped over as I slept to spill Sarah and her horrible memories onto the floor. Grim dust hadn't risen up to haunt my usual faceless dreams with nightmare precision, sharp and detailed. The hit-and-run accident that killed my best friend had left me with nothing but a mild concussion. And Sarah's ashes. It had been a month since I'd picked up her remains, and no one else had claimed her. The hollow chill of that responsibility made me into a shell of a woman through the days, and far too receptive to the gnaw of terrible thoughts at night. I was the one Sarah Ross had turned to after her mother was murdered, and I hadn't lived up to the task. I hadn't kept her safe. I hadn't kept her at all. Just as I hadn't kept anything in all of my 23 years, except Sarah's memories. I had held her hand when we'd first met, and through a succession of midnight confessions, I listened as she'd whispered about the morning she'd found her mother. She'd been so small. I'd been awkward, a giant beside her petite frame. She'd been placed in the same foster home as me, and they'd had only one bedroom for us to share. Her size had fooled me for only a few seconds. She was the older one by a whole year, but her age hadn't stopped me from knowing instantly she needed a protector. Something about the bruises under her eyes and the sickly pallor beneath her fading tan skin. Her lips had been dried and cracked. After hours of tears, the salt from her sadness had leached the moisture from her mouth. I brought her a glass of water and sat on the floor beside her bed. She'd taken a few sips, enough to moisten a parched throat, and then she started talking. I'd taken her hand and held on for dear life. Until she died, I hadn't known I'd memorized every word she'd said. The nightmare inspired by her raspy whispers came every night after the accident. It always jolted me awake at the same moment and set me wondering for reassurance. Every night I found the urn, confirmation there would be no comfort. The harsh light from the ceiling fixture caused a glint on its surface, almost like glass. In it, my reflection was distorted. The strange, softened face of a woman I didn't recognize caused me to back away and close the door. The second bedroom of the Richmond apartment I soon wouldn't be able to afford on my own had become a tomb. On the way to the bathroom for some pain medication, I checked my phone. No notifications. There was nothing left of Sarah there. No messages, no texts. I deleted them all, and there would never be more. Why hadn't I saved them? Because the evidence that we'd enjoyed a normal life for a while was more than I could bear. Besides, my heart was as empty as the screen. I laid the phone on the hall table and focused on the throbbing at my temples, and in various other battered and bruised parts of my body. It was time for another dose. The tiny white pills were probably as responsible for my lucid dreams as anything else, but I couldn't sleep without them, and the night was only half over. Sarah would have brewed some valerian tea. Over the years, I'd learned to like the slightly minty, slightly bitter concoction she remembered from a family recipe. Sarah had never fully recovered from her mom's murder. She'd stayed pale, surrounded by an aura of fragility only I was allowed to penetrate. I was tall, strong, and walled off from the world. Only Sarah managed to penetrate that, but we'd managed to find okay together, for a while. Now there was a hole in that wall where Sarah used to be, and the nightmares slipped through it to freeze my soul. I'd made a promise to Sarah to take her back home when she died. It was one I intended to keep. Eventually. I wouldn't let the last thing between us become a lie. My body didn't try to fight the effects of the pill when I lay back down. I was too tired and too sore. Truth was, even my mind was quick to welcome the embrace of hazy unconsciousness. Nightmares were the only place I was sure to see Sarah again. Fear wouldn't stop me from going to her. It never had. Chapter 2. It wasn't far from Richmond to Morgan's Gap, Virginia, but distance between communities isn't really measured in miles. There was no global positioning system that could have prepared me for the world I discovered at the top of Sugarloaf Mountain. One of those maps a reader finds in fantasy novels would have been more fitting than the slightly robotic voice that directed me to a land of morning mists and deep forest shadows, so far removed from crazy commutes and cappuccinos. It was late spring, and I drove from dull cement and asphalt into myriad shades of green that dazzled my eyes. When I finally arrived in Sarah's hometown and pulled into a parking space on the street, the sunrise was so deeply pink on the horizon, it seemed the perfect surreal light for an alien landscape. The GPS informed me the nearest familiar coffee chain was 45 minutes away, back the way I'd come. I was lucky the navigation system worked at all. My cell phone had only a few bars of signal. I sat in the rental car in a sort of stunned, uncaffeinated silence while the pink sunrise turned into an orange-tinted morning. I was a barista. I'd grown too accustomed to easy access. Some part of my brain was awake enough to translate the nearest restaurant's name into visions of heavy white porcelain cups filled with plain black liquid. The idea came from a movie scene, not from any real experience I'd had. But my need for stimulant urged me out of the car. It was more than the lack of caffeine or missing the familiar morning ritual of obtaining it that had me on edge. The ashes were in the back seat. I'd put the urn in one of Sarah's storage boxes, the kind with the old-fashioned botanical prints she'd always favored. This one was covered in roses, big cabbage roses the size of saucers. Would the pretty box entice a thief to break in and steal what would turn out to be a horrible surprise? My empty stomach plummeted at the thought, and I quickly shrugged out of my jean jacket and laid it carefully over the box. Truth. Nothing in life prepares you to handle cremated remains. Everything you do feels disrespectful. For the first time, I thought maybe I understood some of the traditions surrounding death. I didn't have traditions. I was adrift. Grief doesn't pair well with inexperience and awkwardness. Or fear. I was dressed in my usual camouflage, black skinny jeans, black high-top sneakers, a logo t-shirt from a defunct bar, and the faded jacket I'd discarded. Only here my city camouflage achieved the opposite effect. I felt exposed on the sidewalk, too dark, inside and out. I was doing what I'd promised to do, but it felt like I'd brought Sarah to foreign soil. The strange sunrise didn't help to negate the horror in my dreams. Somewhere, not too far from this sunny street, there was a black locust tree where a body had been found, so maybe I wasn't too dark for this place after all. I placed my hand on top of my jacket to make another promise to Sarah. This one was wordless and more about steadying my nerve. I'm here. I'll see this through. Then I hurriedly backed up to slam the car door shut. Sarah was gone. I'd promised to bring her home. Those were two absolutes I couldn't change. Besides, hiding in my apartment had never been an option. I hadn't hidden since I was 5. There'd been a closet and an abusive foster mother. There'd also been a toy clown that hadn't saved me any more than hiding had. I'd huddled for all I was worth with the pitiful little clown. For hours, I'd ignored my bladder as it became painfully full, and the cramps in my legs as they'd stayed curled up under me too long in the tiny space. When she finally found me, she'd ripped the clown from my arms. She'd torn the stuffing from it. The white fluff had fallen onto my upturned, tear-stained face like snow. It had clung to my lashes and stuck to my lips, and I'd never forgotten the stale cotton taste. Once the clown was destroyed, she'd wrenched me to my feet onto stiff, numb legs that would barely hold me. They didn't stay numb for long when the beating began. I'd never hidden again. I'd faced and dealt with whatever punches came my way. And once Sarah came into my life, I'd faced a few for her too. I walked into the diner looking for a fight. I wanted to hit back at the universe the same way I'd hit Jason Mewes in middle school. All I found was the heavy aroma of bacon, and a waitress frenzied by a crowd of 3 occupied booths and 1 guy on a stool at the counter. I walked past him and settled at the last booth with my back to the wall and my face toward the door. I played with the sugar dispenser while I waited for the lone server to see me. The click, click, click of the sliding metal lid was soothing until I noticed the dispenser reflected my face back at me in the same distorted way the urn had done the night before. Who was I now that Sarah was gone? I'd been 11 when we'd met, and by necessity, wholly focused on making it through each day. My intense self-preservation had expanded immediately to encompass the tiny girl who would become my world. "We have fresh rhubarb pie this morning if you're interested," the waitress said. She rushed up to my booth carrying the scent of coffee and bacon with her. I had to admit it was an appealing perfume. The bacon made up for the lack of imported bean scent that normally permeated my hair and skin. My stomach growled, even though I had no idea what rhubarb could be. The rest of the menu was above the counter on a chalkboard that had seen better days. Someone had tried to offset its dilapidation with jaunty smiley face emojis. They hurt me the same way the stuff I'd deleted from my phone had hurt me. Too happy, too ordinary in a life turned empty and cold. Again. Loss was such a simple way to describe the hollow I'd become. "Coffee and toast," I said. "Please." The last was added as an afterthought, when my first words had come out curt and clipped, and totally out of place compared to the chalk emojis. I was definitely not going to take my edginess out on a server just doing her job. Nerves, lack of sleep, grief, and fear were no excuse. None of those things should be allowed to negate the empathy I'd developed on the other side of the counter. "Okay, but I'm gonna bring you some of my blackberry preserves because you look like you need something sweet," the waitress said. She didn't have a name tag. She was wearing faded black jeans and a t-shirt with the diner's logo on the front. The mascot on her chest was a pig in a chef's hat. The pig had a huge smile on its face I couldn't quite reconcile with the scent of bacon in the air. She wasn't being snarky. A quick glance from the pig's grin up to her face found a more relaxed and natural smile there. She was being kind. My body responded by flooding my eyes with hot moisture. The waitress didn't wait for agreement. She hurried away, and I breathed a sigh of relief because every interaction I'd had since the accident felt like walking on shattered glass. Her rush allowed me to widen my eyes so the tears would dry before they could fall. There were harder things I would have to face in Morgan's Gap than a server's kindness. I had to say goodbye to Sarah. I had to endure the scene of my nightmares to do it, and I had to decide where to go from here. I was on the second cup of coffee so acidic a third might dissolve my esophagus, downing each gulp like a bitter medicine I had to endure, when the door opened. a woman entered to greetings from the rest of the customers. Calls of Granny met her from everyone in the place, and for a crazy second, I wondered if they were all related. The lone guy at the counter disrupted that chain of thought. He stood to face the older woman and nodded at her as he also said, "Granny," with a curtness that suggested she was not his grandmother. And yet, he didn't get out his wallet to pay. He hadn't risen to leave. He moved the stools beside him closer to the counter to get them out of her way. Then he stood as if at attention while Granny passed by. It seemed a gesture of respect, but one strangely tinged with wariness. His back was straight, his shoulders stiff, his jaw tight. He didn't speak again, but he watched until she had walked all the way to my booth. As the woman walked, my attention met the lone guy's gaze over the top of her head, only for a second. I looked away quickly, and he sat back down, but not before I had seen that the intensity of his dark green eyes didn't match the casual ruggedness of the rest of his appearance. His fall catalog clothing suggested simple outdoor pursuits. His boots were worn, his hair thick and tousled, but the weight of his stare seemed complicated. Why did he seem wary of a little old woman? And why, in spite of his wariness, did I find his old-fashioned deference to her charming? I was too jaded for chivalry to make an impact, but, as with the waitress, genuine consideration was another thing altogether. I've made coffee for all kinds of early morning patrons, from politicians to construction workers. The guy at the counter had more on his mind than hiking. I was sure of it. His caution and the respect he'd shown her in spite of it made me look closer and harder at the woman than I initially had. Granny, whoever's grandmother she might be, arrived at my booth as if it had been her intended destination when she got out of bed that morning. She hadn't even paused when the man stood. And unlike me, she hadn't seemed to be affected by his eyes, his courtesy, or the certainty he had more on his mind than the fried eggs on his plate. In a Richmond coffee shop, you're more likely to hear a grandmother referred to as Louise or Beverly, maybe Nene or Nan. But the instant I met this woman's eyes, I couldn't imagine her being called anything else. Coffee. Should have known. Damnable stuff. Always interferes. Never drink it unless you need to counteract. Oh well, Sarah wouldn't have remembered everything, would she? Bless her, and you, the old woman said. I was a friend to her mother, and her grandmother before that. Even knew great-granny Ross, not that she was exactly friendly with anyone. Did my best for you girls. Wasn't good enough. But here you are, and that's what's meant to be. She sat in a flounce of colorful fabrics with so many layers, I didn't know where one sweater ended and a shirt began. I thought at first she was soft and round, but it was her clothing that padded her with extra inches, not body fat. In spite of the layers, she wasn't messy. All was clean and bright about her, including her sharp blue eyes. As I took in her bohemian appearance, she reached into a pocket and pulled out a tiny net pouch tied with a thin yellow string. Suddenly, I was certain her layers hid numerous pockets, each prepared to fulfill whatever requirements she might encounter as she went about the business of her day. And nothing about her suggested her business would be the ordinary type you'd expect an elderly woman to undertake, including the fact that she obviously thought she knew me, even though I'd never heard of her. The waitress came rushing back to our table with a steaming cup. She placed the cup in front of Granny, and the old woman plopped the net bag into what appeared to be water. It was all done in the fluid motions of habit, as if it was commonplace for this particular customer to brew her own tea. I promised Sarah I'd bring her home, I said. My jostled brain wasn't at its best, and my lack of sleep might be beginning to mess with my perceptions. I was compelled to confide in her, as if I'd been waiting for her to join me. At least she knew to tell you to bring her home. Even if she didn't remember to avoid coffee, she didn't forget the garden, Granny said. She sipped from her cup, and the scent of peppermint rose into the air as the liquid was disturbed. From the wild mop of graying curls on her head, to the voluminous patchwork skirt that fell to her knees, to the polished black hiking boots on her little feet, I'd never seen anyone like her. The phrase, jolly old elf, kept running through my brain, but some niggling instinct honed from years of living out of a backpack told me her jollies might be of a darker variety than I expected. She found her mother in the locust tree, I said. It wasn't a secret, and yet I whispered the words as if I was oversharing. The whole town must have known about the murder, including the longtime denizen across from me. The diner still existed around us. The waitress still rushed. The man at the counter finished his eggs. Several other customers came and went. But I saw what Sarah had seen on the worst morning of her life superimposed over it all. You helped her. You shouldered the weight of her burden. Seeing you now, I'm not surprised. Your strength is palpable, Granny said as she sipped her tea. Exactly what's needed. You actually worked with coffee. You brewed the stuff and drank far more of it than you should have. My eyes were hot again. For so long, I'd been strong for Sarah. Now that she was gone, I felt insubstantial, not strong at all, as if one stiff breeze would blow me off my feet. It was oddly comforting this woman seemed to know about me, when normally I would prefer not to be known. Like I needed the reminder of who I was, or who I was going to be. And that increased the edginess the caffeine hadn't soothed. Bah! Coffee. Not good for you at all. Bring another cup, June, Granny ordered. She pushed my coffee cup away from my elbow and reached into the folds of her clothing to pull forth another net bag. This one was tied with a green string, and the second it hit the water in the cup the waitress had rushed to our table, a familiar scent rose on the steam to tease my nose. Valerian tea, I said. No tears actually spilled, although the world glistened around the edges. Sarah used to make it for me. She left us young, but she'd already learned a lot from her mother, Granny said. Wary or not, there was nothing in me that could resist the tea that reminded me of my sister. I picked up the cup and carefully sipped while the bag of herbs continued to steep. The flavor brought it all back. The friendship, the loss, the confidence of togetherness, the certainty that now I'd be alone for the rest of my life. It's too soon. I wanted you both to grow older and wiser before you came back. But here you are. You're too young, Granny said, and I'm too old. But seeds scatter where and how they may. She was even older than I'd initially thought. Her movements were quick and certain. Her eyes sparkled, but a close look at her face revealed a tiny network of lines around those eyes, and more lines around her lips. She drained the last of her tea and placed the cup in front of her on the table, then untied the yellow string to allow the damp herbal mix contained in the net bag to dump out. She looked down into the bottom of her cup and chewed her lower lip as if she was contemplating the secrets of the universe. I'm supposed to take her ashes to the garden, near her mother's cabin, I said. Her tea and sympathy had caused me to relax my guard. I needed to share this solemn, horrible duty with someone, and I had no one else. She wants you to do more than that, Granny said. She reached for my cup, but I held fast to the handle. For some reason, I suddenly didn't want her to tug on the green string and release the valerian mixture. And by didn't want her to, I mean my heart was pounding, as if I was hiding in the closet with a plush clown, while my abusive foster mother turned the doorknob with a determined rattle that was going to break the flimsy lock. I didn't know this woman. not her intentions or her motivations. Granny's hand was surprisingly strong on my cup, but she accepted my resistance. She slowly released the mug and lowered her hand with nothing more than an arched brow that said she didn't need to see the herbs in the bottom of my cup to know what she knew. Hadn't Sarah always known things? She was that girl who always stopped to stare at lost pet notices. And after a while, I didn't even try to pull her away. She'd found so many of them. Knowing things was something you accepted about Sarah Ross. The sun would rise tomorrow. Sarah would fill out the exact location of that missing bichon frisé. Finding someone like Granny in Morgan's Gap didn't exactly shock me. Sarah had told me to bring her ashes home without any doubt I'd find the way. Still, accepting Sarah's otherworldly qualities had happened gradually over time as we'd grown up together. Granny was too sudden. Sarah had been a spark of special in a world too often dingy and dull. But my self-preservation instincts were overwhelmed by the unexpected discovery of more sparking. Here, of all places, where coal dust might still smudge attic keepsakes. There have been Ross women in Morgan's Gap since this area was settled by Irish immigrants after the Whiskey Rebellion. Some say they were here waiting when the first folks arrived. They were wise women, you understand, Granny said. They knew things, I said, but my tone was reserved. Accepting something about your best friend didn't mean you comfortably accepted it about anyone else, or the world. The hair on the back of my neck had risen to attention, and my stomach had gone light, as if it was suddenly filled with helium instead of herbal tea. This woman had been expecting me in town this morning, even though I had decided to come myself only in the wee hours after I'd lived through Sarah's mother's hanging multiple times. That's one way of putting it, Granny said. Another way is to say they knew how to influence this world. To prick, to nudge, to help, to heal. But whatever you call it in these parts, if you know something you shouldn't, if rain's gonna fall or some couple is gonna marry, they say you must have Ross blood. Some deny it, some claim it, some fear it. But no one has disturbed the Ross cabin or the garden. You can take Sarah to join her mother and her grandmother and great-grandmother there. The old woman stood up and slid out of the booth. She retrieved several tiny envelopes from yet another pocket and laid them beside her cup. Ginseng powder for June's mother, she said, nodding toward the packets. She's undergoing cancer treatments and her energy is low. Come see me when you're finished at the garden. We'll have more to talk about then. The man at the counter was looking at us again, unaccountably more tense than before. This time, Granny turned toward him and shushed him as if he'd spoken. Don't you worry, Jacob Walker. I'm no poacher. This ginseng was legally harvested from private land, she said. To me, she continued, as if I'd endanger a single leaf in the whole of the Wildwood. He's a biologist, works for the state. He should know he and I both worship this mountain, just in different ways. The biologist didn't turn away. Our glances caught and held again long enough for superstitious tingling to give way to a different sort of tingling, and I sat stunned. I was too guarded not to notice when I wasn't guarded enough. Why I was so disarmed by his moving a couple of bar stools a few inches to make way for an elderly lady to walk by. Or had it been the standing, the respect he'd shown her? He was just a guy eating breakfast, a stranger who happened to be polite. I was terrible at guy meets girl. I always had been. So I usually dealt with that kind of tingle by ignoring it. But today was proving to be even tougher than I'd imagined it would be. I didn't want anyone to see my pain, and I was afraid the man saw my unshed tears, and more, before he finally turned around to focus on his breakfast. Granny didn't seem to notice my reaction to Walker. She reached into another pocket, as if I wasn't furiously blinking my eyes to dispel the moisture. I'd seen a slight softening around his lips when he'd noticed my emotion. Vulnerability wasn't acceptable. If he looked this way again, he'd see dry eyes and a hardened jaw. But he didn't look, and this time Granny pulled out a rolled piece of paper. It was faded and smudged in her brown fingers. By now I understood her work with herbs. Harvesting and preparing must stain her fingers. Her dark curls were shiny and shot through with silvery glints of gray. Her cheeks were pink and her clothing fresh. The stains weren't dirt. They were more like the earth left its mark on her in order to recommend her services to the community. "This was set down for your eyes a long time ago," she said. She offered the paper to me on her outstretched palm, and I took it because her gravitas wouldn't allow me to reject it. The paper was difficult to unroll because it had been curled for so long, but I was finally able to read the bold script. The ink had faded, but I made out what appeared to be directions. Several lines were followed by a larger signature. The initials M and R were even bolder and hardly faded at all. They had been the most protected by the roll, with several layers of paper between them and the sun, air, and moisture that came with the passage of time. How could I trust a note written by a stranger and given to me by a woman I'd just met? "Those directions will take you to the Ross cabin. The garden is a ways behind it. Follow the trail. You'll see where Sarah's ashes belong," Granny said. She stepped away, and I started at her sudden movement. I dropped the paper, and it curled back up. I'm not sure why, but I reached for one of Granny's stained hands to prevent her from leaving. I hadn't touched anyone since Sarah had died. It wasn't in my nature to reach out. Lash out occasionally, yes, but not reach. Granny was surprisingly cool beneath my fingers, as if her circulation had gone poor with age. She lifted her other hand to pat my wrist, a warm gesture in spite of her cold skin. I couldn't guess her exact age, but she'd surely laid friends to rest before. I hadn't wanted her to see too much in the herbal detritus left in my cup. This was similar. Too soon, too close, too much. I could offer empathy by being polite to a waitress I didn't know. Accepting it from someone else over tender feelings of grief made me edgier than before. And yet, I had reached for her, and I didn't let her go. "Best to get it done, then we'll talk again," she advised. "Come and find me when you're finished." She moved her free hand from my wrist to the back of the hand that lightly gripped her. She urged me to release her other hand. Then she curled my fingers in on my palm until she helped them to form a loose fist. "You're a fighter. Sarah needed that. She still needs that. Don't give up. This isn't the end. It's a beginning." I didn't uncurl my fist when she released me to leave. This time, the biologist stayed seated when she walked out of the diner. He didn't note her passing at all. Again, I found this behavior oddly charming. She had places to go and things to do, and he was merely staying out of her way. I don't know if he looked my way again when I finally opened my fingers and asked for my bill. I was too determined not to look his. I was aware of Walker on a sensory level that made me nervous. I was several feet away from the biologist's back as I passed his stool to leave. My body mapped every inch of those feet as if it needed to know how quickly it could get to him should I give it permission. What's more, the strange awareness I felt might have gone both ways. I could have sworn his shoulders tightened when I walked by. I kept walking. By the time I made it to the door, my jaw hurt from clenching my teeth, and my eyes burned with determined dryness. He probably didn't notice or care. I proved nothing to anyone but myself. I was okay with that. In this odd little town that seemed less sleepy than it should before 9 a.m., I needed to rely on myself to stay steady and strong. I'd created calm out of chaos a long time ago, and I'd survived Sarah's death. Hadn't I? Mostly. I wasn't going to lose it now over a pair of intense green eyes and a fey grandmother with pockets full of herbal tea. Chapter 3. I wasn't used to following written directions, but the Ross cabin had no address, and my GPS would have been spotty this far out of town. My phone might still be capable of sending and receiving calls, but the one lone bar in the top right corner of its screen seemed almost apocalyptic. So, I tried to find the landmarks the directions referenced, with an anxiety-filled process of hit or miss that left me hoping I'd filled the car with enough gas. I finally found what I thought was the cabin's driveway, past a rock formation MR had called standing stones. The 3 large boulders piled side by side looked more like rocks too large for highway construction to blast. I signaled and cut the wheel even though the delineation of grass to road wasn't clear. The rental car bounced on the overgrown road. A tall grassy streak in between 2 dirt tracks was enough to impede the car's progress. The flow of flattened grass swished beneath the chassis. It sounded like driving through water. I navigated with care, passing through forest and fields, steadily climbing higher. Before the slope where the Ross cabin rested against the mountain, the road split a field of wildflowers in half. To my left was a faded red shed with a rusty tin roof and a bright splash of turquoise paint where an old pickup had been left for nature to reclaim. Vines mostly obscured its windows and frame, trailing over and under, around and through, as if to trace the automobile and remake it as a green and growing thing. A no pipeline sign had been stuck into the ground by the side of the road. Time and weather had caused it to fade and tilt to one side. I'd seen similar signs on the way into town. I knew enough from statewide news stories that natural gas companies wanted to build conduits from their fracking sites in Northern Virginia to the rest of the state. Apparently, a lot of people on Sugarloaf Mountain didn't want the hassle. The condition of the road and the faded sign calmed my fears about encountering other people. Someone visited occasionally, possibly Granny. Otherwise, it would be completely overgrown. But all was quiet and still when I stopped the car in front of the cabin. I didn't pause, because if I did, I might head back down the road. I climbed out and slammed the door. I opened the back door and pushed my jacket aside, all quick and sure, as if I carried my heart to be scattered in the mountains every day. The urn was cool in my hands. I clutched it close to my stomach and closed the door with my foot. Maybe letting go of Sarah's ashes would end the nightmares. I needed peaceful sleep, but dreaded it at the same time. Right now, I was with her again, in a way every night, but a promise is a promise. I couldn't break my word to my best friend, even if fulfilling her last request broke me. The cabin had been built a long time ago. Its logs were weathered and gray. The chinking between them stood out in faded stripes, but it seemed sturdy, straight and square, with an unblemished metal roof. The hollow in my gut I'd lived with since the accident echoed with Sarah's tears when I saw bright red rubber boots beside the front door. Unlike the shed and the cabin, they didn't seem faded at all. I'd lost Sarah. She'd lost her mother. No wonder the hollowness and the nightmare stayed with me even when I was awake. The cabin had a porch across its front. On one end, an empty swing swayed in the breeze, at once inviting and heartbreaking. Peace, tranquility, and all of it was a lie. The middle of nowhere wasn't immune to pain or danger. Those red boots had probably belonged to Sarah's mother. a woman who had been murdered near this spot 10 years ago. Their cheerful color reminded me of the much less cheerful red I'd seen in my nightmares. I didn't go up on the porch. I couldn't bear the sag of the steps beneath my feet, where Sarah must have played. Lingering here would only put off the inevitable anyway. I'd come to bring Sarah's ashes to the garden. I'd have to see the tree that haunted my dreams. I'd have to walk on the moss in the clearing by the creek where the remedies had washed away. When I came around the corner where a riotous wild rose had been urged to grow up a trellis made of faded white lattice, the view behind the house stopped me in my tracks. The rose hadn't been pruned in a while, but the backyard was pristine, and it was the yard I walked across every night in my nightmares. The sun had dried the dew hours ago, but I'd been here, exactly here, as Sarah, so many times. My body quaked. Exactly. The tingling of superstition I'd experienced in the diner morphed into a finger of cold dread down my spine. Had Sarah described this place so perfectly that I had managed to envision it as it had been? The back door to the cabin was closed, but it was the same batten and ledge door made from weathered wood. I'd walked over its familiar threshold dozens of times. I walked to the door, but I hugged Sarah's ashes rather than reach for the handle. What if the inside of the cabin was familiar? I turned away from the house and faced the forest. An opening in the trees revealed where the trail began. It was well traveled by someone. For a second, I imagined Sarah's footsteps going to the black locust tree every night, taking me reluctantly with her. The dark whimsy didn't ease my dread. The dirt was smooth and packed firmly beneath my feet, as it had been beneath Sarah's every night in every dream. But a real person must keep it worn. I couldn't allow myself to get carried away by coincidence. Suddenly, I was more nervous about encountering another person than superstition had made me moments before. I needed to take Sarah's ashes to the garden. Afraid of an audience, and uncertain of whom that audience might be, I kept walking. I wouldn't find a woman hanging in the tree. There was nothing to be afraid of beyond the possibility of sharing my grief and loss with a stranger. I plucked a stalk of lavender as I passed the fence on the way to the opening in the trees. I brought it to my nose and breathed deeply of its soothing scent. The fragrance unlocked an image of pale purple dust created from petals crushed in the palm of Sarah's mother's hand. The path was smooth, but the forest surrounding the trail needed to give way when I entered it. I gently pushed past tendrils of hanging vines and the tickling fingers of branch tips, unsure if I was an intruder or a welcome stranger. I walked into the wildwood for the first time as I imagined Sarah's mother opening her calloused fingers and allowing the lavender dust to fall into the streaming bathwater she'd prepared for her daughter.
The pain had been sharp in Sarah's fingers that morning, so this evening her mother prepared a special lavender bath before bed. Sarah was only 5. But she knew the pain might be back in the morning, brought on by dreams that could sometimes bring ponies or cotton candy instead. Her favorite nightgown was already laid out on her bed, and her mother had aired her favorite quilt on the clothesline, as she often did in summer. The quilt was a masterpiece of handwork, made by her mother's friends where colorful scraps of bright cloth had been sewn into intricate kaleidoscope patterns Sarah had traced with her fingers for years. Her whole bedroom smelled of sunshine and warm grass, and while her mother filled the large clawfoot tub with steam and water, she sang. The song was from the Ross Remedy book. It wasn't one most people would have heard. The tune was strange and lilting, and filled with words Sarah couldn't pronounce herself. Not yet. One day she would sing them. That's how being a Ross worked. Her mother had shown her how to make a daisy chain a long time ago. stem to head and head to stem. You always ended the chain by connecting the end to the beginning to form a circle. Sometimes they made a giant chain together, working all day long to form a huge circle that wound around the cabin. Then they held hands and skipped 7 times around singing the names of all the Ross women who had come before them so they'd never forget. Fair, Margaret, Anne, Elizabeth, Berta, Catherine, Mary, Beatrice, Melody, Sarah. The powerful women who had come before her were known by the Ross name on the mountain. If they married at all, it was under the moon and stars, with trees as witness and forest creatures as deacon and clergy and wedding guests. Sarah didn't know her father, but even at 5 years old, she knew Ross blood flowed throughout the community in many different homes and families. Some was just more diluted than others, like a strong, bitter tea that had been weakened with cream and sugar. The drink became something else altogether, easier to stomach for some, gentler, sweeter. The bath was full, and her mother's song had become a wordless hum. Sarah shrugged out of her shirt and pants while her mother tilted a mason jar full of dried blossoms with one hand to tap some of its contents into the palm of her other hand. She closed her fist on the petals and worked her fingers until the dried lavender became a fragrant dust that she released over the length of the bath. It sighed as it hit the hot water, and steam carried its fragrance to scent the whole room with spring. There now, that should do the trick. You'll sleep soundly and wake without dreaming for sure, her mother said. But Sarah knew Melody Ross wasn't sure her daughter wouldn't dream. Sometimes a Ross was restless. Sometimes a Ross knew things that woke them in the wee hours of the morning. The knowing was never certain. It sighed and dissolved in their minds the same way the dried lavender dissolved in the bath, leaving nothing but a hint of it behind. Sarah took her mother's dusty hand, and her mother helped her into the tub. She sank down into the water even though it was hot enough to make her skin rosy beneath the lapping waves. Once she was settled, her mother handed her a bar of homemade soap. The vanilla of the soap didn't fight with the lavender. They went together and worked together. They were complementary. Sarah had known how to read and write before she started school because of the remedy book. As she foamed the soap in her hands, she carefully hummed the tune her mother had hummed without trying to sing the words. She was learning. She was always learning. But becoming a wise woman would be a lifelong task. For now, she was content to be a girl. She let the bar of soap go and watched it float on top of the soothing lavender water. And as she towed the bar this way and that, she imagined it was a boat gone to pick her up, a pony, to ride away from the pain in her dreams.
I dropped the lavender from my fingers. Unlike my nightmare, my connection to this memory was hazy and vague. The whole thing could have been a fancy brought on by the fairy tale woods around me. It was mid-morning. The heat of day was already beginning to rise, but the shadows of the trees made the trail cool and comfortable. Suddenly the reality of a damp, dewy morning replaced thoughts of hot lavender baths in my mind. But my steps didn't falter. I was here now. There were no torn pages to pick up off the ground. No blood. I carried Sarah's ashes clutched to me, instead of the pages I'd clutched as Sarah in the dreams. Birds sang in the trees, and insects whirred by on incomprehensible errands. Water rippled over rocks in the distance, and the soft tread of my tennis shoes scuffed on the ground. I heard no other footsteps, especially not those of my best friend's cold bare feet. My toes were chilled as I drew closer and closer to the sound of running water. Pressure built in my chest. Blood rushed in my veins and roared in my ears. The air I forced into my suddenly constricted lungs was rich and loamy, thick with rotten leaves and fresh with green growth. As I rounded the bend, I heard the sound of the rope against the tree limb, the squeak of its coils protesting against the friction of the dead weight. Dead. My mother. No, not mine. Sarah's. I wasn't trapped in a nightmare. I was only bound by my promise. I didn't expect how full of life the garden would actually be when it came into view. My pent-up breath released in a whoosh of surprise. Lush and vibrant, filled with sprouting, budding, flourishing things. The well-tended garden could have graced the cover of a magazine. Instantly, I could see every bush, every plant, every vine had its place in carefully maintained rows and raised beds, but the explosion of green leaves and colorful blossoms was pure exotica to me. I recognized nothing. I knew pavement, cement, and brutally trimmed city trees. Here, there were lush blossoms of pink, gold, royal purple, and dusty blue. There was every shade of yellow from butter to nearly orange. The living rainbow fluttered en masse as the breeze brushed over the unusual clusters and silky groupings of petals I'd never seen. I knew the trees that framed the four corners of the garden only because Sarah had named them and because the deep ridges of their bark were so distinctive. They were black locust trees of different sizes. The differentiation told their age. One for each Ross woman who had been scattered to rest beneath their unusually gnarled branches. The condition of the road and this cultivated ground didn't match. The garden echoed what the well-worn path had said. I might not be alone for long. I clutched the urn even tighter to my chest. It's illegal to plant on public lands. This is a national forest. But I'm not sure the first Ross gardener knew or cared. Pretty common mentality in the Appalachian region. I turned quickly to find the biologist from the diner. Jacob Walker. His name came to me on a whisper in my mind, very much like the rustle of the breeze through the golden petals on the tallest stalks in the garden. He stepped into the clearing from the trail moments after I had, but he spoke conversationally, as if he'd been my companion for a while. Had he followed me from town? Then followed me all the way up the path without speaking? Granny had seemed to know him well. His sudden appearance startled me, but I didn't think he was here to harm me. He was still wearing the same clothes, rip-stop gray cargo pants, and a long-sleeved shirt with a well-known outdoors brand above its right chest pocket. His boots were expensive, but a sturdy choice, and worn enough to be real, not an affectation. A biologist probably spent a lot of time outdoors. His hair was still tousled. Within its chestnut mass, lighter curly strands were picked up and blown by the same morning breeze that seemed to whisper inside of me, a soft echo of the wind in the trees. He stepped closer, jumping effortlessly over a fallen log I had skirted around. In his left hand, he held the broken piece of lavender I had dropped. He had picked the flower up rather than crush it beneath his boot. I wasn't happy about his intrusion, but I couldn't help wondering why the flower held carefully in his fingers caught my attention. It reminded me of the deference he'd shown Granny. The breeze settled as I focused on the flower, and everything in me and outside of me became still. "The garden has been here much longer than you or I said. "I don't think it cares about public or private. It seems to be thriving." A small pack rested on his back, and a collapsible hiking stick was hooked to a lanyard on one of its straps. His eyes were active and bright, cataloging everything his gaze brushed. But I'd noticed that before, in the diner, hadn't I? He stopped and looked me over from head to toe in a quick, assessing manner. I was no different than I'd been in the diner either, but both of us stared as if it had been longer than an hour since we'd met. Or as if our eyes had found that meeting too brief and wanted to make up for it now. "There are plants in that garden that have been officially extinct for 50 years, he said. "I still haven't decided if I should report it or gather all the seeds I can this autumn." A sudden flurry of butterflies rose from the patch of tall stalks, topped by yellow, thistle-like blooms, and I watched them fly out of the garden, to rest lightly on Mr. Walker's shoulders and head. Their delicate decision to favor the biologist with the tickling prance of their feet and brush of their wings drew my eyes back to his. He didn't look at the fluttering insects. He looked at me. Our gazes locked again, and my jaw was too soft, my eyes too dewy. I'd been better prepared in the diner. I wasn't prepared now. As if he was a priest and the forest was his cathedral, I found myself confessing. "My friend Sarah's mother died here 10 years ago, in that black locust with the hooked branch," I said. "I've brought Sarah's ashes. I'm not sure who planted the sapling, but Granny told me I'd know where to sprinkle her remains." He glanced at the locust trees. I should have been relieved, but I wasn't. For some reason, I hadn't wanted him to look away. "I'd heard about the murder," Walker said, "but I hadn't heard about your recent loss. I'm sorry." He lifted his hand and twirled the lavender in his fingers. I noticed his digits were colored with earth like Granny's, although I was pretty certain his stains would still wash away. "Do you take care of the garden?" I asked. "No. I only wondered who had dropped this so soon after picking it," the man said. "I use the Ross cabin as an access point for field research sometimes." He shrugged out of his pack, and it rattled as he placed it on the ground. He pulled a small field journal from the side pocket and pressed the lavender in its pages before putting the book away. He unhooked the hiking stick and telescoped it to its full length before he shrugged his free arm back into one strap of the pack. All of this was completed with an efficiency of movement that startled me. He was above average in height and build, but there was a grace to his physicality that made him appear as if he belonged among the flowers and trees. Sarah's Wildwood didn't make way for him. It enveloped and accepted him. This was a scientist? I'd never met one, but my preconceptions of tweed and stuffy laboratories were suddenly, glaringly wrong. "I only use this trail occasionally. I spend a lot of time on the mountain, but I've never disturbed the garden. Not that I haven't taken a closer look at some of the rare plants." Walker's eyes flicked toward the garden as he mentioned the rare plants. He pushed the end of his hiking stick into the ground, gripping it with both hands until I could see the white of his knuckles stand out in relief against the dirt stains. "Granny is a well-known herbalist in this area. There's a community of people around here who comb the woods for ingredients. Dyes, medicines. Most of them don't bother to think about what they might be doing to the environment. Ginseng is a threatened species now. It's worth big bucks on the black market. And its illegal harvest and sale is driving other dangerous activities, like money laundering." So maybe his intensity had a logical explanation. He wasn't only a scientist or a casual hiker. He was a man on a mission. Still, hunting plant poachers didn't seem to fit the serious preparedness I sensed in him either. I wasn't only a barista. I was a survivor. I'd been on my own for a long time before Sarah came into my life. Overworked caseworkers and jaded foster families didn't count. Walker had me on edge worse than Granny had, and I wasn't sure if it was attraction or an early warning system. My body and my brain couldn't seem to agree. The intent in his eyes didn't match the rest of him, mission or not. "You haven't reported the garden because you think it should stay hidden? That maybe it'll be pillaged if word gets out?" I guessed. I suspect the Ross women and people like Granny would rather die than hurt the forest. It would have been sacrilege. The way your friend's mother was killed. The murderer didn't only take her life. He or she tainted the locust tree, Walker began. And polluted the Wildwood, I finished. Saying the words aloud suddenly felt like the reason I'd come. The manner of her death, and the way the killer had disposed of her body, hadn't only been cruel and violent and evil. It had been an abomination of all she held dear, including Sarah, whom I'd also held dear, dearer than myself. I wasn't tied to anyone or anything now that Sarah was gone, but I felt ghost tendrils from this garden and the Ross way of life reaching out to me. Sarah's beliefs had brought me here with her ashes. She would soon become a part of this place again, as if she'd never left it. Walker and the garden became distorted as my eyes swam with unshed tears. I'm sorry I disturbed you. I should have walked around, the biologist suddenly said. My jaw clenched. I refused to cry. But even without tears, my hold on the urn gave my emotions away. Of course he noticed. My white knuckles, my wet eyes. His were filled with understanding. I was immediately on guard. He might be observant, but I didn't want him understanding me better than I understood myself. My grief was a vulnerability I didn't want to share with a stranger. Suddenly, I was saved. 1 second, he was Mr. Walker, calm, lavender-scented biologist. And in the next, he stood straight and alert, with his shoulders back and his hiking stick gripped like a weapon. He wasn't muscle-bound. He had the kind of understated strength that hid until it was needed. I gasped and took a step back from a changed man. But then I whirled, because he had obviously been reacting to a threat behind me. Tom, Walker said. I could tell he had instantly relaxed. His voice was deep and assured, but it came from inches behind me. When I whirled to face the forest, he must have stepped forward. Much closer than I expected him to be. The move seemed protective, but it didn't calm me. His proximity was bothersome in part because I wasn't as bothered as I should be by this changeling of a man. You planted a sapling for Sarah Ross, Walker continued. The new man barely looked our way, but he nodded constantly as he carried a large bucket of water to the locust sapling Walker had referred to. I noticed an angry red scar that ran from the corner of one eye down in a diagonal slash across both of his lips to the other side of his face. He was a big man, but was obviously no threat, silently tending the Ross garden as if we weren't there. It's okay. He tends the garden. I've seen him here several times before, Walker said. He hadn't moved away, so I did. Several steps to the side didn't lessen my body's reaction to his confidential tones muttered so close to the back of my neck. He hadn't touched me or overstepped any sort of bounds. The reawakened tingles along my spine were my fault, not his. From the corner of my eye, I saw he'd lowered his hiking stick back to the ground. He'd returned to his casual, outdoorsy science guy act. But that didn't stop me from cataloging his sun-protective reaction as not very academic-like at all. Granny said I'd know where to put Sarah's ashes, I said. Tom had finished his watering task, and now he moved around the garden, pinching off dead leaves and examining vines and flowers. He paid no mind to me when I approached the locust sapling and opened the urn. It took far too long for me to tilt the container. I stood. I waited. In the end, it was only a tremendous force of will to honor my promise that allowed me to sprinkle Sarah's remains on the damp ground. Strangely, it seemed as if every individual particle of ash flicked off the lip of the urn to pause, infinitely defined against the air, before it fell. The birds sang. the insect's word, and I laid Sarah to rest, the person who had known me better than anyone had ever known me, in the company of two men I barely knew. I couldn't handle a spoken eulogy. No words could convey the sentiment for Sarah that beat in my heart. The urn was too light afterward. I replaced its lid and stood, not quite knowing what to do. Walker hovered. He seemed torn between leaving and offering support. Truthfully, I was so unused to the offering, I didn't know how to respond. My usual was frightening people away before they reached out. It's easy in Richmond. The crowds, the rush, nobody questions a leave-me-alone vibe. "My name is Mel," I said to the biologist. He watched my every move, and I was aware of his every breath. It seemed stupid not to introduce myself to the man if I was going to be that attuned to his respiration. He was a part of this understated memorial where everything about and around Sarah's black locust tree seemed suddenly portentous. The dark, twisted trees were a memorial, but also vaguely unsettling. Their tortured limbs didn't seem at peace as they scratched at the sky. "Nice to meet you, Mel," he replied. He looked from me to the forest around us and nodded as if we'd been more formally introduced by the leaves in the trees. The ashes had settled onto the dirt, and they darkened as they soaked up the moisture Tom had sprinkled on the ground. There was no sense of relief. No sudden sense of closure claimed me. Granny had warned me. It felt like a beginning instead of an end. My first noon on Sarah's mountain. I tingled with the knowledge that it wouldn't be my last. "You and Granny don't get along?" I said. I wanted to pin him down, to define him. In the course of one morning, he'd been too changeable for the keen perceptions I usually could count on. "I noticed she gave you some tea. Be careful. That old woman is always brewing something," Walker said. "You think she doesn't know what she's doing?" I surmised. I crouched to place the urn on the ground, and only when I rose with empty hands did my heart spasm in acknowledgement of what I'd done. Sarah's life was over, and every contraction of muscle that continued to give me life caused me pain. "Oh, she knows exactly what she's doing. I'm just not sure you know what you're getting into," Walker said. My chest burned inside the way ice burns against skin. But even though I was painfully numbed from the heart out, I turned because his voice had come from farther away. He was finally moving toward the place where the trail resumed on the other side of the garden's clearing. "It would be safe to assume that every bag of herbs she hands out has strings attached, and I'm not talking about the ones that tie them." "You're a scientist. You can't believe—" I began. My screaming heart thumped harder in my frozen chest than it should. I'd been drinking a Ross herbal brew for years, and I was fine. Perfectly fine. Not hexed or bespelled in any way. But hadn't Granny said the coffee interfered? I didn't believe in hocus pocus. I'd believed only in Sarah, and Sarah was dead. Even a fighter could get tired. "What I believe is that I won't be drinking one of Granny's concoctions any time soon," Walker said. "And neither should you. You should head back to Richmond. Say goodbye to your friend and go back to the city while you still can." "While I still can?" I asked. The tone of his voice was lighthearted, but there was no mistaking the warning in his words. "Once the Wildwood has you, it never lets you go," Walker said. He had paused at the opening to the trail. Behind him, cool green shadows waited. I noticed his eyes were the same moss in shadows green. In fact, the colors around him didn't only echo the color of his eyes. The multiple browns and golds in the waves of his hair and his lightly tanned skin blended with his surroundings, so it was hard to tell where the woods began and he ended. Does it have you? I asked softly. My heart went warm and quiet without my permission. Ice thawed. Thudding eased. He suddenly looked nothing like a scientist, and everything like a being who belonged among the trees. He was a creature of hush and masculine grace that somehow looked more at home in the wilderness than he would look among men. How could I be comfortable with this chameleon man, even for a second? Loss had obviously made my radar spotty and my defenses faulty. Always has, always will, he said. He turned and walked into the forest with a light, steady stride that would eat miles before the end of the day. In seconds, he was gone. Only then did I realize I was all alone in the garden. What's more, the urn was gone. Tom must have silently cleared it away when he left. It hadn't belonged here, a stark, terrible object, wholly unnatural in a garden. My usual defenses were faulty here for a reason. Frigid veins didn't belong. In the city, I could stay as detached as I pleased, anonymous in the crowd. The Wildwood demanded warmth, inspired it. I could grieve, but I also had to live on. Here, there was a natural cycle of birth, growth, death, and rebirth that had to be maintained. The black locust with the crooked limb caught and held my attention for several macabre moments. I could almost hear the sound of the rope from my nightmare. Murder wasn't natural. Cree-cree, cree-cree. A woman had died here. I'd seen her corpse as clearly as if I had been the one standing at her blood-stained feet. Clouds suddenly covered the sun, and I shivered in the shadows. Even in the clearing, the forest had taken over the garden as soon as the sun was hidden. I looked up and was comforted by the slide of fluffy white over the bright orb, confident its beams would be back in a little while. I didn't wait. Granny would be waiting for me. She told me to come and find her. I brushed my fingers along the leaves of Sarah's sapling. Not to say goodbye. I would be back. In spite of the nerves that skittered along my spine when I walked past the crooked locust, I didn't consider accepting Walker's advice on leaving. The ghost tendrils had taken hold. My heart squeezed in their grasp. Sarah had wanted to come back because this was her home. Granny had said this was a beginning, and I could feel the start of something in me. Curiosity fought to clear the fog of grief. I wanted the nightmares to end, but I also wanted to understand what was happening. I couldn't do that by running away.
Chapter 4. He hadn't been here for a long time. Dirt against paws, damp earth, bitter bark, spit after nibble. Not good to eat. He sneezed several times. Explosive shudders were pleasant. Cleared the house dust from his nose. He kept to the edges of the strip of bare ground he followed. Cover of undergrowth gave cool, blanketing shadows. Tickles in his ears and in his gut whispered, "Safe, safe in the shadows." There was a burning, too. Like hunger, but not. Like seeking a mate, but not. The burn forced him from his soft hidey-hole indoors. Nose and ears, constant twitching. Run, smell, listen, taste. He'd been quiet, hidden for an age, but he'd been waiting. Crafted from a love ferocious, he'd risen when his innards rustled in response to a newcomer. But he'd been too slow. Frayed threads and moth-chewed herbs became flesh and blood. Pain. Then the burning began. Go. Go. More than a charm. Go. The newcomer had gone, but his gut still burned. Down the stairs and through to outside, Moving answered the burn. Joy after years of hibernation. No whispered songs revitalized him. No new garden growth freshened his insides. No needle and thread repaired his wear or fade. All different now. He hadn't felt the touch of a powerful hand in so long. His once lavender heart pounded in his chest. He breathed, in and out. Too fast. Frightened. Different. But he remembered enough. He followed the scent of the newcomer's footsteps to the wild place. Many times, long ago, he'd been carried to the wild place in a pocket. This time, he had to dodge around death. A long, slithering, deathly thing. Slick, quick. Swallower of him, but not. The burn made him quicker, slicker. He escaped, and then froze in a clump of tall grass. More tickles to teach him. He hid. The shadow of a hawk flew over, chilled him to his newly formed bones. But nothing stopped him. The longer he continued, the stronger and clearer he became. He was old and frayed, but he'd been created with a loving intent that gave him life. There were bad dreams to be battled, still, and fear to be soothed. This was the burn in his belly. His purpose. Not for the girl who'd had to leave him when she'd been taken away. She'd been very brave to place him, one last time, wet from tears, beneath her pillow before she left. But even he knew with his lavender brain that he couldn't stray far from the plants and wild place of his making, else he'd be nothing but string and dried stuff. The girl had left him so he wouldn't die. Maybe she had known he should watch and wait for another. Finally, he made it to the wild place. He sniffed every tendril and vine. The tickle and the burn led him to the ones he needed. This was his freshening, and the reason he'd been given the gift of movement. He nibbled here and there. He filled his belly until the burn was soothed, then sniffed his way. Smell, listen, look, to a tiny sapling where the girl's ashes had been spilt. He sat there for a while, remembering her pockets and the dreams he'd calmed for her, before he turned to make his way back to the cabin. He couldn't follow the newcomer. He could barely sense her now. She'd gone too far away for even a ferociously woven mouse. He would have to wait some more. His movements were more coordinated after several hours of practice, but he was still slow to notice the black snake he'd avoided earlier had coiled in the same clump of grass where he'd hidden from the hawk. He was new to the world of scents and sensations. Only the shine on the snake's scales saved him as the sun suddenly broke from behind the clouds to illuminate deadly intent. The black snake struck, and he leapt without ever having leapt before. The wild place, the Wildwood garden, had fueled his minuscule muscles well. His tiny gray body flew up into the air, and he curled and rolled to where he could clamp down on the back of the black snake's head with his teeth when he came down. What followed was more in keeping with the ferocity of his maker than his current incarnation as a living, breathing mouse. He'd been made as a protective charm. He had to protect himself to fulfill his purpose. Blood flowed. The snake writhed in death throes that should have dislodged its killer. He was more than a charm now, and more than a mouse, although he wasn't yet what he had been crafted to be. Between she who will come and she who came before, Fair, Margaret, Anne, Elizabeth, Berta, Catherine, Mary, Beatrice, Melody, Sarah. Between the wildwood vine and beating heart, connect, guide, protect. He didn't open his jaws until the snake stopped moving. Pain was new. Wildwood emissary or not, a wise woman's familiar or not, his little mouse body hurt from heroic effort. But his once lavender brain had quickened along with the rest of him. As he left the dead snake on the path behind him, he thought about being more than he had been before. He would be here, freshened, when the newcomer needed him. Melody Ross had ensured it.
Granny's house had gingerbread trim, like well-turned teeth all around its edges. The first person I'd asked had known exactly where to find it. The woman had been exiting a corner hair salon, and she lowered her voice and whispered the directions, with furtive glances up and down the sidewalk, as if she didn't want to be seen or heard giving me the information I'd asked for. Strange considering how everyone had greeted Granny in the diner. Of course, she'd also looked me up and down, as if my black skinny jeans and high-top sneakers were breaking some kind of dress code I didn't understand. I approached the Queen Anne Victorian cautiously through a spiky wrought iron gate, reminding myself I'd been invited. However, the toothy trim and curtain-covered windows didn't seem to welcome me. The house was the largest and oldest on the block, at the very end of a cul-de-sac turned mostly to black gravel from the crumbling asphalt. The other houses were sided with painted boards or cheap vinyl that probably covered deteriorated wood. But the yards were mowed and the weeds whacked back, and here and there was evidence that families with children resided in some of the homes. A swing set, a sandbox, a bike with training wheels leaned on a fence. Granny's house was faded brick, but still solidly handsome, fronted by a dominant cylindrical turret. On top of the turret, a large black crow, in the form of a weather vane, squeaked rather than cawed, as it twisted to and fro. I thought maybe the woman from the hair salon considered Granny and her house eccentric. The woman's hair had been smoothed, sprayed, and teased into a very conventional soccer mom style. I'd known Granny only a short while, but with all her layers, pockets, and patches, not to mention her wild curly hair, she was definitely outside of the norm, even for Richmond. In this small town, she was probably seen as more wild than wise. One of the no pipeline signs was displayed proudly by her front walk. It took me a flustered few minutes to figure out the doorbell after I'd climbed the stoop to reach the entrance. There was no button, only a knob you pulled instead of pressing, and the result of the pull wasn't a buzz. The knob tugged a cord in the wall that mechanically jangled a bell inside. Footsteps responded to the bell, walking in a stride I remembered from the diner. Granny opened the door. Her cheeks were flushed pink, and her curls were more frazzled, the silvery strands sticking out all over like exclamation points. She wore a voluminous apron over the clothes she'd worn that morning, another layer added to her already impressive regalia. More pockets, seen and unseen, so many I couldn't count them. When she moved, the contents of her pockets rustled or clicked or rattled, adding a mysterious layer of noises to her persona. "I've baked you some cookies," she shouted above the cry of a giant fat tabby. He'd had more than his share of cookies, twining around her ankles. The air released from the house carried the warm scent of sugar and vanilla, but it was combined with a mixture of other scents not as pleasant. Devil's breath, furniture polish, burnt toast, pixie dust. I could only imagine. When I stepped inside and she closed the door behind me, my reaction was a little too panicky, considering the door supposedly opened from both sides. "There now, that's finished. The hard part is over. The rest'll be a breeze," Granny said. She enveloped me in a bear hug, an impressive undertaking since she was much shorter than an actual bear, and I towered over her by more than a foot. Still, I suddenly felt supported and completely understood. It wasn't merely a big hug from a small woman. It was a Sarah hug, and for a few seconds I had come back to see Granny for this, nothing else. No purpose or mission or goal beyond this embrace. The problem with building a wall as a defense against the world is when you're finished, you're there with yourself with nowhere to hide. I disengaged after those few seconds of weakness, and I couldn't tell if Granny had given me something or taken something away. "The dreams have put you through the ringer. You need a rest, some reprieve, and I've baked just the thing," Granny said. She prodded me forward down a long hall that led to the back of the house. It was a tight squeeze through clutter that must have accumulated over many years. I tried to take in all the individual details of bric-a-brac and furniture, but a nude bronze, a tufted ottoman, umbrellas and photographs, crystal decanters, and a grinning plastic piggy bank I recognized as the diner's logo rushed past. We burst through the swinging door of the kitchen with a slap of Granny's stained palm against its surface, and there a different sort of clutter began. Copper pots hung from the ceiling, baskets and barrels lined the floor. Bins and tins filled every shelf, and bottles with meticulous labels of tiny script marched along the counters in orderly rows. Granny left my side to rush to the largest oven I'd ever seen. A white enamel monstrosity with rounded edges and chrome accents. The appliance must have been as old as Granny herself, or older. But when she opened its door and used the corner of her apron as a pot holder to retrieve a cookie sheet, I could see that the cookies were golden brown and cooked to perfection. There was still a hint of something unusual. I couldn't decide if it was burnt toast or devil's breath. But vanilla and sugar predominated now. So much so, my stomach gurgled and my mouth flooded with saliva. I'd nibbled jam and toast that morning, and I'd skipped lunch altogether. The distance of the drive between town and the Ross cabin had taken up much of the day. Suddenly, thoughts of devil's breath led me to thoughts of Persephone and Hades' pomegranate seeds. Was I really going to sit down and eat as if I hadn't been warned away from this eccentric woman's mixes and mischief? Granny grabbed a spatula from a pottery crock on the counter and moved cookies from the hot tray to a cooling rack she must have previously prepared. "We have a lot to discuss while these cool. Pull up a chair and see there what I have for you, besides a good night's sleep," Granny said. She nodded toward a table beside a picture window that looked out into a backyard that was more riotous than the neighbors' yards I'd seen. The other houses had seemed to have towny trimmed landscaping. Unlike the ordered lushness of the Wildwood garden, Granny's yard was basically a kitchen garden gone crazy. But she hadn't nodded toward the riot of herbs growing outside. The Ross remedy book sat on the kitchen table. I'd never seen it whole before, though I'd seen it destroyed 1,000 times in my dreams. Sweat beaded on my brow, and above my upper lip, my mouth went dry. This was my nightmare come to life. This was also somehow Sarah, her past, her heritage, her mother. Gone, but not forgotten. Never forgotten. I once dragged Sarah from a foster home in the middle of the night because our new dad had hugged us both a little too long before bedtime, on a night our new mom had been traveling out of town on business. I'd found us a safe place to crash with nothing but the few belongings we kept stowed in our backpacks for times like those. I'd done it with dry eyes, even knowing our caseworker wouldn't believe we were in danger, and there was no assurance that the next placement would be any better. But for the millionth time today, my eyes weren't dry. The hold I'd had on myself for years was loosening, and I didn't know how to reset my grip. I walked to the table and sat down. I reached for the remedy book and touched the pages in real life for the first time. No, I wasn't going to run away. Caution with Granny might be a good idea, but retreat wasn't an option. I repaired it. I dried the pages and sewed a new leather binding to the old leather covers. I saved it for Sarah, Granny said. She came over and sat across from me, leaving the cookies to cool. The binding was obviously new leather. It stood out, a pale caramel compared to the nearly black walnut front and back covers that had been polished by thousands of hands over time. I'd never noticed the faded imprint of a tree that had been stamped into the leather of the front cover. I lightly traced its branches, wondering if Sarah had done the same, and many of her ancestors before her. I flipped through the book, certain some of the splotched pages were ones Sarah had saved from the dew the morning her mother had been killed. I could feel the sturdiness of the binding Granny had created. But repaired or not, I was also certain some of the stains on the covers and the pages weren't from the stream. The pale blood stains, if that's what they were, didn't seem gory. Rather, they seemed a testament, a recording of lives and events as carefully kept as the words on each page. Sarah would want you to have it, Granny said. Many of the recipes and concoctions were signed with the same bold cursive initials I'd seen on the scrolled paper Granny had shared with me in the diner. I traced the M and the R, knowing Sarah had given me her mother's name back when I didn't have one of my own. It had been a tribute and an honor. It had been her way of adopting me when we were both unwanted and alone. Mel had suited my temperament better than Melody. The nickname had stuck, but I'd never tried to claim Ross. I'd gone from Jane Smith to Mel Smith without looking back. I'd had it legally changed as soon as I was old enough to make it happen. Jacob Walker told me to leave while I still can. He told me not to drink your tea or stay too long in the Wildwood, I said. Did he warn you away from my cookies, too? Granny asked. Because the recipe is in that book. Great Granny Ross put it down in her chicken scratch scrawl. She reached across the table and flipped the pages until the book opened on a recipe illustrated with thistles like the yellow ones I'd seen in the Ross garden. There were notes in the margins that had obviously been added more recently than the recipe itself. Chicken scratch was a good description for the original handwriting on the page. Hers are always the hardest to read. Her daughter and granddaughter clarified a lot of them in the margins. She was self-taught, no schooling at all, save for what she learned by her mother's knee, Granny explained. I scanned the ingredients. No devil's breath or toadstool juice. Ground sunwort was the only thing I didn't recognize. It's a mild soporific. These will help you sleep, and that's the only hoped-for result stirred into them, Granny said. She wasn't as jolly as she had been that morning, but she was still elfin. Her eyes glinted with knowledge in the waning light from the setting sun. The sun's reddish glow warmed the kitchen around us, reflecting off the copper pots and pans. While I hesitated between the lure of a deep sleep and Walker's warnings, the tabby pushed his way into the kitchen. I followed his surprisingly graceful movements until he leapt up on the counter directly across from the table. He sat with regal privilege where most cats wouldn't, without nosing around the cooling rack of fresh cookies, and met my attention head-on without blinking. His eyes were as green as the biologist's, and as intent. But there was something unusual about his expression that seemed to come from neither man nor beast. The tabby's irises seemed to swirl with non-catty thoughts, I couldn't ascertain. This is where you belong, but you have to make that decision. And stay or go isn't something you have to decide right away. For now, rest or run. It's your choice. Walker's wiser than he lets on. I'll give him that. But there are some things he can't understand. About Ross women and what they've been through. Sarah's mother was murdered. Now Sarah is dead. I can only go by the tea, the roots, the flowers, and the trees. But the mountain whispers to me, and I don't like what it says, Granny said. It was a hit and run, I blurted. Maybe it was the scent of cookies, or maybe it was the hug. Suddenly, there was no stopping the rest. They never found the unmarked van that clipped us in the rain. Sarah was driving. She never trusted me behind the wheel. I was too aggressive in traffic, too prone to road rage. She was always so careful. Slow and steady wins the race. But not that time. The rain was heavy. It was just before dusk, and the storm made it dark as night. The van came out of nowhere. They were speeding, I said. Hot tears finally overwhelmed my control. They streaked down my face. I held them back all day, for weeks even. My heart had felt ice burned in the garden. Now my tears burned embarrassing acid trails on my cold cheeks. I'd had no one to talk to about the accident. I gulped back on the torrent that had burst from my aching chest. I knew better than to overshare, even to an apparently sympathetic ear. Granny stood and walked to the counter. The tabby didn't move. Even his tail was still. She slowly placed cooled cookies onto a porcelain plate. It was just a horrible accident, I said. There were no tears left. My cheeks had dried, tight and sticky. Granny came to the table and placed the plate of cookies between us. Then she fetched glasses and a carafe of milk from the old-fashioned refrigerator that matched her oven. She poured us each a glass of milk, and then poured some for the tabby in a bowl on the floor I hadn't noticed before. Thankfully, the cat acted exactly as I thought a cat should. He broke eye contact with me to jump down and lap up the fresh milk. Granny picked up a cookie and bit into it as the cat drank. She chewed and swallowed thoughtfully before she replied. I sent Sarah away. I hid her as long as I could. I think I failed. I think she was found, Granny said. But all hope isn't lost yet because Sarah found you. I'm nobody, only a student. Not even really that. We couldn't afford classes for both of us. I wanted Sarah to get her nursing degree first. So me? I'm only a barista, I said, drawing my attention away from the now normal tabby. I pressed my fisted hands on the table, on either side of the pretty cookie plate. My knuckles were still red from the wounds I'd caused when I'd tried to free Sarah. If the window hadn't been cracked and damaged by the accident, I might have broken my fingers trying to break shatterproof glass. They would probably carry scars to remind me of those frantic moments forever. The pain in them had been nothing compared to the pain of seeing Sarah dead and trapped in the car. But I would always wonder if the phantom pain Sarah had experienced before she met me had been a premonition of what I would do to my hands after the crash. She told me the ghost pain had never bothered her again after I'd held her hand that first night we'd been together. So, you're a barista. Brewing is more important than you know. Than anyone knows, much more. It's a lost craft. The Ross women knew it. They practiced it, Granny said. I'm getting old, but I'll help you learn it. A student is exactly what I need. If you don't run away, I'll help you brew through this book. Sarah's book. And the Wildwood will show us what to do. I don't believe in your craft, It seems like the same kind of magic they always asked us to believe in as kids. Happy families, the good guys win, love conquers all, I said. That there would be a home for us one day.
Well, you believed in Sarah. You believed in the sisterhood you shared. That's all that matters,
Granny said. I did believe in Sarah and our sisterhood. She was right. That belief hadn't disappeared. I could feel it in my gut, a hint of warmth like smoldering coals. Maybe I could stir them back to life if I honored her memory this way. There was nothing for me in Richmond but a cold, empty apartment. At least here I could explore Sarah's childhood world, what she had believed, the people she'd known. Just for a little while, I wouldn't have to completely let her go. I uncurled my fist and reached for a cookie. I dunked it in the milk in my glass. Granny did the same, and then she lifted her dripping cookie toward mine, exactly as Sarah would have. Had she eaten Granny's cookies as a child? We clicked them together, as Sarah and I would have before we each took our bites. A sweet explosion with a hint of bitterness on the back end filled my mouth as I chewed.
Sometimes the mountain whispers more pleasant things to me, Granny said.
The twinkle was back in her eyes, but she closed them as she drank from her glass so I couldn't read her mood. When she lowered the glass, the twinkle was gone, but I thought I heard it in her next words.
Walker might have warned you away, but he won't be sorry to find you're still here.
Mischievous twinkle or not, I was suddenly too sleepy to know for sure. I only knew that I wouldn't dream about Sarah's mother hanging in the black locust tonight. But not because of bittersweet cookies. Granny had filled my mind with thoughts of shadowed eyes and tousled hair, and it would be the mysterious biologist who followed me into my dreams. Ignoring the tingle definitely wasn't the same as not feeling it, and maybe a little loosening in the privacy of my own thoughts wasn't a bad thing after all. Tomorrow would be soon enough to accept I'd come to Sarah's Wildwood, not to lay her to rest, but to find her again, in this place of lavender and secrets.
Chapter 5. Summer was the best time. Sarah's feet were toughened by mid-June, and she rarely had use for the recess-worn sneakers she'd had to endure during the school year. They sat, faded and forgotten, by the back door, while the tops of her feet turned golden brown in the sun. She didn't care about the mosquito buffet of her briar-scratched legs or the wild tangle of her curly hair, kept as far as she could keep it from brush or comb. From dawn till dusk, and often well after the lightning bugs began to flicker and flash, she was free to play in the Wildwood, as long as some of her play involved lending a helping hand or bringing a ladleful of cold spring water to her mother in the garden. Her mom was always busy, but she was busiest in the summer when the garden became a jungle of fragrant ingredients that had to be tended to just this side of tame in order to be ready for harvest. Sarah learned what she could touch and what she shouldn't right around the time she learned to walk, and yearly practice made her an expert at playing in the garden's moss-carpeted clearing by the time she was 10. Enough of an expert to invite her best friend to play along with her, which was perfect because her best friend's mother was best friends with Sarah's mother. While the adults plucked suckers from fledgling tomatoes and dead-headed marigolds, the young girls set up a dollhouse made of sticks and stones by the creek. They used poplar leaves for rugs and pine knots for chairs. They twined honeysuckle vine into beds and bathtubs and used a large flat rock for a dining room table. Up from Sarah's bedroom, they carried fashion dolls that had been improved with berry-tinted hair and dresses made from colorful silk scarves Tallulah Ray had found in her grandmother's closet. And, of course, Lou sang. She was a singer. had gotten in trouble at school for singing just as Sarah had gotten in trouble for knowing things when she shouldn't, like which teachers were courting or when Mr. Thompson snuck away for an after-lunch cigar at recess. They were often in trouble together, standing in timeout against the wall of the school, humming nice and low. Sarah could catch Lou's tunes as soon as she thought them up. They were both unique, but not stupid. Way back then, they'd learned there was a time for singing and a time for pretending to care about coloring inside the lines and cutting carefully around the edges of things. Lou's song was like Sarah's feelings. It bubbled up constantly until Sarah could see it in her eyes, even when she made no outward sound at all. At best, Lou could try to tend it, just this side of tame, like the garden. But it was always barely controlled, she said, still wild in her chest. So, they were different together. Lou could sing as often as she liked in summer, and every now and then the adults in the garden would pick up what she sang and go along with her. But only Sarah was able to sing the new songs that came from Lou's own head. She knew the words and the tune almost as soon as Lou knew them herself. Sarah had learned never to sing those songs with Lou at school, but the Wildwood garden loved Lou's songs, so here, in the summertime, they usually sang while they played, as carefree as could be. Today, the adults had started whispering about something sad and serious, and the girls had gotten distracted from their play by the sweet nectar of honeysuckle blossoms. It was a game they liked even better than dolls. So, they became fairies and abandoned their dolls to their sap-stained chairs. They flitted from vine to vine in order to pluck and suck the perfumey sweetness from the bottom of each bloom. For a while, the sweet nectar held their mother's whispers away. Fairies didn't care about such things. They only wanted to flit and fly and race the bees from bloom to bloom. But girls who were only pretending to be fairies needed more than honeysuckle to offset the scary talk of a disease that the garden couldn't cure. "I'm lucky to have May to help. She's crazy about Lou. Did you know she decided to make her a dulcimer? Tom brought her some walnut from a tree at the old home place up the road, the one the lightning felled last August," Lou's mother said. "Tom always knows what you need before you know it yourself," Melody replied. "My great-gran would have said he hears the Wildwood's whispers." Sarah's mother stood and stretched her back before dusting the dirt from her hands. She draped an arm around her sick friend's shoulders. "I wish there was more I could do." The honeysuckle girls looked at each other above the blossoms. Sad, sad talk. Sorrowful times. It was summer, and that made it worse. Cancer was even more terrible with the buzzing of the bees and the tickle of moss between your toes. But there it was. The garden grew, and even as it did, parts of it died. Leaves turned brown and withered on the vine. Petals curled and wilted, and fell to the ground. Tallulah's mother wasn't going to be well. Not ever again. Lou's song was only a temporary softness before the hard goodbye. Sarah no longer felt like drinking nectar. Instead, she moved closer to her best friend. This nearness was a different kind of support than singing along by the schoolyard wall, less rebellious and more a simple offer of comfort. A sudden rush of steps came from the underground on the north side of the clearing. A young woman ran out of the trees and stopped to blink at them in surprise, as if the garden hadn't been in these woods for 100 years or more. Her dress was torn, and her kerchief was loose, but Sarah could tell from the faded homespun fabric of her clothing she was from the sect community on the other side of the forest. "Are you okay?" Melody Ross asked. Sarah stepped toward the sect woman at the same time as her mother. But before they could reach the panting woman's side, Tom came from the trees behind her. He always managed to walk through the Wildwood without making a sound. He knew the hidden trails and pathways better than anyone else. This time, his sudden appearance made them all jump because they'd already been spooked by the frightened sect woman. "They're looking for you, Mary. You can't lead 'em here. Come with me," Tom said. He took the young woman's arm. It was always hard to tell how old the sect people were because of their scrubbed faces and covered hair, and no one protested when he led her away, not even Sarah's mother. "Girls, head to the house. We'll be right behind you," she said. "Don't drag your feet. Don't look back. Just go," Melody ordered. Summer was the best time, but something had gone wrong. Even more wrong than the disease that was hurting Lou's mother. There had been acceptance in the adults' conversation earlier. Resignation. Grief. But now, Melody Ross stood facing the Wildwood in the direction the young woman had appeared. Her chin was up, and her dirt-smudged hands were fisted at her sides. Mrs. Ray went to stand with Melody, even though her steps were slow and unsteady. "But, Mom," Sarah said. Lou's hand closed over hers, suddenly too human again. They stood together, surrounded by sweet-scented drifts of honeysuckle blossoms. The honeysuckle would be no protection against whomever the woman had been running from. "If he follows her here," Lou's mother began. "Shh, Ruby, let the girls go," Melody warned. "Go," she repeated to Sarah without turning her head. Summer was wild and free, but her mother was the law, and even during summer, Sarah obeyed. Melody Ross was Mom, but she was also the closest thing to a real fairy queen Sarah could imagine. Wise woman, caretaker, Wildwood tender. Whichever he might come from the trees would find Melody Ross in her garden in this clearing, and he'd better back away. Sarah's chest loosened. Her heart still pounded, but her fear became a feeling closer to ferocity. Lou followed when Sarah tugged her back toward the cabin. They heard nothing else. No shouts, no confrontation. If her mother was capable of rousing a honeysuckle blossom army, it fought silently while she and Lou huddled in Sarah's room, no longer able to fly away.
I stepped through damp morning mist and onto the sidewalk that hugged the slightly curved hook of Main Street. Nothing was straight and simple in Morgan's Gap. The hollow where the town had been built opened up enough to allow streets to sidle this way and that, but here and there buildings backed up against the craggy hills. Gap was a misnomer. The rocky, rolling, and often narrow landscape made the layout of the town haphazard. A walk through it seemed like a funhouse stroll. The whole place and the people in it might as well have sprung up between boulder and brick like unexpected dandelions reaching for the sun. It had rained the night before, and the moisture was rising as the sun began to heat the air. Granny kept a strict schedule. Early morning was for deliveries. Midday was for kitchen work, grinding, mixing, steeping, and stewing. Late afternoon, when the sun had done its work to dry the plants from earlier dew and damp, was for the garden. The scent of tended soil and fresh growth, the acidity of lemon balm, the bitterness of aloe, the sharp, stinging aroma of mint leaves, was a welcome respite from feeling lost. Granny must have been a teacher many times in her long life. Her process was firmly in place. I'd slipped into the vacant slot of apprentice with an ease I didn't usually feel. Maybe it was because my connection to Sarah made every task seem vaguely familiar, even though my own hands had never completed them before. Yesterday, I applied careful script to new labels for jars of dried herbs that had hung in Granny's pantry since last fall. My label script was neater than my usual handwriting, but still a sort of proclamation. I'd never really been the type of person to leave my mark. Mel was here.
good for arthritic knees, or soothing for headaches. Granny had directed me to write on labels. I'd stared at the completed project for a long time after, wondering why the coals in my belly were kindled by such a simple task. I spent every evening before bed examining the pages of the Ross Remedy book, trying to better understand my nightmares and the strange connection that still existed between me and the friend I'd lost. Granny had seemed to suggest that the hit and run hadn't been an accident, that Sarah had been in danger even after she'd been sent away. In my whole life, I'd never felt truly safe, but the idea that a killer had been stalking Sarah for years seemed crazy. I was used to more mundane threats, bill collectors, and customers more interested in getting your phone number than a cup of latte. I wasn't a Ross or a wise woman. The strange scribbles and sketches in the book meant nothing to me. I was simply the delivery girl for Granny's stomach cures and wrinkle cream, for customers who preferred to receive their products in the early AM before the town woke up. I allowed the simple routine to soothe me. The rental car service I'd used had an agreement with a local garage for pickup. Last week, a pimply-faced teen had driven off with my best means of running away. So, instead of running, I walked everywhere I went. My last stop this morning was at a handcrafted dulcimer workshop that sat proudly in a prime spot on Main Street, between a barber shop and an antique gallery housed in a former drugstore that still had the remnants of a soda fountain on display. Tallulah Ray was a well-known singer and songwriter, in addition to being an artisan who custom-crafted the instrument she also played. Her mountain dulcimers were treasured all the way to Nashville and beyond, as was her singing voice and her way with words. She probably could have left Morgan's Gap years ago, but she hadn't. The mountain was where the walnut wood grew in the thickets of her family's home place, not far from the Ross cabin, and her blind grandmother had known the mountain well before her eyes had failed. She'd be lost anywhere else. In Morgan's Gap, she could still see as well as anyone else. I already knew the dulcimer craftsman. She was Lou in my dreams, Sarah's best friend before she was forced to leave Morgan's Gap. The shop didn't open until 10 o'clock, but Granny had told me all about Lou and her grandmother. They lived above the workshop, where Lou made the dulcimers with lathe and chisel and her two gifted hands. In the shop's window, a no pipeline sign was taped beside an advertisement for sheet music. "Granny always knows when May runs out. Never have to ask," the young woman said when I came through the shop's door. It wasn't locked. On the second floor, window boxes full of trumpet vines seemed to be the only sentinels to guard against theft, or worse. "She hears the Wildwood's whispers," I softly replied, remembering what Sarah's mother had said about Tom. Lou didn't know we'd already been introduced by my dreams and Sarah's memories. The sun couldn't warm away the chilling memory of the sect woman being chased through the woods. I stopped in the middle of the polished cherry floor and held on tight to the basket in my hands. Maybe it was my background that made me see the shadows around things. Maybe it was my nightmares. But suddenly I wanted to warn the African-American woman who greeted me like an old friend that her smiles were too open and welcoming in a town that might still harbor a killer. "Everyone is already talking about Granny's house guest. She takes an apprentice from time to time," the blind woman, May, said from her plush seat on a cushioned rocking chair in the corner. "I'm Mel," I replied. As always, the darkness I carried wherever I went made me feel awkward. My friendship with Sarah had caused it to recede somewhat over the last 10 years, but her death and the lucidity of my dreams had brought it rushing back. The trumpet vines should have heralded a warning when I arrived. Maybe I brought the shadows instead of simply seeing the ones already there. "Granny never had an apprentice in my lifetime," Lou mumbled with a smile and a roll of her eyes her grandmother couldn't see. And you're only 23. I guess you know something. May corrected with a tisk-tisk of her tongue against her teeth. Her eyes had failed, but her hearing was fine. The strands of gray in the thick braids she wore wound at the top of her head turned the coils into a silvery crown against her smooth, dark skin. As she spoke, she worked to place strings on the rosewood fretboard of a freshly made instrument in her lap. Her gnarled fingers carefully fitted the steel cord with quick, sure movements. I stood, still rooted, embarrassed because I knew I didn't deserve special treatment from Granny, a woman these two people seemed to admire. But neither May nor Lou seemed to notice the scars on my hands or the shadows reflected in my eyes. They merely continued their morning routine while including me by offering a third cup of steaming chicory, its bitterness cut by a dollop of heavy cream. It wasn't coffee, which Granny had forbidden in no uncertain terms, but it was similar enough that I closed my eyes to savor the richness of the creamy liquid in my cup. My mother taught me to like chicory over coffee. She came up from New Orleans, married in Morgan's Gap and stayed a while, May said. Lou's mother, rest her soul, was my daughter-in-law. She'd set aside her work on the dulcimer to rock and sip. My mother sang, too. Oh, how she sang! Wish you could have heard her sing. You need a song, I can tell, May continued. She hummed what I thought was an old hymn in between sips. As if May had thrown down a challenge, Lou set her cup down with a clink of china and turned to pick up a dulcimer that was obviously hers. Its box had a smooth, worn patina that only being constantly and lovingly played could have created. And it went to her lap as if it subtly conformed to the slight curves of her thighs. Seemingly without effort, Lou picked up the tune her grandmother had begun. Her deft, calloused fingers picked and strummed in a rapid dance that was far too quick for shadows to catch. And then she sang. Her music was like the garden. It rose up from the wood, but it also seemed to rise up from her heart and soul, her blood and bones. My blood quickened in response, in a way I couldn't explain. I was an outsider, but warmed by the chicory brew and the sweet contralto of Lou's voice, I was somehow not. I belonged. It had to be because of Sarah. My love for my dead friend forged a connection between me and the people who had loved her too. When Lou was finished, she set the instrument aside and picked up her cup as if she hadn't casually given a stunning performance that had changed her audience. Just like that, May said. Just like that. My Tallulah has her great-grandmother's music in her. Yes, she does. Lou had welcomed me, but her music had done something more. The sound had flowed through me to leave vibrations between the two of us that didn't end when the song was over. Thank Granny for the arthritis cream, Mel, Lou said with another smile. Unlike her grandmother's braids, Lou's were a riot around her face, accented with colorful beads, and a freed inch at each end left to curl this way and that in 100 lash-like ways. She was beautiful, but I had to admit some of her beauty came from the superimposed ghost-like image of the girl she used to be, courtesy of my dreams. She might be older, but something told me she would still sing whenever she needed to. Come hell, high water, or arithmetic lesson. Sarah told me. I could practically hear the words in her slight mountain accent, so like Lou's. You're welcome, any time. Granny says we'll be friends. I've no cause to doubt it. My smile was odd on my face. Not forced, not faked for politeness' sake. Lou made me smile. This quick and certain kinship had happened to me only once before. The preciousness of it caught my breath and tightened my throat around words it was too soon to say. Lou's got a new song coming on. I can always tell. She gets wistful. waiting, listening. I thought you needed a song, but I was wrong. I do believe you brought a song with you this morning, May said. I had been Sarah's protector. I'd failed. I couldn't be anyone's muse. But for some reason, after meeting Lou and hearing her song, Granny's confidence in me no longer felt impossible. I was strengthened, fortified. The music had worked on my hesitancy. Lou and her dulcimers were good. I had seen and felt enough bad to know its opposite. And without warning, my protective instincts flared. What if Granny was right? What if Melody's murder hadn't been the end of danger? Would learning the teas and tisanes and creams and oils in the remedy book be enough? Shouldn't I do more? Now, right now, to help, to heal, to keep from harm? Granny, the remedy book, my dreams, and now Lou's music. I hadn't truly believed in mountain magic. The Wildwood kept its silence with me, didn't it? Or maybe I'd mistaken my unwillingness to hear for silence. I thought about the bottles I'd labeled all lined up in their neat rows. Life didn't line up like that. It was more jumbled and confusing. Sarah had deserved to live a longer life. She'd been a healer from the day she'd been born. Had someone cut that short? Intentionally depriving the world of what she should have been? People like Granny, Lou, and her grandmother deserved to live in peace. But could there be any peace in Morgan's Gap as long as someone had gotten away with murdering a mother and her child? Chapter 6. Lou walked me to the door, because the shop was her home, and also because lingering goodbyes were as Appalachian as the music she played. I'd been here a couple of weeks, long enough to see people rise and chat from interior door to interior door, through kitchen and hallway and living room, until they could do nothing but pause on their feet in the archway of an open front or back door and chat some more, before a brave soul actually followed through with the goodbye. The farewell ritual normally made me impatient. I was used to rushing from place to place without making eye contact or slowing down at all. But not as much with Lou. I turned to thank her, but my words died on my lips. Lou's smile had disappeared. In its dazzling place was a hard jaw and storm cloud eyes. My shoulders tightened. Lou's disapproval wasn't for me, and once again the urge to defend her stiffened my spine. I turned to face whatever troubled her without hesitation. Every Wednesday like clockwork he parades them through. Best to stay out of the way, Lou said. Gone was the warm rhythm of her lyricist's voice. In its place was a stark monotone I barely recognized. Up the center of the street, with no regard for vehicles or empty sidewalks more appropriate for pedestrian traffic, a flock of women came. They moved in a nervous flutter of blue homespun fabric and gray kerchiefs that completely covered their hair. I'd seen this outfit in my nightmare. The kerchief had wide straps wound tightly around their plain, pale faces, and the identical nature of the head coverings and calf-length skirts made them all seem eerily similar. Like a murmuration of starlings or chimney swifts, they flocked up the street, their individual nervous movements oddly coalesced into unified purpose. But Lou's frown wasn't for the women either. She stared at the tall, black-clad man walking with purpose behind the women. He was dressed in an outdated suit and flat-brimmed hat, funereal in their severity. As they came closer, the man's expression became clearer. It matched his garb, grim and plain. But his sharp gaze wasn't as plain as the rest of him. It followed the women's movements, this way and that, catching and observing, every finger twitch, every sigh, every stumbled step, every furtive glance toward shops with colorful window displays. His eyes were as active as the movements of his flock, unquiet and unceasing. "That's Reverend Moon," Lou said, a warning, not an introduction. My throat tightened. The women's startling motions were wrong in a way I hadn't been able to define until I saw Reverend Moon's eyes. The obsidian chips of his pupils allowed them no ease. The other people on the street made way for the man and his nervous flock. Cars pulled to the side with blinkers flashing. Pedestrians stopped and turned away. One mother pulled a staring child into the barber shop. A man tipped his baseball cap, then stared down at his feet. Moon herded the women up the street, and his manner suggested he would keep them in formation, away from all the shop's windows. From Lou and her grandmother's music. From my basket of herbal tisanes. Like the young women in my dream, these women were all impossible to age, but some of their unlined, shiny faces made my gut clench hard on the toast I'd grabbed for breakfast. If the people around me sensed the wrongness of the parade, they did nothing to stop it. I stepped forward. One stride, then two. Lou made a guttural noise as if she was taken by surprise. I gripped the basket's handle until my knuckles were white. My reddened scars stood out on my fingers and the backs of my hands. I continued stepping until I was on the street and in the flock's path. Until I disrupted their progress I didn't know I intended to. I only knew I had to do something. Not one woman said a word. They simply stopped to mill around me in a flurry of faded sunshine-scented clothes that must have been hung out to dry time and again. Lou called my name from the edge of the sidewalk as if the street was lava, and I was breaking the rules of a game we'd played as children. Reverend Moon came through the milling women. He didn't have to raise his arms and shout a command. The frightened birds moved in unison away from him, naturally avoiding all contact with the man. They instinctively evaded the dark-eyed shepherd in their midst. I wanted to flutter away, too. "You won't find anyone here as interested in your devil's wares, girl. Fly away with your filthy potions," Moon said. But I wasn't one of his birds, so I stood my ground, even though I didn't know why I stepped into the street in the first place. The women weren't in chains. Many of them even mumbled Moon's words in soft, whispering echoes that were as creepy as their instinct-driven movements. The man's black irises drilled into me, and my eyes burned in response, dry and angry. I refused to blink to moisten them. He's coming. The slow throb of my heartbeat connected this darkly watchful man to the threat Sarah's mother had faced in the nightmare of the night before. It was the dresses and the handkerchiefs, that was all. He was in the middle of the street in broad daylight. He posed no danger to me, yet. "Go back to the house, girls. Don't look back." My spine was made of icicles. My breath came up through a tight throat and out stiff, cold lips. The basket trembled in my hands, but I didn't step aside. My feet suddenly had roots that reached down to the dirt beneath the asphalt. Reverend Moon's dark eyes narrowed, and his attention left his flock to thoroughly examine my face from brow to chin. "Are you looking for a taxi? You're gonna be out of luck. They say there hasn't been one of those in Morgan's Gap since Prohibition. Supposedly a gangster drove up from New York looking for homebrew. The Lumsdens had a lucrative side business in the stuff until well into the 60s, Jacob Walker said. I didn't jump, not even when his calloused hand closed over my clenched fingers on the basket's handle. I was not relieved. I refused to be. He casually encouraged me to loosen my hold on the basket as he spoke, as if he wasn't interrupting a standoff in the middle of the street. He took it from me with one hand and used his other to direct me toward a running jeep that had been left with its door open on the side of the street. I was reminded of his subtle moves to edge the bar stools out of her way so Granny could pass in the diner, and of his sudden defensive stance against a possible threat in the Wildwood garden. Was I like the discarded lavender? Was he picking me up from Moon's path before I could be crushed underfoot? Moon watched, but didn't say another word as Walker walked me around to the passenger side door. "You can toss your devil's wares in the back seat," Walker continued. I held the basket on my lap instead, as Lou came forward to close my door, while Walker circled back around to get behind the wheel. I turned to meet Lou's serious gaze. The biologist was trying to diffuse a situation that couldn't be diffused. Sometimes the shadows I sensed around every corner came out to play, and sometimes they screamed. The women were pregnant, Lou. All of them. Every single one. I didn't have to tell her. She knew. Everyone knew. The whole town couldn't have missed the various stages of rounded bellies beneath the dresses the women wore. Women? Some of them were too young for that designation. I didn't have to expand upon the observation and what it implied. Some of the deferment I'd seen on the street from the townspeople had been respect, but some of it had been fear. Devil isn't in your basket, Lou said. He walks bold as can be by my shop when the sect comes to town. I looked down at the few bundles of herbs that were left after my deliveries. The scent of rosemary and mint rose up to tickle my nose. My eyes were still wide and unblinking. They might crack like the ground after a drought. I might never blink again. The flock of pregnant women had already begun to move. Reverend Moon had resumed his place behind them. What kind of cult was the sect? It was suddenly hard to believe I hadn't stepped back in time. Sarah had always warned me a woman's freedom in our society was illusory. Had she grown up seeing women, and even girls, treated this way? What were you going to do? Lou asked. Moon looked our way, but neither of us had the stomach for more direct eye contact with the man. Or at least that's what I told myself. I remembered Sarah's mother in the clearing facing the trees. She'd sent Lou and Sarah away, but she hadn't backed down. She watched and waited for whatever might come through the Wildwood. Had one of Reverend Moon's flock tried to run away? Had he been chasing her that day? I was going to stand, I replied. I needed to get in his way. Lou leaned in through the window and touched her forehead to mine, confirming the connection I'd sensed earlier with skin to skin that was comfort, not imposition, until Walker revved the Jeep and pulled away. By the time Walker made the 5-minute drive to Granny's house, my body was shaking. He pulled the Jeep into a driveway nearly hidden by overgrown althea bushes, heavy with rose-red buds, as I clenched my teeth so they wouldn't chatter. But the rustling of dried herb packets in my basket gave me away. I'd been flooded with adrenaline during my strange confrontation with Reverend Moon. Now it was gone, and I was both flushed and chilled by its sudden absence. Had I just met someone who might have had something to do with Melody Ross's murder? Damn, Walker said. He struck the steering wheel with his palms, and the thud made me jump. Damn, he repeated. But before I could form the words to question why he was angry, he'd flung open the driver's side door and strode around the front of the vehicle. He wrenched my door open and reached in to grab me by the hand and pull me from the seat. Walk it off, he said. He didn't give me the chance to refuse. I left the basket on the seat and rushed to keep up with his quick strides. He was only slightly taller than me, but he pulled me around the althea and into the yard with surprising speed. It was the cure I needed, but not in the way he intended. Suddenly, I had a new challenge to face, one with curly brown hair and intense eyes who had no right to notice my vulnerability or try to tell me how to handle it. Stop, I said. I came up short and pulled my hand from his. To his credit, he immediately loosened his hold and let me go. I'm fine. Believe me, I've faced worse than creepy cult leaders in my life. Debatable that anyone is worse than Moon. But your face was so white for a second there, I thought you were going to pass out, Walker said. He'd stopped to face me with his hands on his lean hips. Today he wore a yellow plaid shirt with sleeves rolled to show muscular tanned forearms. The goldenrod color brought out the highlights in his hair and in his eyes. Flecks of sunlight dwelled in his irises, the opposite of the shadows that must have been in mine. That intimate discovery caused my temper over his arrogant handling to stutter and ease. Our bodies were too close together, and it didn't feel like a challenge. It felt like possibility. We were hidden from the world behind the verdant bushes. Had he pulled me here to give me privacy to recover, or because he wanted to be alone with me? I wasn't faint. That was fury. Something about that man, I began. The sect is a religious group that broke away from the Mennonite tradition 50 years ago. Moon is their leader. They live in a community outside of town, Walker said. From the other side of the forest, I whispered, recalling Sarah's memory of the sect woman running away. He gave me the history lesson as a way of changing the subject from his observation of my pale skin. He'd noticed how upset I was. He'd cared, enough to get personally involved. Now he was backpedaling. He was the biologist again, not a concerned friend. Good. I'd never handled concern well, and I rarely made friends. The Althea might wall us off from the world, but my walls were even more effective. Usually. Let me guess. Model citizen? Respected religious leader? I replied. My stomach still churned when I thought of Moon's darting eyes. By some, Walker said. But not you, I guessed. I could see his disgust for Reverend Moon. It tightened his lips and hardened his jaw. It also soothed me more than the walk had done. I liked that he agreed with my instincts about the freaky Reverend. He edged back from me as if our nearness was suddenly a bad idea. I was glad. I needed to be far away from the sunlight in his eyes, even more when we agreed on something. His word is law with the sect people. He's their messianic figure, and they take his opinions as holy truths, Walker said. And you think I should stay away from him? I gathered. Ask Granny what she thinks about Reverend Moon, Walker advised. I should trust her opinion, but not her bruise, I asked. I plunged my hands in the back pockets of my jeans to give them something to do now that I wasn't holding Walker's hand. Okay, yes, I was probably hiding my scars. Had he felt the rough patches and ridges when he grabbed me? Not vanity, vulnerability, and it pissed me off. I told you to leave. You became a kitchen witch's apprentice instead. Are you always this rash, or does she have you under a spell? Walker asked. I think the preferred term is wise woman, and I don't believe in spells, I replied with a tilt of my chin and set to my teeth that Sarah would have recognized as trouble. Walker either didn't see my temper, or he wasn't intimidated by it. He took a step in my direction, and it was all I could do, temper or not, to hold my ground. He might be a scientist, but the glitter of anger in his eyes sparked off the gold flecks in the green like flint on steel. I wasn't afraid of Jacob Walker. I was drawn to him, and that scared me. There are logical reasons not to self-medicate with natural ingredients of unknown potency and origin, he said. I slowly pulled my hands from my pockets, surprised by his sudden deadly seriousness. Granny has lived on this mountain for at least 60 years, if not more. She isn't some rando with a pop-up internet shop. She has traditions, recipes, and her own garden. We're good here, Mr. Walker. What's really bothering you? I asked. Was this about his precious ginseng or something else I couldn't understand? His intensity didn't jibe with our level of acquaintance. It was another mystery added to an already overwhelming puzzle I didn't even know if I wanted to solve. Work with Granny if you must. She'll cure whatever ails you, I'm sure. But stay away from Moon and stay out of the forest, Walker said. There are dangers from plants and insects and animals there it would take years for you to understand. Not to mention the isolation. People who get lost are sometimes found in much worse shape than you'd expect. Exposure, falls, black bears, and bobcats. You've been through something. He nodded toward my scarred hands. I can see that. I was done with his warnings and his keen observation skills. Never through. Always in the middle of something, I corrected. Usually in between the threat and someone being threatened. And right now, I've got work to do. I left him standing in the mid-morning light behind the althea bushes. I'd been certain after listening to Lou's song I needed to take my studies with Granny more seriously. That hadn't changed because of Walker's concern. In fact, his warnings only made me want to understand the Wildwood he acted as if he alone could know and navigate. Yes, it was vast and dangerous. I could easily believe elements of it were deadly. Yet, the garden was part of it, and the garden and Sarah were intertwined. The basket was where I'd left it, and I collected it quickly and headed inside. It was a strategic exit, not a retreat. But I was glad there was only a fat cat to see me lean with my back against the front door once I was inside.
Chapter 7. In October on the mountain, fall wrapped around Sarah when she stepped outside. Even before the sun was up, she couldn't see the change in leaves, but the slightly musty scent of them dying was in the air. And there was a chill unlike the chill of an August morning. By noon, the sun would chase it away, but it was sharper with a boldness that said it would be back, longer and longer each day. This morning, she snuggled into a pale blue hoodie, but in a few weeks, she'd be needing the violet plaid peacoat waiting on a hook upstairs. It was apple butter time. All over Morgan's Gap, folks were rising early and gathering their things. A favorite paring knife, an apron, boxes of mason jars that had been sterilized after they'd been emptied, as well as brand new packages of lids. Sarah's mom had already loaded their supplies in the back of the old Chevy truck she called Sue. They would drive into the town like everyone else to meet at the small cannery by Tinker Creek. There, the Baptist women would have already set up their yearly contribution. An ancient iron kettle lined with hammered copper large enough to simmer elephant stew, but intended only for the overripe apples that had been delivered the previous week from orchards all around. The Baptists also filled a couple of picnic tables with homemade ham biscuits, piled high and so buttery, Sarah's mouth watered just remembering the rich flavor from years past. The heavy oak paddle used for the constant stirring that would take place for at least 24 hours was the proud responsibility of the Presbyterian men. Every year they took turns making sure the heavily spiced apple mixture didn't stick before it became the thick, smooth texture Morgan's Gap was known for. By then, the apple butter would be almost black, a brown so dark it matched a Ross woman's eyes, they said. And everyone knew a Ross had eyes that could flash dark as midnight when they laughed, or cursed. Sarah clambered up into the truck. As always, when Melody Ross climbed behind the wheel and turned the key, she mumbled, "Sue has seen better days." As if it was a prayer or a spell intended to keep the 50-year-old vehicle running once its chugging engine turned over. The unpredictability of it probably contributed to how much Sarah loved the rattly vibration of the moth-eaten seat beneath her and the dusty scent of dried lilac her mother had hung from the rearview mirror. Tom was always bringing her mother flowers, and even though they grew plenty of flowers themselves, it was nice. Little bunches of blooms everywhere always made her mom smile. Melody had said nothing about the sect women who had started coming to the cabin more and more over the summer, or about who might have chased that first one through the Wildwood. She'd been growing too quiet in the evenings, and it wasn't the easy silence of working in the kitchen or the herb pantry either. That kind of industrious quiet was the kind Sarah was free to interrupt any time with questions or attempts to work alongside. No. Last night her mother had curled up in her favorite quilt on the overstuffed sofa in their tiny living room. She'd asked for Sarah to bring her charm, and she'd placed her lips against its crocheted side so that her words were too muffled for Sarah to hear. But the air had tingled the way it did when Melody Ross was working a powerful spell. Afterward, her mother had sipped valerian tea, but even an extra cup brought by Sarah before bed hadn't soothed her mother's brow. That telltale forehead crinkle had caused Sarah to clutch her reclaimed charm all night long. And this morning, the crocheted mouse was in the pocket of her hoodie just in case. It was apple butter time, but something not as pleasant was brewing on the mountain. Something Sarah didn't understand. She could only feel it in her chest as if her lungs were squeezed before every breath. The Ross blood she shared with her mother made her anxious when something was wrong, even when she couldn't say exactly what wasn't right. The horizon was pink when Melody parked with a firm jerk of her arm that set the old truck's gear shift firmly in place. Today was always a good day to come to town. There wouldn't be time for staring today, or whispers. Besides, all sorts of people came together to complete the task of peeling and cooking hundreds of bushels of apples. Baptist, Presbyterian, Methodist, Episcopal, and even sect people all hurried this way and that. And there were wise women in almost every group. Sarah and her mother didn't go to church. "The ceiling of our sanctuary is the sky," Melody Ross said almost every Sunday. Still, for apple butter, all transgressions were forgiven. So besides the herbalists, there were also other sorts of backsliders mixed among the gathering townsfolk. Drunken Jack Whitaker, mostly sober at dawn but with bloodshot eyes as usual, definitely not a Baptist, although his mother was already taking ham biscuits from a Tupperware container. The thought of salty country ham sandwiched between flaky crust made Sarah's stomach rumble. Tiffany Banks in the highest heels and reddest lips Sarah had ever seen, definitely not a Presbyterian, although her father was one of the stirrers. Sarah's mother tied an apron around her lean middle, and Sarah smiled because a Ross apron had more pockets than most. A giant wooden spoon stuck out of one, but all the others would be filled with net bags and paper packets she'd pass out to other women as the day wore on, for headaches and cramps, for sadness and fatigue, for rashes and sorrow, and clear skin and undisturbed sleep. Sarah's apron was getting too short for her, and it had only 2 pockets. But she would be helping to peel, so she had her own small paring knife. The knife had belonged to her great-grandmother Ross, and the polished bone handle fit perfectly in Sarah's hand. Her mother grabbed her and pulled her in tight against her warm body for a quick sneeze. She felt a familiar hand pat the pocket of her hoodie where her charm was hidden, as if to impart an extra bit of potency to the crochet mouse hidden there. "Grab a biscuit before you get to work," her mother said into her hair. She didn't need to be urged twice, especially because Lou was Baptist, and she'd already seen her friend helping her sick mother to a chair near the biscuits and a large maple that would shade her once the sun rose high. Sarah headed toward the shuffle of people grabbing breakfast, but Lou had already seen, and probably heard, Sue arrive, so she came running with a biscuit on a paper towel. "I'll have to stick close to Mama today, so I won't be peeling," Lou said. "Mom brought molasses cookies for after lunch. I'll bring you some," Sarah said around the mouthful of buttery biscuit she was already chewing. Lou ran back to her mother's side while Sarah finished her breakfast on the way to the picnic pavilion where the peelers would be. She'd never heard anyone tell people where to work and what to do, but Apple Butter Day always resulted in apple butter, enough for the churches to sell for fundraising and festivals and enough for each family to take at least a few jars home for their labor. The long tables under the pavilion were draped in checkered plastic tablecloths, and the benches were already getting filled. The apples started off in bushel baskets. From there, they graduated into metal tubs where they bobbed in a spring water bath until they were grabbed and peeled. Older, stronger teens lifted and shifted the baskets and tubs. Younger people and much older people paired with flashes of knives that had probably been sharpened the night before. Sarah took the last bite of biscuit and used the paper towel to wipe grease from her fingers before tucking it into her spare pocket with her paring knife. Large metal trash cans were set up for peels, not garbage. Later, they would be claimed by folks with hogs to feed. With her growling stomach satisfied, she walked down the length of the nearest bench until she found a place wide enough for her to sit. She heard a few giggles, but mostly people were too busy for teasing. And most of the kids she went to school with had given up ever getting a reaction from her. Wise Woman heard the whispers of the Wildwood, and no other whispers mattered. Sarah pulled her paring knife from her apron pocket and reached for an apple from the closest tub on the table. Around and around and around, drop. Then reach for another and around and around and around again. When all the apples in the wash tubs were replaced by peeled apples, men came to carry the tubs to the corers, who used longer knives to complete the harder task. There were several older men operating stainless steel appliances that cored and peeled the apples at one time as they turned long-handled cranks. But their apples were messier than the hand-peeled ones, still speckled with bits of bruised fruit and red peel. Soon the sun was high enough to heat the sticky apple juice that seemed to coat everyone and everything. The sweetness attracted yellow jackets as busy as the peelers, whirling and sipping, with their sharp rear ends ready, daring anyone to shoo them away. The bees drew Sarah's attention from the task at hand, and for the first time she noticed the homespun fabric of a sect woman's dress beside her. A yellow jacket had landed on the back of the woman's busy hand, and she simply ignored it, bravely continuing to peel. Sarah looked up from the bee to the woman's face to see if she was afraid, and suddenly she recognized Mary, the woman Tom had led away from the Wildwood garden earlier in the summer. Sarah's knife slipped. She nicked her finger with its sharp tip and quickly sucked the bead of fruit-flavored blood while she looked at the girl with eyes that felt too wide in her face. "Be careful," the sect woman whispered. She knew she wasn't talking about the cut or the paring knife in her suddenly trembling hand. Mary and her two simple words explained the tightness that had been building in Sarah's chest since that day. But she was a Ross. She'd seen her mother handle life and death in the blink of an eye. She'd helped when no older and wiser hands were there. Sarah swallowed her fear and went back to peeling as if a premonition of danger and doom hadn't filled her lungs when the woman spoke. Only after several ordinary-seeming minutes had passed did she risk a glance up at the world from beneath her lashes. Mary was still calmly peeling, around and around and around. Drop. She'd been scared before, out of breath, panting like a rabbit running from a fox. Now, she was in town as if nothing had happened. Her kerchief was tight and neat, her freckles and dark brown eyes as ordinary as anything. But she'd chewed her lips pink and tender, like Sarah sometimes did when she was nervous, and Mary's face was pink too. Had the work made Mary's cheeks hot or something else? Sarah couldn't guess Mary's age, but she was younger than she'd thought. She was peeling, after all, and this job was for young and old, not the in-betweens. "Always," Mary whispered again. "Always be careful." Her lips barely moved as she easily peeled the apple in her hands, still ignoring the threat of the bees all around. Ignoring the threat. She was so brave about the bees while lots of other girls squealed and shooed them away. Sarah continued to peel, but she looked up and around at the rest of the people who had come to help. Outside the pavilion where the peelers worked, there were other tasks being done. But not everyone had come to help. There were spectators, too. Lou's mother was reading a book to a circle of children too young to work, but across the path beaten from the parking lot to the cannery entrance, in the shadows of the building's long, low overhang, stood a man dressed in a black suit. He wasn't working. He was watching. Sarah forced her hands to continue peeling, even though the man's shadowed face made her heart stutter. He wasn't looking at her or the sect girl, but his attention was hard and fast on something or someone in a way that made her think of rabbits and foxes all over again. Sarah followed the direction of the man's attention only to see it was trained on her mother and Tom, near one of the big spice pots that bubbled on an open fire. Melody Ross would be one of the women responsible for the perfect mixture of cinnamon and cloves, brown sugar and ginger that would flavor the town's apple butter. Her throat closed up and she dropped her apple and her knife. The shadow man was why her chest had been tight all morning. Sarah reached for the charm in her pocket, forgetting her sticky fingers. Her mother sensed her distress. From yards away, her chin rose from her spices, and she met Sarah's frightened gaze. Only then did Sarah realize she was standing. Tom must have noticed the change in Melody, because he looked around to see what had bothered her. Sarah saw Tom look toward the shadow man. Did he recognize him? Could he see better from where he stood? Sarah couldn't be sure. But Tom stepped between the shadow man and Melody Ross. Her mother looked back to her spices, scooping more brown powder from a large cloth sack to add to her pot as if nothing had interrupted her. Sarah understood. She sat, her heart beating so hard it hurt. Her mother's calm meant there was nothing wrong, at least not here and now. Soon, or later, there would be. But life had to go on even when something scary was felt or seen. Her mother had taught her that a long time ago. The sect woman was gone. When Sarah had dropped her apple to stand, Mary must have slipped away. Standing wasn't careful. Noticing the shadow man was bad, because it might mean he would notice them. Sarah Ross knew that. Sensed it somehow with a sense that couldn't be named. Did the sect women know that too? But Sarah wouldn't run away. That special sense she could never ignore told her the shadow man's identity was important. The sun's light would penetrate the shade of the building where he stood in another hour. So, Sarah endured the careful work of peeling under his watchful presence while she waited for his face to be revealed. Because he watched her now. Sweat trickled down Sarah's forehead and into her eyes. It stung behind her lashes like tears, even though she refused to cry. Her body shook, but she didn't stop the motions of her knife. Not again. Always be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Around and around and around and drop. After each apple, as she allowed each sticky orb to drop with a splash into the water, she flicked her eyes up to check on the shadow man. Each time she saw him still there, her heart stuttered and her breath caught as she reached for another apple. The building's shade continued to shrink. The heat continued to rise. Older teens continued to come and fetch the tubs of peeled apples. And still, the shadow man stared. Waiting to see his face was the hardest thing Sarah had ever done. She wanted Tom to make him leave. She wanted to go and hug her mother and never let her go. Instead, she peeled, she dropped. She flicked her eyes up for only a second. 3 more apples and she'd be able to see. 2 more apples and she'd be able to see. When the yellow jacket landed on her leg, it wasn't nearly as threatening as the man in the shadows. She ignored it as well as Mary had. But the girl next to her didn't understand about the shadow man, or a Ross woman's ability to sense more than most saw. Before Sarah could urge her to be careful, the girl beside her swatted at the yellow and black wasp. The sting was sharp and sudden and then burning hot. The heat spread beneath Sarah's skin, and she couldn't bite back the cry that burst from her lips. There had already been a few stings that morning, and the last one had resulted in an allergic reaction that had set all the adults on edge. Sarah didn't have a yellow jacket allergy, but that didn't stop numerous adults from running to check on her when she cried out. In the middle of all the fuss, Sarah risked another glance up to check the sun's progress. The shade was gone, but the shadow man was gone too, before she'd had a chance to see his face. The sting was nothing. As her former first-grade teacher, Mrs. Bennett, held an ice pack to her leg, it was the shadow man's disappearance that made Sarah's skin go clammy. Autumn's chill had found her again in the middle of a sunny day, and this time, no amount of afternoon sun would make it go away. Chapter 8. A familiar tickle interrupted Sadie Hall's morning basket weaving. She looked down to see a honeybee doing the waggle dance on her bare forearm. In seconds, she understood what the worker bee was telling her. It was time. Bees communicated with each other through a complex series of movements and emission of pheromones. They could indicate to their hive mates where the best food sources could be found with precise instructions. They could signal for danger and satisfaction. But today, the dance on Sadie's arm marked an important event. Swarm. A virgin queen would fly and begin a new hive. She would need to be presented with an alternative to a hollow tree in the wild if her hive was to become a part of the apiary Sadie cared for. Setting the basket she was working on to the side for future completion, Sadie stood and flexed her sore fingers. She looked down at her knobby knuckles and the thick calluses she'd developed over the years, from twisting grasses and twigs into useful shapes. Her hands were a wise woman's hands, like her mother's and her grandmother's. And like the women who came before, she reached for the bee balm to smooth into her palms and over each toughened digit to soften and maintain the flexibility she needed to continue her work. Beekeepers we are, first and foremost. The balm we make from the melted wax will help us to continue weaving, but it also soaks into our skin and makes us smell like home to the bees we keep. Sadie's mother had told her years ago when she was first taught to rub the ointment into her fingers. All women don't get stung, and they can take the fire out of a sting if they're of a mind to. Their honey was prized for miles around, no need for labels or advertisement. Word of mouth was all it took to create demand. Some called it mountain honey, and it was certainly that. Some called it apple blossom honey because the main food source for the apiary was the nearby orchard, but Sadie's family had always called it wildwood honey. Everything they were and everything they possessed had come from the wildwood, and a wise woman knew to give credit where credit was due. The bees themselves had originally come from overseas. Honeybees weren't indigenous to North America. Good, hardy stock from the old country had been sealed into woven skep hives with protective coats of dried manure. The queens and drones had lain dormant for the crossing. Then, the wildwood had welcomed them when they were released. The bees Sadie kept were descendants of those first bees, fed on mountain fields and flowers long before the orchard was cultivated. Home, Sadie said. as she rubbed the balm over her forearms once she had finished with her palms. She and her friends decided where the golden jars filled from each honey extraction would be shared. Needs let themselves be known, and she, Kara, and Joyce, her trio, generally listened if Granny suggested a recipient or if the oldest wise woman asked for a jar. Honey had antimicrobial properties. It could help heal wounds and ease gastric complaints. It was rich in antioxidants and could also help build immunity to pollen allergies. Wildwood honey had deeper and less scientifically measurable benefits than those, of course. Sadie was already whispering words long forgotten by most folks in Morgan's Gap. The bees that came and went from her arm carried the words with them to the hive. Prayer, song, hymn, spell, all one and the same when invoking a blessing on a new queen. Was a time when there wasn't such a distinction between believing this or that. I believe in the bees and the blossoms. I believe in the grass I twist and the twigs I weave. Sadie's mother had said often enough it had become almost a mantra for the young daughter learning to make baskets at her knee. And I believe in the wildwood that gives us those things. Sadie was 49. Times had changed a lot in her almost 50 years in Morgan's Gap. Either that or a person could see clearer as they got older, see the things that had always been there, quiet and creeping, until you were old enough to understand. Her mother hadn't talked much about the sect. They just were. Sadie learned over time that they were at odds with the wise women. The sect was austerity. Wise women were abundance. The sect was like a disease, hurting its members by disconnecting them from everything beyond what Reverend Moon allowed, and he didn't allow much. I believe in the bees and the blossoms, Sadie whispered as she picked up the old wall phone that was still connected to town by miles of wire strung across tarred wooden poles. I believe in the grass I twist and the twigs I weave. Granny was the opposite of Moon. It was as simple as working to heal rather than promoting weakness. Granny didn't fear the power of her people, and suddenly she was leading the wise women into action. They were extracting, brewing, and stirring up more than they had in a generation. Knowing of the existence of evil and doing something about it should go hand in hand, but it was easier to weave and keep than it was to reach out and stir up trouble. Sadie was nervous, and the bees could tell. They danced worrisome warnings against her waxed skin as she pressed in Granny's number on the old butternut yellow telephone with Belle stamped on its face. Melody Ross had been the most powerful wise woman Sadie had ever known. Melody's powerful connection to the Wildwood hadn't saved her, or her daughter, but Sadie had promised Granny she would help her with her new apprentice anyway. The Halls had a little Ross blood from one marriage a century ago. Joyce and Kara had a bit in their heritage, too, and they'd always been proud of it. Sadie couldn't turn her back on that now. I believe in the wildwood that gives us those things. Elsewhere in Morgan's Gap, two of her dearest friends sensed her fear. She could tell when Joyce and Kara dropped whatever they were doing to send her support through the connection they shared. It was like that sometimes in Morgan's Gap. Always three, from birth. As if tendrils of the wildwood itself weaved and wafted through their souls, binding them together. Danger was to be triply feared then, but the battle and the triumph could be triply shared as well. They had grown up together, taking their conjoining for granted until they saw other trios fall to sickness or disinterest or outside interference. People grew up and moved away. People died. People became so involved with the modern world they couldn't hear the wildwood anymore. Invisible ties could be tenuous if they weren't purposefully nurtured and kept. Over the years, their trio had grown into caring about maintaining their ties, their strength, their purpose. They were the last surviving trio in town. They might have only a smidge of Ross blood to share between them, but Granny needed them, so altogether, it would have to be enough.
The bees are swarming, and Sadie needs help luring the young queens into new hives, Granny said. I heard the phone ring and her quiet voice in hushed conversation through the open kitchen window. I had been pinching the small shoots off the joints in the tomato vines to prevent the plants from becoming too sprawling to be productive. When Granny came to the back door to speak, I straightened with my hands at the small of my back. The sun had risen, but dawn shadows still lingered under the trees. I had been up and working as the birds began to sing. Granny gave me dozens of daily tasks and errands. I was so busy I often collapsed into bed much earlier in the evening than I would have back in Richmond. I was also recharging. Idleness would have driven me mad. It was better to keep my hands and mind occupied. The daily time in the sun warmed me. My hands and feet in the earth calmed me. I ate and drank what we grew, constantly sipping and nibbling as I learned about flavors, potency, and properties. Focusing small on leaves, roots, stems, and petals helped me to acknowledge my own smallness in the scheme of things. And yet, the interconnectedness of all permeated my consciousness in a way it never had before. I weeded and watered all while being nurtured myself. Working for Granny felt more like a cottagecore vacation than it should at times. But whenever I caught a glimpse of a sect woman shadowing me, I was reminded of the danger lurking around the edges of my new life. It had been 2 weeks since I'd seen Moon himself, but I hadn't forgotten how the women had eerily echoed his words. In what other ways had they been programmed to obey? Would their interest in me ever go beyond creeping around? "You aren't allergic to honeybees, are you?" Granny asked. I noticed she didn't look nearly as alert as I felt. The early morning showed in the shadows under her eyes, oddly like the ones under the trees in her yard. In the last few days, she'd been moving more slowly, and occasionally her joints would pop and creak. I'd seen her sigh and massage her elbows or knees when she thought no one was looking. "No, I've had a few stings in my life, never much swelling," I replied. I dusted my hands together, as if the chlorophyll stain from the tomato vines could be merely wiped off. The tips of my fingers would be green until I scrubbed them with a nail brush and soap. "You'll need to take the bike and wagon. Sadie's got some honey for us from a recent extraction. The apiary isn't far outside of town," Granny continued. "Wear good, sturdy shoes, no sandals. She'll have the rest of what you'll need." I'd taken the large 3-wheeled contraption Granny referred to as her bike a couple of times. Long ago, it had been a bright red and white, but those colors had faded to an almost uniform color that was more rust than paint. It rattled and shook beneath the rider's body. I usually ended up hovering above the cracked vinyl seat to save my bones from jarring. It had no gears, and pushing the pedals was a Herculean task even without a loaded wagon. Not far outside of town didn't really sound promising. Neither did luring bees. But even as I thought about not relishing the chore, I noticed the dark circles under Granny's eyes again. She had eccentric notions about what my job should entail, but she'd given me a place to stay. I still wasn't sure about how long I was going to accept her hospitality. But I definitely didn't want her to decide to go after the honey herself. "I've never seen honey outside of a jar," I said. "This should be interesting." "Sadie has been keeping the bees all by herself since her mother had a stroke. She'll be glad for some extra hands today," Granny replied. "But that's not the only reason I want you to go. You can learn a lot from the bees. Listen, watch, do as Sadie tells you to do, and don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid of a sting," I assured Granny as I wiped my feet on the mat and climbed up the back stoop. I would need to wash up and change before I headed out. Granny smiled until the sparkle in her eyes almost negated the shadows under them. "Stings happen, but I wasn't talking about that," she said. Stings happen, repeated in my brain all the way down the multiple roads that led to the apiary. Granny had given me the directions, as if I regularly navigated winding country lanes made up of more dirt than asphalt and gravel. Once I left the town limits, I was struck again by the wilderness around me and the quiet isolation. The only noise was the sound of the bike's protesting squeaks and groans, except for my own groans, as not far proved to be hell and gone from the fitness level that could have tackled the distance with ease. And the wagon I'd towed behind me was empty. How much did honey weigh? By the time I reached the apple orchard that marked the place I was supposed to look for Sadie's driveway, I was already dreading the trip back to Granny's house. The trees were heavy with blossoms. On the mountain, their blooming came later than in the valleys below. A welcome breeze stirred, and a flurry of pinkish-white petals were swept from the branches to swirl through the air like blushing snow. A sudden downward slope allowed me to relax, and I lifted my face to the falling flowers. In spite of my exhaustion, or maybe because of it, I was charmed by the butterfly kisses on my forehead and cheeks. Their scent was mild. Barely a sweet suggestion in the air, but I inhaled deeply anyway. I was winded. I caught my breath and allowed my eyes to drift shut, but only for a few seconds. The sound of an approaching car jerked me to attention. I gripped the handlebars tightly and maneuvered as far to the side of the road as I could to allow the car to pass. Then, when it didn't, I risked a look behind me. A dark sedan, faded black or covered in dust, I couldn't tell which, followed behind my wagon far closer than it should. It was a huge old car, the kind whose hood stretched in front of it forever so that the person behind the steering wheel was a distant silhouette hidden by glare on smudged glass. All I saw before I had to turn my attention back to the front was a hulking shadow in the driver's seat. Tall grass grew on the sides of the road. The vegetation covered the ditches, making them a mysterious threat. Could be inches, could be a bottomless chasm. It wasn't safe for me to pull over much more than I already had. The car accident hadn't been that long ago. My heart raced with memories of squealing tires and Sarah's scream. It wasn't raining today. The sun illuminated the world with a cheerful mid-morning light, but the sedan's engine was loud. Did I feel the heat of its engine on the backs of my legs? Impossible, but I tried to pedal faster. Apple blossoms still blew around me, but now their kisses fell against numbed cheeks. I was all alone in the middle of nowhere. When the car began to go around me, my sudden push for speed had diminished, but the sedan crept even slower than I did. Inch by inch, the hood came into focus beside me, and the bulk of the car was a looming threat of rubber and steel. I turned to look because I had to see who would drive so closely and so slowly beside a cyclist. But I barely saw a flash of white, more grimace than smile, before the car suddenly accelerated. I jerked the handlebars in reflexive defense and ended up bouncing with protesting rattles into the overgrown grass. It was the weeds that saved me from a crash. They tangled in the rusty spokes, so my lurch was halted inches before solid ground ran out. I hadn't worn a helmet, but if the driver had decided to run me down, skull protection wouldn't have been enough to save me. My thrill of relief was short-lived. As I climbed off the bike onto shaky legs, the sedan skidded to a stop. Its taillights gleamed red in the shade of the trees that hung over the road at the bend. Maybe the driver realized what he'd done. Maybe he was checking to see if I was okay. But somehow I didn't think so. The pause seemed more sinister. I imagined the driver's malevolent gaze trained on me in their rearview mirror. My hands loosened, and I allowed them to fall from the bike. I had been prepared to wrench it back onto the road. Now, every muscle I had quivered and bunched to prepare for flight. Would the driver get out of the car and come for me on foot? Or would they try to run me down for real this time? I could abandon the bike and run into the orchard. That was my plan when the lights went out, signaling that the driver had taken their foot off the brake. But the sound of a loud motor on the road behind me made me look up before I leapt. A shiny red pickup truck was approaching. Maybe the sedan driver saw the truck too. Maybe they had only been checking on my welfare before going on their way. Cold certainty that they'd meant me harm crystallized in my gut like ice. Ridiculous. I'd never know for sure. The woman driving the red truck beeped a hello. The driver's side window was open, and her hair was a wild, wind-tossed mane of faded brown, shot through with silvery highlights that glinted in the sun. After her horn greeting, she cut the large steering wheel hard and swerved onto two well-worn ruts in the gravel road Granny had told me would lead to the beehives. The sedan was gone. I reached with shaking hands to drag Granny's bike back onto the road. I was more than ready to see a friendly face. I followed the red truck with relief. If the sedan turned around and came back, they wouldn't find me alone. I would worry about the return trip later. After several yards, it became steep, and I was forced to get off the trike and push. Lucky for me, the pushing was much easier than the pedaling had been. My heart slowed. The ice in my gut thawed. I was already beginning to doubt that I'd been in any real danger. I had time to catch my breath and think about Granny's words again. Stings happen, but I wasn't talking about that. Thankfully, I came to the cluster of beehives Granny had told me to watch for fairly quickly. Arranged in a large U shape, like open arms reaching toward the apple orchard in the distance, were 12 squat, off-white boxes made up of layered levels. Even from a distance, I could see the bees swirling around the hives. Although I couldn't see their keeper yet, parked by the side of the road near the hives was the red pickup truck, dusty now, with its tailgate down and what must be bee-cooping accoutrements laid out, waiting for me. As I came closer, the hum of thousands of insect wings filled the air. The vibrations enveloped me. I didn't just hear the bees. I felt them, in my chest, along my skin, deep in my inner ear. The noise was a sentient entity. I wasn't alone. A movement drew my attention toward a shed that had been hiding behind the bulk of the truck until I got closer. I recognized the woman who had been driving the truck from her silver-shot hair. The woman I assumed to be Sadie was definitely older than me, but much younger than Granny. She moved with a quickness and a confidence that came from a lifetime of activity that was nowhere near to slowing down. She noticed I'd arrived, and she raised her hand in greeting. I awkwardly waved back as she approached. "I cannot believe you rode that thing all the way out here," she exclaimed. It was only then I noted the red truck had come from the direction of town. Why hadn't Granny arranged a ride for me rather than sending me out on the trike? "Fresh air and exercise," I said with a shrug. If she knew Granny, then she knew the old lady worshipped nature. She refused to drive, walking everywhere she went in town in spite of her advanced years. And she'd expected me to do the same. In my short time in Morgan's Gap, I'd already developed a warm glow to my skin in spite of sunscreen. "She can go overboard sometimes," Sadie said. "She used to hike her bike all over this mountain, wherever she was needed. These days, she'll accept a ride if she has to go very far. But she's too stubborn to learn to drive. Take care of yourself and don't be afraid to say no every now and then if she pushes you too hard. It does her good to face occasional opposition." "I'll keep that in mind," I said. "You do that. I'm Sadie, by the way. Sadie Hall. You must be Mel?" Sadie said. "Welcome to the apiary." She was close enough now for me to see the crinkles around her eyes, that matched the silvery streaks in her hair. But I could also see the straight, square shoulders and muscular set to her arms and legs, as well as a highly alert glitter in her hazel eyes. She looked me up and down as well, evaluating my merits, or the opposite. My spine stiffened, but then she pointed at the pile on the tailgate of her truck. "You'll find coveralls there, and some gloves. I think they'll fit. Get suited up and then I'll introduce you to the bees." The apiary. The bees. Not my apiary or my bees. Their noise still stirred the air, a physical manifestation of sound. "I'll help you with the hood and net when you get to that point. There are zippers and Velcro to prevent any access points. The bees are generally very focused on the queen when they swarm, but you'll need to take care," Sadie said. I left the bike and met Sadie at the tailgate. Before I shrugged into the coveralls, she used wide tape around the openings of my jeans and sleeves to seal them close to my skin. After, she helped me with the Velcro on the sleeves and neck of the coveralls. "Sometimes a new person can upset them. They're more aware of their caretakers than most people think, especially these mountain bees. There's been an apiary here since before my grandmother was born, quite likely as far back as the settlement of Morgan's Gap. And we've never brought in any bees from elsewhere. We've established new hives with local wild bees or from colony swarming. It's made them particularly hardy and healthy, but less tame," Sadie said, as she brought the oversized hood up and settled the netting around my face. Suddenly, I felt claustrophobic. I could see through the netting, but it was thick and coarse enough to alter my vision and my breathing. And just beyond the net, the hum of the bees was like another layer separating me from the rest of the world. "It's okay, you'll be fine, and I really do appreciate the help," Sadie said. She patted my shoulder as if she had sensed my unease. "My mother and I used to do this together. She just isn't able to anymore." "Will the bees be aggressive toward an outsider?" I asked. The sound in the air had altered. Either the hood changed the acoustics of the hum I'd heard when I first arrived, or the colony was getting louder and higher pitched. Even entirely covered in canvas, the hair on my arms rose in response to the warning. Sadie looked toward the hive, as if she'd noticed the alteration in the bee's hum as well. Her hand settled more firmly on my shoulder, and she held me in place for several long seconds. The sound stabilized at the higher pitch without climbing higher. "Nothing to worry about," Sadie said then, but the netting didn't obstruct the slight furrow of her brow. She wasn't wearing coveralls. Her safety equipment consisted of tall rubber boots and gloves, paired with jeans and a faded canvas barn coat she'd zipped to her throat. After looking toward the hives for a few seconds, she dug a netted hat from a sack in the back of the truck, as if she hadn't intended to wear it at first, but had changed her mind. "I got the smoker going when I arrived. It's over by the shed," Sadie said. Her brow was covered now, and I couldn't tell by her voice if she was still concerned. She certainly moved decisively enough back the way she'd come earlier. I followed. The coveralls swished when I walked. Made with plenty of excess material to distance stingers from skin, they were cumbersome and uncomfortable, but now I found them reassuring rather than claustrophobic. Not being afraid of stings was easy when you were dealing with random insects flying around a garden or park. I recognized the tingle of fear now, as my body responded with adrenaline to the presence of thousands of bees. The smoker was a battered old tin tool with a pointed lid that made me think of the Wizard of Oz. From its spout, a thin trail of smoke curled upward. Sadie picked it up off the ground and showed me how pumping the handle engaged a small bellows that turned the smoke curl into cloudy puffs. "This is another precaution. It prevents them from detecting alarm pheromones if any bees become distressed. They should be distracted enough by the new queens that we won't need it, but..." Sadie looked again toward the hives. I could see only the shadow of her face behind her netted hat, but I sensed her hesitation. Something was wrong. The hair on the back of my neck joined the hairs on my arms at attention. The vibrations in the air shouldn't have affected me through the layers of protective clothing, but they did. Several bees flew around us as Sadie looked toward the hive for longer than mere seconds this time. I shifted from foot to foot, trying to tamp down the flight instinct that was probably better honed than most people's. Granny had said beekeepers dealt with swarms every year. It was a natural part of the bee's cycle. But Sadie's sudden tension seemed out of place, and yet it wasn't Sadie's tension that had me worried. It was the bee's tension, which made no sense at all. I had never worked with bees. I knew next to nothing about them. I certainly wouldn't understand if their buzzing wings had something to say. Finally, Sadie seemed to shake off whatever was bothering her. She turned back to me with surety once more. I keep woven skeps in this building. We'll use them to lure the queen and her followers and then transfer them into the boxed hives I've prepared, Sadie said. I reached down to pick up two of the bell-shaped basket-like containers she indicated. The scent of fresh straw rose up from the skeps, combined with the cloying sweetness of honey. Be careful, I've coated the inside with honey. Some beekeepers use artificial pheromones or a combination of beeswax and resin called propolis, but these mountain bees seem to prefer their own honey. Sadie held the smoker. I held a skep in each hand. Together, the three things felt small in comparison to the sound of the bees that seemed to echo inside my head. What do I do? I asked, trying not to shout. We'll carefully approach a swarm and offer them the skep. It will be obvious where the queens are, because they'll be surrounded by a mass of bees that have split off from the original hive. Come, I'll show you, Sadie said. I had come to help, so I continued in her footsteps, in spite of the hum in my head and the adrenaline response of my body. If some nuance had reassured Sadie, then I should be reassured as well. Because of my impeded vision, I didn't notice at first that the wind had shifted. Apple blossoms no longer floated through the air. Now it was a flurry of honeybees that brushed along my hood and net. Once I noticed, I watched hundreds of little insects dancing around Sadie's form in front of me. Rather than act like she didn't notice them, she slowed and moved more carefully, as if she was hyper-aware of her body in relation to the bee's environment. No sudden movements. No jarring steps or turns. I tried to mimic her, but had much less experience. Several times I felt the impact of a fuzzy bullet against me. Kamikaze or accidental collision? I couldn't be sure. Maybe the bees dive-bombing me were simply attracted to the honeyed skeps I carried across the yard. We're good. They're keyed up, but we're good, Sadie said. I didn't correct her, because I thought my inexperience and fear made dive bombs out of regular flight. And it looks like the saplings I planted have done the trick. In between the beehives and the split rail fence that separated the apiary from the orchard, a row of young trees had been planted. I immediately understood why when I saw the pulsing balls of bees that hung from low branches on two of the trees. Looks like we'll be starting 2 new hives this year, Sadie said. Just as I thought. I could hear pride and satisfaction in her voice. I was happy for her, really, until I fully understood what she needed me to do. I was dizzy, and Sadie led the way around the box hives to the first tree. The sound of the bees pulsed in my head until it actually interfered with my equilibrium. She wordlessly directed me with gestures to raise the bell-shaped skep with the open end under the vibrating ball of the bee swarm. Then, Sadie began to scoop handfuls of bees into the skep. They didn't resist. They didn't leave once they were there, because more joined them, handful after handful, until finally Sadie uncovered the virgin queen. She was much larger in size, but I doubted I would have been able to identify her as readily as Sadie. The seasoned beekeeper reached into her pocket and pulled out a piece of plastic that looked almost like a hair clip. The bulk of the bees were in the skep I held now, but there were many stragglers flying around us. That changed when Sadie opened the clip and closed it to form a safe plastic cage around the queen. Once she placed the clip in the skep, most of the straggler bees followed. I hadn't realized how tense Sadie was because of the net covering her face. When the queen was relocated, she patted me on the back, and I saw her shoulders relax. "I've prepared an empty hive, but we'll turn the skep over on the grass in front of it and let them settle in together for a little bit first," Sadie said. "We can lure the other swarm while we give this one a minute to eat and calm down." Sadie helped me turn the skep over and place it on the freshly trimmed grass in front of the empty hive. I was sure the clumps of bees would fall out, but they were clinging to each other and the woven edges of the skep, busily eating the honey coating Sadie had gifted them. "Now I'll hold the skep this time and you'll urge the bees into it," Sadie said. I reluctantly let go of the second skep. I was getting used to the sound of the bees, and I was beginning to trust the suit that protected me from stings, but even with gloves, I wasn't sure I wanted to hold handfuls of bees for the seconds necessary to move them from tree to skep. I didn't have time to gather my nerve before the loud roar of a car engine interrupted us. We both turned toward the road to see that the old sedan was back. Instead of parking behind the truck and Granny's bike on the road, it had cut over the grass toward the hives, as if the driver thought he was driving a sport utility vehicle instead of something resembling a hearse. Even over the car's engine and the humming roar of the bees, I heard Sadie gasp as the sedan came to a stop barely a foot from the farthest hive. She stepped forward as if she would have thrown herself between the chrome grille and the bees. But she brought herself up short when a sect man jumped from behind the wheel of the car. He was carrying a jar of honey, and then he was brandishing it in the air. His face was red under his wide-brimmed black hat, and he stomped forward without a care for the bees that whirled around him. "Reverend Moon warned you. He's warned all of you. We don't want your filth anywhere near our women. None of your lotions or drinks, none of your unguents or balms. We will not abide by your unnatural meddling," the man shouted. He raised the jar of honey over his head and threw it. It sailed in an ugly arc straight toward Sadie's head, and she dropped the skep she was holding to either try to catch the jar or shield her face. I couldn't be sure. The sect man pulled my focus. I raised my hands and pointed them toward him. The jar fell sooner than its trajectory said it should. It fell at Sadie's boots and busted open against a rock on the ground. But I couldn't worry over spilled honey. I had room in my mind for only the buzz of thousands of bees. They roared between my ears, and the roar turned into fury. I didn't even try to fight it. It matched and melded with my own. And with my raised hands and pointed fingers, I told it to fly. The sect man finally noticed when he was hit by the fourth or fifth tiny projectile. He wasn't wearing protective coveralls or a net. When the bees hit, they were able to sting. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He had attacked us. Now we were defended. The vibration in my mind and all around me seemed to have soaked all the way to my heart. Interloper, intruder, invader. For once in my life, I wasn't the outsider. "Stop!" Sadie said. I heard the sob in her voice more than I processed her command. "Every sting is a death. He's not worth their lives." I couldn't stop. I didn't know how. I didn't control the bees. They controlled me. I was a swarm of rage, and I had to protect my queen and my home. The sect man was shouting in fear now, swatting at the stinging bees that pelted him from all directions. He jigged from foot to foot, no longer looking as if he could ever tell a group of women how they should live or what they should do. Like a marionette on strings, he danced as sting after sting spurred him on. "Mel, lower your arms and close your eyes." It wasn't another command from Sadie. She had gone silent, but I recognized the voice. I looked toward the speaker. No one's in danger now. He's not gonna hurt Sadie or the apiary. Jacob Walker must have approached from the orchard. He'd climbed over the fence and stepped toward us with his hands out, as if he was talking to a person with a loaded gun. But his deep, calm voice interrupted the angry buzz of the bees. I blinked. I shook my head. The roar between my ears faded, and my hands came down. The biologist stopped several feet away, giving me space to process what had happened. But before I could, the sect man yelled a garbled prayer for deliverance. Walker and I looked toward Sadie, but she had disappeared. In her place, a giant swarm of bees had massed over Sadie's form. Her arms were stretched out to her sides. Her legs were planted shoulder-width apart. A sheet of bees covered the net over her face, and they danced angrily over and around her entire body in a constantly moving suit made of bees. We both stepped toward her at the same time, me with no idea how to help. Could she breathe? Would they sting? We both stopped short when she began to speak. "You made a mistake coming here. We will protect home, always," Sadie said. Only it was more than Sadie, amplified and reverberated by the vibrations of thousands of wings. Her voice sounded changed, augmented by an alien colony intelligence I would never truly understand. She also sounded completely unafraid. The sect man was already running for the open door of his sedan. He slipped several times, and each time he squealed as he struggled to keep his footing. From this distance, I could see that one of his eyes was already swelling shut, and his face was covered in welts. I thought his mouth looked misshapen, and there were no more prayers tainted with misogynism from his lips. The sedan's tires spun on the grass, digging deep rivets in the earth as the sect man floored the gas pedal. He finally got traction on the road, and with a shriek of gravel, he sped away. I hurried over to where he'd been standing. At my feet, dead and dying bees covered the ground, hundreds of them. Tears burned my eyes. I didn't know what had happened, or what exactly I had done, but I knew I'd done something wrong. I turned to face whatever judgment the bee-covered Sadie meted out. But she was no longer covered in bees. Walker had gone to her and helped her remove the hat and face net, in spite of the bees. But if he was stung, he didn't flinch, not once. I reluctantly joined them, abandoning the evidence of the carnage I had caused. The buzz of fury was only a remembered echo in my mind. The ferocious defensiveness against an attack had faded, leaving me shaken as adrenaline drained. "I'm sorry," I said. Sadie didn't look at me. Maybe she couldn't bear to see my face, the killer of her bees. Or maybe she was just exhausted because she leaned against the nearest hive as if to prevent her collapse. The bees that had engulfed her body had broken back up into individuals. Many had gone back to their hives. But some still flew around the entrances as if they too were shaken. "I came to tell Sadie about a wild hive I found in a tree that was struck by lightning last year," Walker said. Neither of us had asked him about his presence. I didn't know about the older woman, but I was becoming used to him showing up, especially during trouble. "This was my fault. I didn't know you would be able to hear them or help them," Sadie said. She finally looked up at me. She didn't look angry, only resigned. "They would have attacked him anyway. You simply gave them direction. You helped them to coalesce in purpose." I was so shocked, I counteracted with direction of my own. I called them home, to me, Sadie said. My shakes were dissipating. I wasn't at all tired or depleted, while Sadie looked like she might need help to get to her truck. Had I really controlled the bees? Had I directed them to attack? I couldn't deny their buzzing had made me feel funny from the moment I'd arrived at the apiary. The noise had seemed to get inside my head. And even though I had been swathed in thick coveralls, I had definitely felt the bees urgently bumping into me when I followed Sadie to the hives. Had some of them been coming to me the way they came to Sadie? I hadn't consciously called them. I wouldn't know how to, even if I tried. Walker had moved away from us. He was gathering up the sticky pieces of broken glass, carefully avoiding the bees who were attracted to the spilled honey. How had he known? How had he known what I needed to do?
Granny was right about you, Sadie said quietly for my ears alone. You need to open yourself up to training. You've been closed off, but that's changing, and you'll need to learn how to handle what's happening to you.
I've been studying the remedy book and helping Granny, I replied. But my voice wavered. A healthy dose of skepticism had helped me to survive more times than I could count in my life. It was one thing to be inspired by the connection I'd felt to Lou and her magical music. It was another to be possessed by angry bees. I'd felt the bees' ferocity. It had melded with my own, increasing it, and I hadn't known how to control that connection. Jacob Walker had snapped me out of it. He had interrupted before I decimated the apiary. Sadie was right. I couldn't handle what was happening to me. Not alone. I'd been studying the remedy book, but I'd missed a valuable lesson. Wise women believed in community. I'd been learning about how everything was connected, but I'd still been keeping a part of myself in reserve. My bug-out bag was always packed. I hadn't been prepared for the sudden, total consuming oneness with the bees. Sarah's special abilities had always seemed to come so naturally to her. If she had somehow bequeathed even a portion of her affinity for the natural world to me, I was certainly not handling it well. Sadie patted my shoulder. Could she sense the lingering shakiness beneath her hand? I stepped away just in case, and she allowed her arm to drop without protest, but the look on her face was sad. Walker had finished cleaning up the glass, but he didn't come back over to us. He stood, looking toward me with tight lips and a furrowed brow. The bees had revealed my biggest weakness, one I hadn't really acknowledged to myself. Togetherness was terrifying. And if practicing Granny's Wildwood beliefs depended on me completely connecting with anyone or anything, then I was pretty sure I would fail. Chapter 9. Joyce Mayhew was a Sunday school teacher and a dear old friend of Granny's. She was also famous, or infamous, depending on who was doing the talking, for her dandelion wine. It was already warm on an early Saturday morning in June when Granny woke me to help with the dandelion harvest.
This is Joyce's pet project, and it's as good a time as any for you to introduce yourself. She can be a little standoffish with outsiders. Best to jump right in. Show her what you're made of, Granny said from the doorway. Normally I would help, but hours in a sunny field might be a little much for me today. Sadie will bring me by Joyce's house later. I will help strip the petals and fill the fermenting crocks.
Will I be taking the trike? I asked. I'd used the bike around town since the apiary incident, but I dreaded taking it back on country roads.
No, Joyce has told Allen to stop by and pick you up. You can't ride a bike that far in your Sunday best, but you've got time to get ready. The dandelions have to be fully open and dried out by the sunshine before they're picked. Allen will be by around 10 o'clock, Granny said.
Even though she said there was plenty of time, her wrinkled cheeks looked flushed as if she was flustered. Maybe because she was still in a voluminous white cotton nightgown. Had she overslept? If it was such an event, I wondered why she hadn't told me about the dandelion harvest ahead of time. Sunday best? I murmured. Granny had already disappeared, probably to get dressed herself. It wasn't unusual for her to still be in sleepwear at this time of morning. Sarah and I had never been churchgoers, but I assumed Granny wanted me to wear a dress. A tricky turn of events. I had exactly one dress that Sarah had gifted me several years ago. It was a summery thing I almost hadn't packed. If it hadn't been a present from Sarah, I never would have worn it in the first place, but I fished it out of the back of my suitcase and shook it out. Thankfully, it was made of a light, crinkly material that didn't need ironing or hanging up, or caring for in any way beyond laundering. It even had a built-in white slip beneath the opaque outer dress. Unlike most of my other clothes, the dress was a cheerful robin's egg blue instead of black. I felt self-conscious the minute I put it on, like I was a cosplayer. But Granny seemed satisfied when I came downstairs. She didn't even frown at my white canvas shoes, which probably were not Sunday best by any stretch of the imagination. "Just in time," she said, as the sound of a large vehicle pulling up to the curb came from outside. Granny opened the front door, and I was startled to see an ancient school bus waiting for me. Only a little orangish yellow showed through the many layers of paint the bus had seen in its repurposed lifetime. I thought maybe the children that waved and shouted at Granny from the bus windows must have helped with the current rainbow theme and the scribbled lettering on the side. Crooked Creek Methodist Church. I grabbed my bag, and a floppy straw hat Granny must have placed beside it. The driver had waved at Granny without getting out. "Be sure to thank Allen for the ride," Granny said, as I hurried out the door. Maybe Granny hadn't prepared me for the dandelion harvest because nothing would have prepared me for it. The laughter, the singing, Allen's jovial welcome followed by a careening ride through town, picking up dozens more children that waited by mailboxes with their parents. Easter had come and gone while I was alone with Sarah's ashes in Richmond, but I imagined this is what children looked like on Easter morning, dressed all in suits and flouncy dresses, and carrying baskets as if they were going on an egg hunt. Even I was swept up by the enthusiasm and holiday atmosphere. I waved several times, and Allen caught my eye once in the rearview mirror with a cheeky wink and a grin. He was a giant of a man, in height and girth and smile. A Santa Claus with a snowy white beard somehow transported from the North Pole to Morgan's Gap. And his bigness obviously impacted his personality as well. Some of the children called him Mr. Allen, and I thought that was fitting because even with his grins and his seemingly reckless piloting, he seemed very in charge of getting a whole town's worth of children, and me, to Joyce's dandelion field safely. The children cheered when the bus pulled to the side of the road. Through the windows, the field of dandelions was an explosion of color that was welcoming and intimidating at the same time. In the summer sun and breeze, the fully open dandelion heads made me dizzy, from the expansive floral waves of yellow, from amber to butter and back, again and again. I waited in my seat as 100 kids that seemed more like 1,000 pushed and pulled and tumbled down the aisle and steps. I wasn't prepared for the feelings that hit me when I noticed the trailing ribbons and untied shoes, the mussed hair and smudged clothes. They had all been so pressed and perfect when they'd been picked up. And already they were loosened, as if driving into the country had freed them somehow. From Crooked Creek Methodist Church to the Wildwood. Or almost. I could see the forest framing the edge of the field, a distant rustling of green shadows and towering trees. "Thank you, Mr. Allen," I said when I rose and approached the front of the bus myself. "You're welcome," he replied. "I'll take you back to town once the picking is finished." Joyce Mayhew had been waiting for the bus to arrive. Allen had parked behind her sedan on the side of the road. It was plain and proper compared to the bus, and Joyce was the same. She was younger than Granny, but older than Sadie by at least several years. Her graying hair was in a set and sprayed style I'd seen only in movies, and her skirt suit was polyester and a pink shade never seen in nature. The children had all lined up like fidgety soldiers for review. My chest tightened as Joyce walked up their ranks, as if preparing to do an inspection. I came off the bus ready to defend kids I didn't even know, but my rush was brought up short by laughter. "Watch for bees and help your younger friends," Joyce was saying. "And there'll be cookies and lemonade once your baskets are full." Her eyes cut to me, and the laugh crinkles at the side of them eased as if she wasn't nearly as pleased with me as she was with the children. Watch for bees. I set my teeth against the urge to cringe. "Let's show Granny's new friend who can pick the most dandelions today. Ready, set, go!" Joyce shouted above the shrieks of children who were already running into the field, stomping as many flowers as they were plucking. "They're so happy," I said. I could easily imagine a young Sarah just like some of these girls, laughing so hard that they could barely manage to get any dandelions in their baskets. "They'll grab leaves and stems too. We'll have our work cut out for us, cleaning away all the greenery so the wine won't be bitter," Joyce said. Vehicles had started to arrive. Men, women, and older teens got out. Many I recognized from bus stops earlier that morning. "They like to get pictures of the children with the dandelions, but don't want the kids to miss Alan's bus ride. He brought many of them to this field when they were small, too." Suddenly, the bright day and the joyous chaos was a lot for me. Sarah should have been one of these parents one day. Now she never would be. And the continuity, the tradition, the belonging of it all made me even more aware that I was on the outside looking in on an alien world. An ache pulsed deep in my gut. I thought of the dying bees writhing on the ground. "Well, you're here. Might as well get to picking," Joyce said gruffly. I didn't know if she noticed my emotion, but she definitely noticed my idle hands. There were spare baskets piled by the road. Joyce must have brought them for anyone who had forgotten theirs. I picked one up and waded into the field a little more carefully than the children had. I noticed that most of the kids had run for the middle. I kept to the edges, picking the dandelions that had been stepped over and forgotten. Step by step, I made my way around the field toward the trees. I didn't purposefully stay to myself and move away from the families taking photographs and enjoying the day together. But by the time I came to the undergrowth that indicated the beginning of the forest and the end of the dandelions, I was far away from the others. The laughter and exclamations in the distance didn't penetrate the wildwood. From the sun-baked field at my back to the shadowy forest in front of me, there was at least a 5-degree difference in temperature. The floral green scent of the dandelion breeze suddenly changed to a fragrance that hinted at mossy secrets and moist leafy carpet. At first, I was refreshed. I stretched my back and lingered in the shade. I had filled my basket. It had been painstaking work. My fingers were pollen-stained and my shoulders were stiff. And still I had managed to get some greenery in with the dandelion heads. I sank down to my knees beneath a tree and began to pick out the stems and leaves while I rested. I wasn't sure how long I worked before a twig snapped. I only knew I was wholly focused on presenting a clean batch of flowers to Joyce. I wouldn't have noticed anything happening around me. The sudden sound jerked my attention from the task in my lap. The closely packed tree trunks didn't allow me to pinpoint the direction of the snap I'd heard. Now there was only silence. There were no scurrying squirrels, no birdsong. The absence of sound made me aware of my isolation. I rose to my feet, dusting off my dress as if I wasn't strangely unnerved by the quiet forest. What had seemed like a haven from the hot, bright sun and the crowd now seemed more like a chill warning. Of what? I stood in my pretty dress, with my basket clutched in front of me, straining to see into the woods. Every squat stump seemed like a crouching animal. Every spindly sapling seemed like a skeletal figure, gone frozen while my eyes tried to focus, but surely ready to skulk toward me whenever I blinked. Ridiculous to be scared. A whole field of children played only a half an acre away. I remembered the flock echoing Moon's condemnations, and Moon's burning eyes. I remembered the sect man's fury at the apiary, and how his sedan had seemed to threaten me on the road. When the sect woman revealed herself behind a curtain of vines that trailed down from an old twisted oak several yards away, a rush of adrenaline flooded my sun-warm skin. The homespun blue of her dress was in sharp contrast to the festive dresses in the field behind me. Her gray kerchief was tied tightly around her hair, cutting into her face. Her cheeks seemed to bulge from the sides. And her eyes bulged too, as if she was shocked to see and be seen, as if she didn't know what to do now that she'd been discovered. But her fists were clenched, and her mouth was drawn down in a frown. Her gaze dropped to the basket of dandelions in my hands. "Do not drink the witch's brew," she hissed. Her admonition wasn't for me. The sing-song quality of her voice was like the repetitive echoes of Reverend Moon's flock. She was only repeating what she had been told. "I'll drink it by the gallon if I like," I said loudly. My voice rang out among the silent trees. "And I'll help to brew it too." She actually took a step forward with her fists raised. I'd faced aggression from my earliest days, but this was different. After the church bus ride, after sundresses and Mr. Allen and the happy chaos of the children and their supportive families, even after Joyce's less than enthusiastic welcome, this woman's irrational anger made the Wildwood seem 50 degrees colder than the dandelion field, and it chilled me to the bone. The face-off lasted for only a few minutes. When I didn't back down, when I didn't run away, the sect woman turned and slowly walked deeper into the forest. Her measured, careful steps didn't seem like a retreat. She hadn't meant to be seen, but now that she had been, she seemed to boldly claim her right to stalk me. I watched her back until she was swallowed up by darkness. I stared at the dark until I was certain she'd gone away. My study of the remedy book that night was half-hearted. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and it was a comfort to curl under a faded quilt beneath the shelter of Granny's painted tin roof. Granny had said the remedy book held all the answers I was looking for. So far, I hadn't found any revelations in its pages. Although I had to admit, I noticed something new every time I opened it. As the storm came closer and closer, with such flashing that the bedside lamp wasn't the only illumination on the book's brittle pages, I was suddenly startled by an illustration of a honeybee I'd never noticed before. A crash of thunder sounded directly overhead, and a jagged bolt of electricity rent the sky beyond the filmy fabric of the curtains. The bee seemed to glow on the page in the lightning's light. Done in ink, then colored with a yellow pigment that had faded to pale buttercup, the bee accompanied step-by-step directions for attracting pollinators to a garden. It wasn't as simple as that, was it? The storm had been moving steadily, but now it seemed to have slowed, lingering above Granny's house. The erratic patterns of shadow and light on the page should have made it harder to read, but my chest tightened, and I had to moisten dry lips caused by sudden rapid breaths, because the lightning flashes seemed to highlight several words, one after another, again and again. Bergamot. Water. Offering. Only after I imagined a revelation did the storm move on, leaving darkness and a steady rain pattering on the metal roof above my head. Now, lit by only the lamp, the illustration of the bee seemed faded and dull, and the instructions were once again an ordinary listing of which plants would draw bees and how to cultivate them. I flipped back to the previous page and forward to the next. I recognized directions for a freckle poultice I'd laughed at before, and a recipe for citrus jelly to be made from something that resembled a lime called a maypop. I'd seen that before too, but not the 2-page spread about bees in the middle. The lingering guilt from the traumatic events at the apiary had made me notice it. That was all. Regret burned my cheeks and messed with my perceptions. But when I finally closed the remedy book to go to sleep, I'd already memorized the instructions. They followed me into dreams, filled with the poor dead bodies of bees. The next morning, Granny was busy in the pantry when I left for deliveries. Several of her regulars didn't mind the occasional discreet Sunday visit when most people were in church. The basket had already been packed and left for me on the counter with a list of recipients. It was cowardly to shout a goodbye and leave without any morning conversation, but I still wasn't sure what to say. Granny must have heard from Sadie by now. The phone had jangled several times since sunrise. In the center of Morgan's Gap, if any point nestled in the quirky, twisting hollow could be called center, was a park that was more rock than respite. There wasn't much to it. A few ancient trees that seemed prone to blight, an ancient gazebo more gray than white with previous colors showing through its chipped paint, and several patches of sparse grass. I'd passed around it on the crooked, rolling sidewalk many times, hardly noticing it at all. No one gathered there. There weren't any flowers or picnic tables. There was no playground equipment. Maybe a town surrounded by plenty of green and growing spaces didn't feel the need to put much energy into a park. But today, I stopped and stared once my basket was empty. I didn't like the idea that the heart of Morgan's Gap was barren and still.
I would offer a penny for your thoughts, but your eyes are too dark. Something tells me I shouldn't ask, Lou said instead of saying hello. She didn't wave because her arms were wrapped around a large container that held a bright red flowering plant. She came to stand beside me on the sidewalk. Haven't given this place much attention, have we? I've mainly focused on the farmer's market, donated proceeds from my first album. At first it was all about music, but that liveliness drew others in. Giving artists space and freedom to express themselves however they see fit, and suddenly you've got a community.
So Lou crafted dulcimers and created music, but she also gave back to her roots, creating a place for other artists to come together. You could see the enthusiasm lighting up her face. Community. She made it sound appealing. Even when she wasn't singing, her voice was melodic. I'd heard the mountain in other people's voices, including Sarah's, but no one's was as vibrato and compelling as Lou's. My Richmond voice was sharply staccato in comparison. What's wrong with the trees? I wondered. Many of the branches were leafless, covered by a pale green lichen that must have been leaching whatever life remained out of them.
Should probably be removed before they fall, but the mayor lives there.
Lou's hands were full, so she tilted her head toward an ugly walled house with colonial columns at the edge of the blighted park. It was a sprawling monstrosity compared to the other houses in town, with disjointed modern additions that made the square of its original structure seem to dully squat in shame.
Most people just leave this park to him, a sort of neglected backyard. It suits, believe me.
The flower in Lou's container kept drawing my attention again and again. I suddenly recognized it, and my entire body flashed cold then hot with strange coincidence. I wouldn't have been surprised if lightning had cut across the sky even though it was a sunny day. "Is that bergamot?" I asked. I already knew. The illustration of the bee had been accompanied by sketches of the flower Lou held. Petals, stem, leaf, whole blossoms. They hadn't been colored, but the shape was distinct.
Yes, my mother calls it bee balm. It's for you. Been trying to track you down all morning, Lou said. She held out the container toward me, and I couldn't help stepping back. The eerily lit page. The words illuminated one by one. The surety that the storm had moved on once I'd seen what I needed to see. The equal certainty that I'd never seen the bee pages before, as if they'd appeared when I needed them. Why? I asked. Lou wasn't fazed by my nervousness. She stepped forward as I stepped back and nudged the pot into my arms. My basket was empty and the handle looped over my arm. My hands were free. I had to take the container. Once I did, the scarlet flowers trembled, giving my mood away. I'm not one to place much store in mountain superstitions, but I guess I've always followed my heart and intuition. It's where the music comes from. Since you came, I've been writing more, stuff bubbling up from someplace I'd forgotten. You brought Sarah's ashes home, and maybe that's part of it. But since she's been laid to rest, I shouldn't be so restless. Last night, when the storm rolled through, I couldn't sleep. Went out back and dug up this plant like a woman possessed by lightning light. And all I knew was you needed it, Lou said. Something bad happened. At the apiary Sadie Hall keeps. Bees died, and it was my fault. The confession I hadn't been able to give to Granny poured out to Lou. The bee balm quivered in my arms. Last night, I think I learned what I need to do to make amends. To apologize to the bees. She would tell me I was crazy. She would take back the plant and walk away. She didn't. Lou reacted the same way Sarah would have reacted. She waited for me to tell her what I needed to do. Her ready acceptance made me nervous. This was connection. More intimate than the bees, because Lou was a person I liked, someone I was drawn to in the same way I'd been drawn to Sarah. If I accepted that we shared thoughts and ideas, inspirations and aspirations, then I'd have to accept the risks as well. Of losing her. Of letting her down. It's a coincidence. You couldn't have known I was reading about bergamot last night. You couldn't have known about the bees. I stilled the plant in my hands and dared any breeze to blow. One way or another, there's no harm in planting some bee balm. This is the place, isn't it? That's why you were standing here looking at that sad, sorry grass? Lou said. There was laughter in her eyes. She was so calm and easy in the face of the Wildwood bringing her a friend like me. I wanted to warn her away. There and then, put an end to any idea of us being linked together. But she waited so expectantly, and the compulsion to apologize to the bees was stronger than my usual flight response. We were here with a plant that would improve the park, plain and simple. I was suddenly certain it was what I wanted to do, needed to do, before rational thought stopped me. I don't have a shovel, I said. If we were being compelled by some kind of remedy book spell I'd inadvertently unleashed, it wasn't a very practical force. The ground beneath our feet was rocky and hard when we left the sidewalk to find a place to plant the flower. We wouldn't be able to turn the soil with our hands. He'll have one, Lou said. She paused as a familiar Jeep pulled up to the sidewalk. Maybe I'm not the only one who was thinking about you last night. More laughter, and this time it flashed in her eyes like leftover electricity from the storm. Jacob Walker got out of his Jeep and stood on the curb. If he had pulled a trowel from his back pocket, I wouldn't have been surprised. But he looked as clueless as I had been moments before, when I'd felt like I was seeing the barren park for the first time. It was Lou who shouted a hello and asked him if he had a shovel we could use. He did more than let us use his shovel. He dug the hole. No one walked by. This part of town was quiet at this time of day.
I thought I saw a curtain sway in the mayor's house, but if it did, it fell back into place without a sound. Once the hole was dug, Lou helped me pull the bergamot plant from its temporary container. But then I stepped away with the plant in my hands. I had killed the bees. I was the one who needed to place the bee balm into the ground. I'd been working with Granny long enough to know how to arrange the roots and cover them loosely with a soft layer of dirt. My fingers were pale against the brown soil. I burrowed them into the earth for several seconds. I emptied my mind of everything except goodwill toward the bees and regret for any part I'd played in their deaths. And gratitude. That emotion was a surprise. But I'd been glad we'd driven the sect man away from Sadie and the apiary. No sense in pretending otherwise. I was grateful for the bees' sacrifice. There was no humming in my ears. I didn't feel anything but the dirt between my fingers. I had no idea if what we were doing mattered at all. But the gratitude felt like as much of a revelation as the illuminated words had felt the night before. Less dramatic, but no less impactful. "I have some water in the Jeep," Walker said. He left to retrieve it, and Lou reached down to help me up. I dusted my hands off on my jeans, trying to ignore the looks Lou was cutting between me and the biologist in the distance. "Seems to show up often when you're around," she noted. I glanced away, because I was not going to watch him coming back to us with the bottle of water, even if his easy strides could have been considered watchable. "It's a small town," I said. "Besides, you showed up too." "But my arrival didn't make you all hushed and hesitant like a deer in the headlights," Lou noted. I didn't know how to deal with the instant attraction I'd felt for the biologist, or the continuing awareness between us. That Lou noticed my discomfort wasn't a surprise, but it did make me even more determined to hide it. When Walker reached us and stretched out his hand toward me to offer a large water bottle still 3/4 full, I forced myself to take it from him without hesitation. As I did, I noticed a small tattoo on the underside of his wrist I hadn't seen before. It was a tiny tree. Not so unusual for a biologist, I guess. "Thanks," I said. And I meant it, discomfort or not. I unscrewed the cap and poured the water around the plant. Water, bergamot, offering. Come and get it. There were no bees in sight, but it was done. My chest was no longer constricted. I breathed a sigh of release. "Well, if that's it, I need to get back to the shop," Lou said. She shoved her hands in her pocket, acting like she was no longer certain why she'd come to find me at the park with a plant she'd been compelled to dig up at midnight. "I was headed out when I saw you. I guess I'll get back to work as well," Walker said. I thanked them both again, but we were all suddenly awkward and out of place, like 3 adults who had found themselves throwing a penny in a wishing well in broad daylight. They left me there, alone, staring at the bee balm, as if it held answers for me in the network of fine veins sketched across each green leaf. Walker hadn't said why he had stopped, or why he had decided to help us. Like Lou had said, he showed up too often for coincidence to explain it. She'd been teasing about him thinking about me before, but I wondered if he had been gripped by the same compulsions that had hit Lou and I last night. Something was nibbling at my perceptions. I was drawn to Lou. I was drawn to Walker. I'd blamed it on chemistry with the biologist, but now I wasn't so sure that completely explained it. Connection. Community. I'd grown up with Sarah. We'd been together for years, but it was hard to imagine her abilities rubbing off on me. Sarah was special. People sensed it the second they met her, like she was dancing to music no one else could hear. But in Morgan's Gap, I found myself straining my ears, listening for the tunes Sarah used to know. Lou and Walker had been gone a while when an itch between my shoulder blades made me look around. The curtains in the mayor's house were still. There were no cars on the street, no people on the sidewalk, but a strange awareness prickled along my skin. I squinted at the edges of distant buildings and trees, but I saw no movement. The sun glared on the glass of the windows near and far, so I couldn't tell if anyone was looking at me. I hadn't seen any sect women following me that morning, but it had taken only a couple instances of their creeping to make me feel like I was being watched all the time. If I was being watched, what would someone think about us planting a lone bergamot in the rocky earth of a practically abandoned park? There were some folks in Morgan's Gap who wouldn't find us coming together to complete a bee apology ritual strange at all. But there were others, like Reverend Moon, who would probably find our actions offensive. The whole town around me seemed deserted. No matter how I strained to detect any hint of a watcher, I didn't see a scurry of skirts anywhere that would have betrayed a spy's rush to report what she'd seen. Chapter 10. As the end of June approached, I was able to match many names with faces. My deliveries had been Granny's way of introducing me to the town and the town to me. Most of the time now, I was comfortable with our usual customers, and I made my way to Becky's beauty salon, Lou's music shop, and even Joyce's perfect picket fence with no problem. Occasionally, if I took a shortcut between streets, or if I visited the flourishing bee balm too late in the evening, the sunny, bustling atmosphere would dissipate. Sleepy secrets rose up in those times. I would stop and peer, and all too often, a homespun figure would be lurking in the distance, roughening the shadows. I could never be certain they were following me. They were always too far to identify as the man in the sedan or the woman in the woods near the dandelion field. But I knew they were sect, and the sect as a whole didn't smile my way. The constant watch frayed my nerves, but I refused to let it wear me down. Today, I had a special delivery of rheumatism ointment for a friend of May's. Next week was the 4th of July, and many people had driven to River's Crossing, the larger town down in the valley, for fireworks. Morgan's Gap was nearly deserted as I walked to May's house. I passed the firehouse swathed in patriotic bunting, and a couple of families out for evening strolls with young children who were content to wave sparklers in the gloaming. A Humane Society volunteer I often saw around town waved from across the street as she tried to tug a dog almost as big as she was after her 3 young sons before they disappeared around the corner. She was always with a different dog, usually named after country music stars. Plus, she named her children rhyming names, which made remembering who was who tricky even if they'd ever stood still. I was relieved they were on the opposite side of the street, so I was off the hook. But once the harried mother and her boys disappeared, the sidewalks were empty. The street was quiet. I couldn't help checking the edges of buildings and trees for sect kerchiefs and skirts, for wide-brimmed hats and homespun fabric. I saw no one following me, but that didn't mean they weren't there. Lou's grandmother lived in a shotgun bungalow that Lou had renovated when it was no longer possible for May to live in the old family farmhouse outside of town. A cousin with 2 children, and one on the way, had been happy to move to the farmhouse so it wouldn't be abandoned. May's friend, Charles, had lived with her for 20 years, and he'd moved to town with her. They were an iconic couple. Beloved by everyone, in spite of May's unconventional decision not to remarry, no matter how often Charles proposed. I loved visiting the bungalow. The craftsman-style porch had 2 rocking chairs that sat like thrones on either side of the often open front door, and extra ladder-back chairs stacked in the corners for company. Charles had filled the yard with the birdhouses he built, so there was always a chorus of songbirds flitting in and out, raising their broods, squabbling over seeds, and otherwise filling the place with a flutter of wings.
"Well now, I'm glad to see you," Charles said from the open door of the garage that sat beside the house.
The garage was older than the man who used it for his woodworking supplies. I thought maybe it had been a carriage house at one time. The two broad doors had upper and lower halves, as if they could have been opened for a horse's head to poke out before cars became the norm. Charles had a cobbler's bench he sat on to put his birdhouses together. He was on one end of it now. A half-constructed house was on the other. I was always fascinated by the intricate houses he built, each one a replica of a house or a shop in town. "Don't get up," I scolded as the man with obviously stiff joints tried to rise. "I'll come to you." "Move it or lose it," Charles replied, standing. But I knew he stood because I was a woman, and that's what a gentleman of his age did to be polite. As always, he was dressed in one of what he called his walking suits, a steamed and pressed blazer and pants paired with a starched white shirt. There was only one dry cleaner in town, and Charles was probably their best customer. He was also at the barber shop across from the hardware store every other Friday at 10 on the dot, when the black barber from Rivers Crossing came to Morgan's Gap for his clientele. Charles's perfectly clipped hair was all salt, no pepper, showing off the barber's expertise and sharp edges around his face. He smiled at me because he knew what I was thinking. Mischievous man. No wonder May loved him. Everyone in town, including a newcomer like me, was on his side in the great Marry Me conspiracy. I hadn't needed the bike or basket today. I'd carried the bottle of ointment in hand. May had called Granny asking for a stronger batch, and I had been the one to stir it up this morning because Granny was feeling tired. "This has a very medicinal scent, but it should help," I said. Charles took the bottle I offered. "Can May help you reach your shoulder blades?" I asked. "No, but Jacob can help me with that," Charles said. As if he'd been conjured by name, Jacob Walker came down the staircase at the back of the garage. He was dressed for hiking with his usual backpack slung across one shoulder. The sun had already disappeared over the horizon. The sky was darkening by the second. How often did he go on night hikes? And were ginseng poachers dangerous? A twinge tightened my jaw, but Walker's safety really wasn't about my concern, was it? "Least I can do because they refuse to charge me for the bed upstairs," Walker said. Just then, May and Lou came out on the porch and saved me from any awkwardness caused by my concern and Walker's sudden appearance where I least expected him. Never mind that I should be getting used to his sudden appearances by now, and to my reaction to him. Jacob helped Charles with Granny's birdhouse, too. He wanted to finish it in exchange for the ointment, but his shoulders have been bothering him and slowing him down, Lou said.
As if Granny wouldn't have been happy to wait another week or two for that house, May said as she sat in a rocking chair. Lou came down from the front stairs to join us, and I cut my eyes from her to Walker to let it be known that I wasn't happy about not being warned. May offered Jacob the room for whenever he's not out in the woods. There's a bed and bath up there, not much, but better than a cold mountain stream, Lou explained. Her eyes were sparking. I tried to ignore the knowing quirk of her smile. And while I like streams, cold or not, I'm deeply appreciative of that soft bunk, Walker added. Bunks, baths, and sore muscle massages weren't really topics I was comfortable with around the handsome biologist. But Lou's eyes were twinkling, and I refused to blush under her teasing. Not to mention Walker's watchful glances. He seemed as surprised to see me as I was to see him, and I realized that no one had informed him of the special order. "Can you get Granny's birdhouse?" Charles asked Walker. He went to a shelf and brought back a birdhouse in the shape of Granny's Queen Anne Victorian, complete with a turret and toothy gingerbread trim. I couldn't help it. I exclaimed and stepped forward to examine the house closely, even though Walker hadn't given it over to Charles.
The gentlemanly artist had included every element from the tiny knob of the doorbell to a fat porcelain cat glued to the inside of the kitchen's picture window. "All that's missing is you," Walker said softly. "Jacob." They all called him Jacob. Suddenly, I realized I hadn't let myself think of him that way, and yet, the more formal Walker had taken on a familiar intimacy in my mind. Our faces were closer together than they should be. I pulled back, but not before I was lost for several seconds, trying to understand what was hidden in his eyes. After Walker left, Lou and I sat alone together in the dark on May's porch. In the distance, an occasional bottle rocket would soar high and pop, lighting up the sky. The illegal firework, no doubt, thrilled the teenagers who had managed to acquire them. "You like him?" I said, as we rocked forward and back in a rhythm we sensed even though we could no longer see. The lights were off in the house. Charles and May had gone to bed. The stars gleamed above us, because even if the entire town had been lit from stem to stern, it wouldn't have given off enough light pollution to diminish the starlight. I had to admit I preferred the stars to the fireworks. Their soft twinkling had calmed the rush caused by seeing Jacob Walker. "Just to be clear, I do not like him," Lou said. "There's a harmonica player in Arkansas. Her name is Calliope Jane. On record album credits, anyway. I'm her Charles. Have been asking her to move to the mountain for years. Pretty sure I'm wearing her down, 'cause unlike May, she has not been married before. I think I'm convincing her it could be good, that we could be together." In the dark, I could feel Lou's ache, her heart, her soul. I could feel her love for Jane, and how good they would be as a married couple on the mountain. My eyes burned a little. I'd like to see a Jane have a happy ending. It was too dark for anyone to see, except I knew that Lou felt my emotion as I felt hers. "He's been good to May and Charles since he came. He doesn't sleep here often. He's in the woods a lot. But you saw how that ointment relieved Charles's pain. And Jacob insisted on helping him apply it before he left," Lou said. "You trust him with May and Charles," I said. It wasn't a question. I could hear it in her voice. The ease, the comfort. "And I trust him with you," Lou added. "Jane is my heart, but you're in my bones, and I think Jacob could be there too, with time. Something whispering inside me says it's all up to you. But whenever we're all together, those whispers are loud, Mel. It's been the music for me forever. I'm not much on gardening or stirring up recipes. But May's always said there's magic in the music. If that's so, then there's magic in me." "No doubt of that," I said. I knew Lou was magic. I'd known as long as Sarah had known, because Sarah's knowledge was in me. It's Walker I'm not certain about. "Walker, huh? So it's like that, is it? That's just your nerves talking. In my experience, there's always one who does the asking and one who has to deliberate. Just don't deliberate too long." I made a non-committal noise in the dark. "I haven't been drinking Granny's valerian tea," I said to change the subject. "I've still been dreaming Sarah's memories. I think there are things she knew that I need to know too." Lou had stopped rocking. I felt her stillness beside me. "You're gonna wear yourself out," she said. "You're tough, I'll give you that. But even you need sleep. Have you told Granny?" "I don't want to worry her any more than I already do," I said. "I'll be careful. But I'm sure this is what I need to do." "Stubborn," Lou replied, but her rocking had resumed. She wasn't wrong, and I couldn't help feeling it was good to be known so well again, warts and all. I'd enjoyed my time with Lou too much, and I'd waited too long to head home. It had been hours since the last firework had lit the sky, and no cars had passed May's house in a long time. The town had only a few streetlights, so Lou loaned me a flashlight. It wasn't far from May's bungalow to Granny's house. I carefully carried the birdhouse under one arm and aimed the beam of light on the sidewalk. I'd traveled less than a block before I noticed the tall, lean silhouette of a hatted man following me. He kept his distance, but he didn't skulk or hide. His strides were lazy and slow, his long legs easily keeping up with my paces, which increased in rapidness the farther I traveled from Lou. My phone was in my pocket. I could have called Lou. I could have called Granny, but I didn't want to worry either of them, and I most definitely didn't want the man behind me to know he had scared me. He had. And I was certain the distinctive figure following in my footsteps was Reverend Moon. He had a gangly way of walking, his long arms thrown out in front of him, then falling back behind, his boots scraping on the ground. Swoosh, scrape, swoosh, scrape. His swinging arms combined with the length of his legs created a spidery gait, made even more disjointed by shadows thrown oddly from widely spaced street lamps. I didn't run. I forced myself to walk as normally as I could. I passed the fire station. In the dark, its bunting was less festive. I knew there were volunteers who would rush to the station at a moment's notice from all over Morgan's Gap. There was a single hook and ladder truck housed in the station that they took great pride in keeping polished and prepared. But the station was deserted and quiet now. No one was nearby to help me. Moon was worse than all my other sect stalkers combined, because we were all alone in the dark heart of the night, surrounded by a sleeping town. How long had he waited for me to leave May's? Had he listened to Lou and me share our secrets on the porch? I hated the idea of him listening to her talk about her Calliope Jane. I hadn't yet met the harmonica player, but if Lou loved her, then I loved her, and I didn't want Moon anywhere near either one of them. My flashlight threw a meager halo in front of my shoes. I longed for the families with sparkler-waving children I'd seen earlier in the evening. At the edges of my consciousness, I thought I could almost sense Lou settling down for the night, and Walker threading his way into the nighttime Wildwood. But that was wishful thinking. I wasn't Sarah. I wasn't special in any way. I didn't really believe in a mystical connection between the three of us. I was alone. If Moon tried to do anything other than intimidate me, I would have to handle it myself. I tightened my grip on the flashlight. There was nothing but plastic beneath my fingers, its housing flimsy and light, not a weapon by any stretch of the imagination. Finally, Granny's house was in sight. I experienced a rush of relief until I glanced back and realized that Moon had closed the distance between us. For a second, he was perfectly illuminated by a neighbor's porch light, and his gaunt face was contorted into a grimace of such fury that I almost dropped my flashlight. His expression didn't match his eerily graceful insectile movements. Had he gotten angrier as I hadn't acted afraid? I hurried then, toward Granny's house, toward a door I could slam and lock against the hatred that seemed determined to hunt me down. I thought Moon would stop. Surely he would stop. At the corner, across the street, at the curb, at her front stoop. When I finally made it to the door, I didn't look around. I imagined him at my heels, his spidery arms reaching to grab me from behind. I fumbled one-handed with the knob, and as the door opened, I dropped the flashlight. I didn't take the time to retrieve it. I rushed in and closed the door behind me. The flashlight rolled, its beam of light making crazy flashes across the front windows. Then it stopped. Perhaps it had come against a rail or a flower pot, or maybe Moon had followed me all the way up onto Granny's stoop. It was easy to imagine the rolling flashlight had come up against his booted foot. As I locked the door, I could have sworn I sensed Moon's presence. We stood there, me on one side of the door and him on the other, for a long time. This wasn't a face-off. I knew that I wasn't the one keeping him at bay. This was Granny's house. She would wake up. She would come downstairs and send him away. He was waiting for that. But if he waited for a banishment that never came. Granny had been more and more tired lately. She'd been sleeping in and looking worn. I don't know how long I had stood there, but eventually I forced myself to place the birdhouse on the entryway table. I made myself walk away from the door. I went to the front room and moved the curtain aside, slightly, carefully. The flashlight's beam had dimmed, but I could see the front porch was empty. If Moon had actually been there, he was gone.
Jacob left his Jeep hidden behind a copse of mountain laurel. There hadn't been any fireworks in the distance for some time. Even the teenagers with illegal rockets had gone to bed. He'd often used the natural tunnels created by the winding branches of laurel to make his way into the Wildwood, undetected by man or beast. Tonight, he did the same, crouching down, crawling at times, silently progressing toward the interior of the woods. The ground beneath his feet was worn smooth by the padded paws of bears. They also liked the cover of the laurel tunnels, so he kept a keen ear alert for any hint of shuffling, snuffing sounds that might indicate he wasn't alone. Intent on his mission, he was taken by surprise when a sudden, overwhelming urge to backtrack, jump in the Jeep, and head back to town claimed him. The need to go back was so strong as he exited the mountain laurel thicket. He had to grab handfuls of the leathery leaves on either side of the tunnel opening to stop himself. Several deep breaths later, the compulsion was gone, as if it had never been. Jacob was a man who trusted his instincts. Without letting go of the mountain laurel leaves, he dropped his head back, loosened his focus for a few minutes, and opened himself up to whatever his intuition might have to tell him. Stars winked above him. The forest was silent around him. The earth was solid beneath him. And whatever had caused the urge to go back to town was definitely gone. But the problem of Mel Smith was still very much on his mind. When he'd left her and Lou, they'd been watching the stars come out from rocking chair perches on May's front porch. Lou Ray was downright sneaky with her interrogation technique. She'd used the dark front porch and the mesmerizing movements of those chairs on him once or twice since he'd been back in Morgan's Gap. Just imagining her and Mel having a heart-to-heart made a nervous sweat break out beneath the curls on his forehead. He'd managed to come out of those conversations with Lou with his secrets intact. Would Mel be able to do the same? And why couldn't he tamp down the thrill that maybe, just maybe, one of her secrets was how she thought about him? He had a job to do, and it didn't include making Mel smile. The need to do that was entirely personal. In the pitch black of the Wildwood, broken by only the familiar mating dance of lightning bugs all around him, he could admit that he was already addicted to the way she'd freeze, and her hazel eyes would go wide, and her lips would curl. When she was caught off guard, she would warm, for him, for those few surprised seconds. Her mouth plumped and softened like a mirage. Eyelashes came out of nowhere. Then, her face would stiffen as if she'd remembered the world and everyone in it wasn't to be trusted. He was a professional. He wasn't here to make friends. But it had happened. Charles was definitely a friend now. So was Lou. He hadn't told her much during their porch conversations. He wasn't free to converse, but he had listened to all of her stories and many of her songs. They'd shared an easy camaraderie that might survive the summer. Mel was different. They couldn't form an easy friendship on a foundation of lies. She was too damaged, and he was too driven. There wasn't any room in their lives for connection. And yet, addiction didn't really leave a man room for common sense. That curl of her lip, those startled eyes. Most of all, his stupid ego. He wanted her to know him, really know him. And he wanted to get to know her, damage and all. And that wasn't okay. He had grim work ahead of him. There was no time for anything else. He only wished the instincts he'd always trusted didn't place Mel Smith's face in his mind every time he tried to listen to them.
Chapter 11. Strangers might have seen the trio converge on Granny's house with baskets and bags full of ordinary things, only to think they had been invited to tea or a sewing circle that Monday morning. Sadie would have chuckled if the situation was less dire. Her lover, Kara, had an aversion to needles, and their best friend Joyce would surely bring a bottle of her famous dandelion wine. Most folks from Morgan's Gap would be familiar with the odd comings and goings of the only active trio since 1973. They'd know something was going on besides steeping and stitches when they saw the three of them gather, especially at Granny's house. Wasn't a soul in the county who didn't know about Granny, and most had been helped by her at one time or another. Sadie parked a red truck on the street, leaving Granny's driveway open for Kara's van. She grabbed the gallon jar of dried beans that had ridden shotgun beside her and carried it, cradled in her arms toward the house. "Not like a baby shower, is it?" said Kara. She lifted a basket from the back of her van, and Sadie couldn't help but smile, even though her earlier chuckle had died before it could bubble up from her chest. She'd given Kara the basket at least 10 years ago, and in spite of constant use, it was still beautiful and strong. Fitting for the strong, beautiful woman who used it. The trio was often called in for luck at showers, both for babies and for weddings. They were invited for blessings at birthdays and for housewarmings and graduations. Some saw it as harmless mountain tradition. And besides, a wise woman or three lent gravitas to important occasions. But some folks were superstitious enough to feel some truth in their little rituals and in the sing-song poetry that often accompanied them. "It's all serious business. We'd best not forget that," Joyce said. She'd pulled her newish sedan in behind Kara's van, and they'd waited for her so they could go in together. "She didn't sound good, did she?" Sadie asked. They had promised to help, and they would, to the best of their abilities, but an ailing Granny didn't bode well. Kara reached for Sadie's arm on one side, and Joyce did the same on the other. They would cross the threshold in one stride. They fell silent while the entry was accomplished. One stride, one intent, together. For luck, to bless, to grow, and this time to heal. "And the bees seem more industrious than ever," Sadie said as she took her turn washing her hands in the bowl of herb-infused water Joyce had prepared. Granny was worse off than they'd expected. She was already in bed when they arrived, and the house had been chilled. Nothing baking, nothing steaming to welcome them in. After they cleansed their hands, Joyce pulled a dark green glass bottle of the expected wine from a grocery sack, dotted with a cheerful ladybug print. She uncorked the top with practiced ease and poured them all a juice glass of wine. They drank to fortify their nerves. A slightly bitter, slightly alcoholic brew, the wine tasted like summer's past, grassy and fresh. Mel was embarrassed, not accustomed to asking for help, Granny said from her place on the bed. She'd declined her portion of wine, which immediately made them all look at each other as they quickly drained their own glasses. But she has the remedy book. All the help she needs can be found there. So many dead bees, Sadie said. Her throat tightened. When she closed her eyes, she could still see the piles of writhing bodies on the grass. But I think she felt their sacrifice. Kara stopped her own preparations to softly grip Sadie's shoulders in support. They'd grown up together, ever so slowly and naturally becoming more than friends when they hit their 30s and realized the reason they'd never married and started families with anyone else. Joyce had known long before they had that they were a couple within the trio. She'd been giddy when they had shyly made it official. There's great strength in her. Tremendous potential, but so much anger and pain. Sarah got through to her, but now that Sarah's gone, it's up to her to reach out, to want to connect, Granny said. You're expecting a lot from the girl. To bring us all together when she's been determined to be on her own her whole life, Joyce said. Sadie blinked. Joyce's mistake had instantly dried her eyes. Mel was a tough young woman, but Sadie had seen the hidden hunger buried deep in her eyes. She was lonely. She trusted no one, but she longed to be able to. Her rapid connection with the bees proved it. She doesn't want to be alone. She just doesn't know how to be together, Sadie corrected. Granny nodded. She cared for Sarah, but she didn't know how to accept care in return. And you've worn yourself out trying to reach her, Kara guessed. We can't do this without her, Sadie said. Kara and Joyce already suspected her concerns. She could feel their worry. But in spite of the connection they shared in their minds, she needed to finally voice them aloud. Promise or not, they were only aging aunts more used to blessing babies than fighting murderers and corruption. They were more tapped into the energy of the Wildwood than anyone, but even she hadn't been able to save the bees. That, more than anything, made her worry about what Granny was attempting to do. It was one thing to wish a newborn well and nudge a little success and happiness their way. But the sect community had been a kingdom unto themselves for so long with Reverend Moon as their dark prince. How could a wise woman's stirrings and whisperings really change that? We weren't alone. Even without Mel, we weren't alone, Granny corrected. But there's still time for her to come around.
For weeks, I'd found Granny in the kitchen when I returned from deliveries. Today, she wasn't there. Then again, I returned later than usual these days because I always made a detour by the park. At first, it was to bring water to the bee balm. But after finding it flourishing and the soil damp, I returned out of curiosity. This morning, I'd finally caught someone watering the plant, and I was still pondering the discovery. He hadn't seen me. I'd kept far enough back behind the crooked lichen-covered trees to avoid his notice. Walker had poured a small bucket of water around the base of the bergamot, and then he'd crouched down to sit on his heels. I couldn't tell if he said anything. I could only watch as he reached out to touch one blossom after another with gentle hands. Jacob. I held my breath. All the way across the park, it was as if I felt the petals that trembled after he brushed them with his fingers. After a few moments, he rose and walked away. I had waited until he disappeared around a corner before visiting the plant myself. It had obviously taken root, and a fat bumblebee had even landed on a vivid red flower while I was there. Caring for the bee balm he'd helped me plant was such a simple gesture, but it threatened to make me feel even warmer toward the man. His care, his concern. The tattoo of the tree I'd glimpsed, so like the one on the cover of the remedy book. He'd been at the apiary. Maybe he understood a little bit of why I needed to apologize to the bees. After that, the entire park had seemed greener. The grass less patchy, Even the poor trees had seemed less stunted than before. When I returned to find Granny mysteriously out of the kitchen, her cat was on the counter. But even his usual "the world owes me more than kibble" manner seemed rattled. His tail twitched aggressively, and an aura of floating hair showed all around his body, as if his unsettled demeanor had caused him to shed more than his regular copious amounts. I'd recognized Sadie's truck parked outside, along with Joyce's sedan, and a van I wasn't familiar with. "What's up, Cookie Cat?" I asked. Turns out Granny never called him by name. In fact, she changed the subject whenever I brought it up. So rather than trying to play Rumpelstiltskin, I'd opted for CC. He didn't seem to mind, any more than he minded anything and everything else. I sat the nearly empty delivery basket on the counter beside the huge, disgruntled tabby. But before I could risk life and limb to soothe him with a pet, he jumped down and fled the room. Since he usually dodged my attention by hiding behind Granny, I assumed he'd gone to find her. "Where's she gone off to, then?" I grumbled. The old cat had seemed to settle around me recently. His rejection stung, even though I'd never admit it. But then, Cece's head poked out around the corner of the door he'd used for his rapid exit, with a yowl that startled me. I always saved Lou's shop for my last stop, so I could linger and visit a while. I wasn't prepared to transition from music and laughter to whatever was going on in the oddly silent kitchen that had obviously disturbed the cat so much he was complaining to me about it. "Traumatized by a cold stove?" I joked. But it was the most natural thing in the world to leave the kitchen and follow the cat, as if he knew where I needed to be better than I knew myself. The kitchen wasn't the only room in the house that was silent and chilly. When I'd left that morning with a basket full of tea, tisanes, balms, and powders, Granny had been in the pantry. We had barely spoken, as was our early AM routine. But now the emptiness of her kitchen radiated outward until the whole Queen Anne seemed lifeless and dull. Cece's feet were the only sound, and he patted them lightly as if he tiptoed up the cherry wood staircase on purpose, whisper soft. I followed his lead, placing my feet quietly, the whole time straining my ears trying to hear evidence of what the old wise woman was up to. We ended up at Granny's bedroom door, where we didn't surprise several visitors who acted as if our arrival was expected. Cookie Cat sashayed into the room and jumped up on the bed to lie on a crocheted throw beside Granny's pillows. I stopped at the doorway, blinking. My hostess was bundled under a colorful patchwork quilt. Her face was starkly pale against the quilt's bright floral pattern, created by thousands of hand-stitched cotton pieces. "You've met Sadie and Joyce? This is another friend of mine, and yours too, of course. Kara, this is my Mel," Granny said. I'd seen Kara before. Morgan's Gap was a small town, and I was already accustomed to many of its faces, even if I didn't know them by name. Unlike Sadie, Kara wore dramatic makeup, and her hair was a wild shock of bottle red. But it was her clothing that most drew the eye. Kara loved what Sarah had called handwork. Crocheted vests, patchwork skirts, knitted caps, even in the summer. She always made me smile whenever I saw her unconventional look on the street. "Everything is going to be fine," Joyce said. She was placing a black lacquered tray decorated with a Japanese pagoda and vivid cherry blossoms across Granny's lap. On the tray was a china cup filled with steaming liquid and a plate of dark brown buttered bread. "What happened? What's wrong?" I stepped over the threshold with every intention of claiming a place among the strange group. Granny and I hadn't spoken much since I'd messed up with the bees. I hadn't explained to her that I was planning to stay with her, at least until next semester. Every time I thought to bring it up, she had looked too tired for conversation. I knew I'd failed some kind of unspoken test at the apiary. I didn't think my apology at the park negated that. Granny was propped up to access her snack, but she was obviously weak. I'd known she was old, but this was the first time she seemed ancient. She carefully picked up the cup with both hands and sipped the slightly green liquid. And as she swallowed, the lines on her face stood out in sharp shadows against her pallor like chiseled clay. Sadie was arranging a kaleidoscope of dried beans on top of an antique bureau while she murmured inaudibly under her breath. Her black skinny slacks and gray flyaway sweater were too businesslike for the giant mason jar in her arms that held the multicolored beans she fished out one by one for her seemingly inane task. She wore tiny studs in her ears that turned out to be glass honeybees when I looked closer. I thought about her entire body covered in pulsing bees and shivered. The pattern she created from the beans reminded me of the mandalas I'd seen on silken scarves sold by sidewalk vendors in Richmond. Kara wore an outfit like the women who sold those scarves, alongside handmade jewelry or artisanal soap from colorful pop-up stalls at weekend flea markets. Her skirt was tie-dyed and voluminous, swirling around her bare ankles in a riot of blues and purples and greens. Her top was a chunky sweater, knitted with what seemed to be leftover skeins of yarn of every shade. She was adding more dried herbs to a smoking porcelain bowl by crumbling them in her fingers. Gems set in silver rings on every finger sparkled, as a pungent but not unpleasant aroma filled the room. "No, dear, 3 for the task is all I need." 3 to strengthen. 3 to recharge. 3 to protect, Granny said. She'd swallowed all but the dregs in her cup, and Joyce accepted it when Granny gave it to her. She didn't set it aside. Instead, she looked at the stuff left in the bottom of the cup and tisked like she'd seen something worrisome. 3, 3, 3. The number echoed in my mind like something I should note, but then I was distracted from the echo by something else Granny had said. Protect? What's happened? I asked again. My question came out as a croak. Not cool, but until now I hadn't realized how much of my guard I'd lowered with Granny since I'd come to town. I stood nervously several feet away from the sick woman. Pretty sure I should turn around and run away instead of experiencing the concern that was constricting my throat. "She'd expended too much energy to call you," Kara said. "Here. To call you here," Sadie interjected. She flicked her eyes at Kara and then away too quickly for me to interpret the silent communication that seemed to pass between them with the glance. "I came because Sarah told me to, before she died," I corrected. Sadie turned from her finished bean art with an empty mason jar in her hands. She'd taken thousands of dried beans from the jar to create the pattern on the bureau near the bed where Granny lay. I followed the beans around and around until I grew dizzy. I had to look away or risk being sick on the bedroom floor. "One of the reasons," Kara nodded, "our lives are nudged by millions of choices every day. Coffee or tea, a coat or sweater, one lump or two. Some of us learn to nudge the nudges," Sadie said. "You took more than a nudge, and that kind of a shove doesn't come cheap," Granny said. She laughed with a sudden hoarse bark that shook her shoulders and rattled in her chest. "Maybe you should see a real doctor," I said. I stepped toward the bed, but Joyce gracefully rose from the chair beside the bed and met me halfway. "Instructing a novice at her age has taken a lot out of her these last few weeks. She needs to detach and rest," Joyce said, "before we all come together for gathering at the end of the summer." She still looked like a Sunday school teacher, but one with a little dancing in the pale moonlight behind her gentle blue eyes. "Gathering?" I asked. I stayed where I was. Who was I to challenge the edict of these older women? Guilt gnawed at my stomach at the very idea I was the one to blame for Granny's illness. I'd failed to protect Sarah. I'd failed the bees. And it turned out my epic stubbornness might be hurting Granny too. To celebrate the end of summer and the final harvest before the fallow time of winter, we gather,
All of us on the mountain, and from the mountain," Sadie said. Granny nibbled on the bread from her tray. "This year, you'll feed the yeast in the wildwood before we bake the bread," Granny said. The other three suddenly looked at the woman lying on the bed as if she'd surprised them. "This is the rye from last year. We commune with the baking and the breaking of the bread at gathering, and some loaves are taken home by each of us. It helps keep us connected to the wildwood and each other." Her eyes were unfocused, as if she was remembering 100 years of gathering in days long past. "Fresh is best. We can help her now, but gathering will be what she most needs. To commune with the wildwood is the best way to recharge," Joyce explained. "It's time for you to move to the Ross cabin. I've done all I can do for you here. I would have liked more time to prepare you for the end of summer, but—" Granny sighed and closed her eyes. The three other women in the room trained their eyes on me, and I suddenly had to look away from their intense curiosity. They must see me as an interloper, a newcomer who didn't even fully believe in the wisdom they practiced. Wise women. Witches. I'd been happy to help Granny, to dabble in recipes and remedies. The days and weeks had passed, but I'd barely begun to scratch the surface of this town's secrets. And suddenly I was faced with a much more serious choice than I'd expected. Was I going to take this as deep as it seemed to be leading me? Just when I'd decided to stay with Granny, I was to be sent away, deeper into the wildwood and its strangeness, all alone. It would have been sacrilege, the way your friend's mother was killed. The murderer didn't only take her life, he or she tainted the locust tree. I hadn't mentioned the sect women following me after I'd confronted Moon on the street. I hadn't told anyone about the sect man almost running me down. Morgan's Gap seemed warm around me. Wrapped in the hug of small-town ways, my occasional nervousness had been easier to shrug off. But then Moon had followed me home. My heart thumped in my chest, and the cool wash of adrenaline flowed beneath my skin. I was being sent into the wildwood, where the Ross women lay sleeping, marked by the twisted, twining roots of the black locust trees. I could hear the cree-cree of the straining rope that had held Sarah's mother's body. Another melody, dead and gone. Murdered. There was death and danger in the wildwood. There was also life. Which way was I being nudged to go? Chapter 12. The days were already shorter. The leaves had the slightest hint of drying around the edges, but it was enough to cast a golden-brown hue over the entire forest, as if a determined army of fairy decorators were manically gilding everything before autumn could take away their palette. In Richmond, I'd barely noticed the seasons, especially since Virginia seemed to have only two, a long, drawn-out summer that was by turns mild to blazing hot, and a winter that hit hard and fast and was unrelenting for 2 to 3 weeks around the first of the year. But on the mountain, autumn approached with a tangible taste in the air. The higher elevation and the abundance of trees was part of that flavor. Summer was mossy and verdant and sweet. Fall was ripe and lush and slightly bitter, like a strong cup of espresso left out in the night until it settled and chilled to a thicker, darker brew. You could see autumn coming in the lengthening shadows and the shortening of midday, which gave rise to an age-old instinct to gather in and huddle close against the encroaching darkness. My move to the Ross cabin got a later start than I'd intended, because I'd wanted to complete one more delivery for Granny before my rounds became a weekly rather than a daily routine. Those lengthening shadows greeted me when I pulled up to the house, and I second-guessed my decision to follow Granny's instructions. Of course, Sadie, Kara, and Joyce wouldn't have listened to any argument. Their love for Granny ran true and deep.
Her word was law, and they were a force to be seen when deployed on her behalf. I was here. The ancient minivan I'd borrowed from Kara was packed with supplies. I tried not to think of Reverend Moon stalking after me on a shadowy street, or how easy it would be for the sect to find me way out here all alone. I refused to be scared away. I'd thrown a Louisville Slugger I'd found in Granny's umbrella rack in the back of the van with the rest of my things. I'd borrowed it without compunction because, 1, I would absolutely use it, and 2, in Granny's house full of oddities, she'd never notice it wasn't around. I exited the van. The sound of wind rustling the drying leaves was my welcome. The forest sighed with wafts of musty leaf decay that also heralded fall. But it was rich and pleasant. I breathed in the scent of the wildwood, thinking of Sarah and Granny, and yes, the biologist. This was Jacob's wildwood, too. Jacob of the mossy eyes and mysterious intensity. I retrieved an overnight bag from the back seat and picked up a box of kitchen essentials. I'd left my laptop in town. My phone barely worked this far out. Internet would be impossible without a satellite provider. Melody Ross must have seen no need to be online. Even without the laptop, I would have to make numerous trips to haul everything Granny had sent with me inside. Blankets, sheets, towels, and more. The elderly woman had obviously never lived out of a backpack. I had closed out the apartment in Richmond with a couple of phone calls. What clothes and keepsakes I hadn't been able to part with had fit in a few bags and boxes that now sat in a closet at Granny's house. Granny had also packed me a tin of her valerian tea. I set it on the counter with no intention of brewing it. If dreams came, so be it. I needed to be open to whatever clues Sarah's memories revealed about what had happened to her mother. Eventually, if I was going to live this far out, I was going to have to buy a car of my own. Kara and Joyce were going to come and pick up the van tomorrow. I hated I'd had to inconvenience them as much as I had. I wouldn't need much cash, but as a barista, I hadn't been able to put a lot of money aside. My savings would be depleted sooner rather than later. A cheap car. A very cheap car. That would be a problem for another day. For now, I carefully climbed the creaky front steps and tried to ignore the sound of the porch swing's chains. I balanced the box on one bent knee to fish the key to the cabin's front door from my jeans pocket. A flurry of faded brochures and pamphlets fell when I opened the screen door. They'd been left sandwiched between the screen and the glass of the front door. I saw the logo of a natural gas company on several of them, and the No Pipeline slogan on several others. It seemed representatives from both sides had been busy visiting the community, even all the way out in places like this. I would take my box inside and then come back to scoop up the trash. Granny had assured me that she and her friends had kept the inside of the cabin clean and tidy. I had to lean against the unused door to make it open. But I was met by the fragrance of lemon furniture polish and a trace of bleach. The air was slightly too warm and stale from being mostly undisturbed, and there was that expectant feeling of a vacation home inhabited infrequently, ready, waiting. At that, I paused. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I reached quickly and felt for a wall switch. Granny had said the electricity had never been turned off. Relief shamed me when an overhead light fixture with an old-fashioned amber glass globe illuminated the room. But the relief was short-lived. I had braced myself, but not enough. Of course, I knew this place from my dreams. I'd seen this living room and the kitchen beyond before. I had descended those stairs with my heart pounding in my chest. More evidence that my connection to Sarah had been real and deep and impossible to define in ordinary ways. My load was heavy, and I wasn't backing out now. I pushed myself forward into the great room and over to the kitchen counter where I deposited the box of supplies. The living room furniture was covered with plain white sheets. I dropped my bag to the floor and reached to uncover the couch and 2 armchairs. Only a little dust was disturbed, and with it a stronger bleach scent from the sheets themselves. I folded them and found the hall closet after opening a closet lined with wire shelves first, and a small, dated bathroom second. I guess the closet with wire shelves was a pantry. It was closest to the kitchen and held an impressive store of canning supplies, brand new and ready for use, empty jars, lids, and rings. There was also a large pot on the floor, with an interior metal basket meant for boiling the jars to sterilize and seal them. I was supposed to find an abundance of ripe blackberries in the garden and turn them into preserves. My cottage core duties continued, but, as usual, there was more to every seemingly simple chore than met the eye. A wise woman's goal was to nurture the connection between man and nature, and to use the connection to help and heal her community. The bees had shaken me with how deep that connection could go. But canning blackberries I could handle. Hopefully. Granny had gone over the instructions with me several times to clarify the faded recipe in the remedy book. I had brought sugar with me along with my groceries from town. The hall closet was empty except for a box filled with framed photographs. I shied away from those for now and forced myself to continue exploring. Unlike in my nightmares, Sarah's mother's old room was completely empty. I was glad. It was bad enough the layout of the cabin matched my dreams. I closed the door of the empty bedroom, trying not to shiver at Sarah's memory of that morning. It was late afternoon by now. I flipped on every light I passed. I was alone. There was no one to witness my need to keep the shadows away. But the hair on the back of my neck refused to settle, and my pulse continued to race. Facing my fears. No big. Why did it feel like playing Russian roulette? The next door or the next might prove my nightmares real. The stairs were especially chilling. Granny had told me the spare bedroom was up there. Neutral territory, where I planned to sleep. But I would have to walk past Sarah's old bedroom to get there. Ready. Waiting. Every floorboard creak and every door sigh only contributed to my mood. The cabin was both too quiet and not quiet enough. Granny had advised me to flush the taps before use and to open the windows at night for fresh air and natural air conditioning. There was also an oscillating fan in the van to dispel the heat that could accumulate upstairs from the tin roof. I could have gone out to the van for the other supplies. I didn't. It would be a retreat. I knew it, and I refused to give in to the impulse. Sarah had been my home, and this cabin had been Sarah's. I wouldn't be afraid here. I squared my shoulders and took a deep breath to calm my racing heart. Then I took each step more firmly than the one before, until by the time I reached the small landing, I was walking more naturally. Only then did I blush, because I'd been creeping around on tiptoe like an intruder before. I was invited. I was welcome. The Ross cabin, Granny had assured me, was mine for as long as I would have it. To my left, Sarah's bedroom door was open. Unlike her mother's room, there was still an iron bed, painted a cheerful sky blue. And hanging on the walls were dozens of paintings, crinkled and aged, the sort a young girl would create at school. A sudden, ferocious grief scalded my throat and burned my eyes. At the same time, I rushed forward to lay my hands on her creations, as if I could infuse them with my life and breath, and create a bridge between this living Sarah and the dead one I'd lost. They didn't connect me with my Sarah, of course. Every poster was filled with flowers and plants, and the life she'd known before her mother's murder. The Sarah I had known had been more muted and darker than the Sarah who had painted these. My hands fell away, and my eyes dried. There were no other belongings left in the room.
The shelves were empty, but I still went to the bare bed and looked under the faded pillow. Somehow, I was surprised not to find the crochet mouse charm I'd held as Sarah in my dreams. Its place was empty, save for a dusting of lavender. The floral dust trailed to the edge of the bed, but there was no charm on the floor. Maybe Granny or one of her friends who had helped keep the cabin clean had taken the charm away. The missing charm made my chest feel tight. But the room bothered me less because it wasn't my Sarah's room. I closed the bedroom door in respect for a young girl I'd never actually known. After that, it was easier. I found the spare bedroom on the other side of the landing. A slanted ceiling made it small, but floral wallpaper and another iron bed painted white made it cheerful enough. I opened the window, and a deep woodsy scent freshened the room. It came from the Wildwood path I could see directly below. In the late afternoon sun, the backyard wasn't exactly like the one from my nightmares. Butterflies stirred the blossoms they favored, and peace seemed possible. Not that I'd found peace yet. There was no internet here, no streaming. I couldn't pop out for a bagel or a new book. It was intimidating. All I had was my own company and mundane tasks to keep me occupied. The isolation magnified my nerves. I tried not to search the surrounding woods for faces. No one would follow me here. Who would want to spy on me sweeping out a cabin or stocking the fridge? I would get used to the hush and the remote location. Eventually, I would stop seeing kerchiefs in every shadow. I would replace Sarah's nightmare images with current happier ones. Finally, after more windows were opened, my bed made, and towels hung, I put the groceries away in the Harvest Gold refrigerator and pantry, by the light of the setting sun, and every bulb in the house. The Ross Remedy book sat on the counter, back in the place where its pages had once been ripped and flung. More than anything, restoring the repaired book to its rightful place helped me to settle. It looked at home, as if I'd clicked a difficult puzzle piece into position. The picture hadn't been completed yet, but the possibility of completion was within reach. Only a few more pieces to go. Tomorrow, when the sun was high, I'd visit the garden.
Sarah had been sent to retrieve the pan. The same one had been used to feed the yeast for so long, no one knew if it had been shaped to fit the crook in the old oak tree's roots, or if the crook had grown to provide a perfect place for the pan after generations of Ross women had welcomed the Wildwood to enrich the rye bread broken at gathering. Sarah's mother had added a fine mesh screen over the customary linen cloth to discourage creatures bigger than pollen and spores and beneficial bacteria from invading the mixture, so Sarah had to dust off only a few early fallen leaves. Her mouth was already watering at the thought of the fresh brown bread, heavy with seeded texture, and its darker, crisp crust just perfect for a slathered dollop of creamy butter. She leaned to carefully pick up the bent pan, transferring it from the fitted hug of the oak's roots to her arms. "You there, girl. Why are you skulking around that tree?" Sarah knew the voice. She'd heard it before, preaching truly scary things on Main Street. Hate, separation, and suffering, the sort of things that were the opposite of all she'd been taught. "Fetching the yeast for my mother is all," Sarah answered. She tried to keep the fear from her voice because her mother had once told her Reverend Moon was drawn to fear, the way raccoons were drawn to hornet larvae. One whiff of that squiggling vulnerability, and he'd dig and dig until he found more. "Heathen practices, communing with the trees and the plants as if they were your savior," Moon hissed. He'd come out of the trees behind her, skirting the Wildwood garden rather than walking near it. The old oak was off the path in its own smaller clearing. Moon invaded it, his every step wrong in a way that made her throat tight and her hands on the yeast even tighter, protective. He was in the Wildwood, but he wasn't. He wasn't welcome or accepted. If the leaves and vines could move quickly, they would have curled away from him to avoid his blight. Sarah lifted her chin, but she also edged toward the path that led back to the cabin and her mother. She was only 10, old enough to be given the honor of fetching the pan, not old enough to stand against Reverend Moon all alone. "Better to take that pan and throw it in the fire, girl. Better it burn than your soul." Moon spit when he spoke, so full of anger he shook with it and it bubbled up in spittle on his lips. She already had a white-knuckled grip on the pan. He was a threat to the yeast, the bread, gathering, and everything their communion with the forest meant to the wise women from the mountain. He'd come way closer than she liked, and his body was poised as if he was going to pounce and wrestle the pan from her fingers. He was a big, bony man, at least 6 feet tall, and his black, wide-brimmed hat made him seem even taller. It shadowed his face until his eyes looked almost like empty black holes, and his teeth were gritted so she could see the filthy tobacco stains that made her shudder. "I found the blasphemous trail that leads my flock astray. No telling how many have been drawn here by this abomination. And the evil worked with these devil weeds," Moon said. He punched at the garden, gesturing with a fisted hand. To her, he was the abomination. The garden was peaceful in all of its familiar tangle. In it, she saw only help and healing, not evil. She planted her feet in the ground, digging into the undergrowth with her heels. She could tell by the fist he continued to shake this wasn't going to end with her easily walking away. Her mother had trusted her with this sacred chore for the first time, and Reverend Moon wanted to ruin it. "Take the pan to the house, Sarah. The ladies have the kitchen ready." Melody Ross came up the path like she always did, as much a part of the Wildwood as the trees themselves. She left the path to come and stand beneath the old oak with Sarah and Reverend Moon, but unlike Moon, her steps were comfortable and careful. She didn't hate or hurt the forest. She noticed. Every leaf, every fern. The Wildwood wouldn't curl away from her. Ever. "I want nothing from your kind. I came to warn you. Stay away from my women. Don't taint them with your potions or poison them with your balms." Moon growled. He loomed over Sarah still, but even though her mother wasn't much taller than she was, Moon seemed smaller than he had seemed before. His broad shoulders had rounded in on themselves, and his fists looked less threatening. Her mother reached to place her hand, palm flat, against the oak tree, and she seemed to grow even taller, as if the old oak lent her its height through its gruff gray bark. "Okay, Mama," Sarah said, as if Moon hadn't spoken. Spurred on without another glance or word, Sarah walked away. The yeast was too important to risk, and she was its caretaker. She didn't run. Predators chased, and Moon was always hunting for prey. The Wildwood had fallen silent. No insect's word, no squirrel chattered, no bird sang. Even the breeze had died. She held her breath, feeling a million eyes on her. Hidden in the branches and boughs above, and the bushes and briar patches beneath. And none so icy as the gaze of Reverend Moon drilling into her back and freezing her spine. Suddenly, Sarah stumbled on a tendril of creeper. Her mother had taught her how to walk in the forest. She was never clumsy or awkward in the Wildwood. She paused and looked nervously back over her shoulder, afraid that Moon would decide to pounce after all. But Moon had stepped back several strides from her mother and the oak tree. He was half turned toward the way he had come. "Take care not to get lost on your way home, Reverend. The Wildwood can easily turn you around if you aren't careful, if you aren't wise to its ways," her mother said. "This ground has been sanctified by Ross women for generations. Trespass leads to misfortune." Reverend Moon no longer had fists. His hands were limp at his sides. But when Melody Ross began to hum, he jerked backward from her, as if a puppet master had pulled his strings. Sarah recognized the tune. Her mother had once told her it was ancient, written long ago and far away. It had come across the ocean from distant lands with the first Ross who had settled in Morgan's Gap. Her mother softly sang the words to the chorus in a language few had spoken or heard. It was a lullaby of sorts, meant to put babies and maybe even gardens to rest. Reverend Moon hurried away, mumbling a much clumsier rhyme that had no real faith behind it at all. He crashed through the forest the way he'd come, twigs snapping, branches scratching, bushes scrambling. Finally, the first bird sang, heralding his absence. "Well, why are we dawdling? It's time to make the autumn loaves." Sarah was allowed to carry the pan all the way back to the cabin, an honor her mother didn't revoke because of Moon's interruption. She was glad to have her mother behind her on the path, in between her and Reverend Moon. Yet it was the Wildwood that sheltered them from Moon and others like him. A living wall they would tend forever.
Chapter 13. I slept for several fitful hours before I was startled awake. I'd met an older, more horrifying Reverend Moon in person, so it wasn't the lucid dream that woke me. There was no need to reach for a light because I'd left the bedside lamp on, to read by, or so I told myself, even though the remedy book had been closed on the table long before I closed my eyes. My whole life I'd slept through city sounds at night, sirens, car doors, neighbors shouting, and stray cat fights. Whatever had disturbed me had been strange to my sleeping senses. I'd placed the baseball bat under the bed. It was there if I needed it, but I wasn't going to scramble for it every time an insect whirred. I sat up as an owl called from deep in the woods outside. Its echoing cry drew my attention to the window. I clutched the blanket and stilled so I wouldn't disturb the small gray and white mouse that sat on the ledge, silhouetted by moonlight but illuminated enough by the lamp's glow that I could see its crinkled whiskers and the twitch of its pink nose. The owl called again, and the mouse turned slightly toward the sound. It didn't duck or run for cover. It simply settled on its haunches before turning back to look at me. Did it understand that the owl couldn't get through the screened window? The cabin had been empty for a long time, with only the occasional cleaning, but I hadn't seen any mouse droppings or any other evidence of rodent infestation. Maybe a solitary mouse had found its way into shelter before the weather grew colder? "Did you wake me, or was it the owl?" I asked, thinking my voice would startle the little creature away. The mouse only looked at me, and I was suddenly reminded of the way Cece looked, knowing, aware, as if complex thoughts were going on behind his furry face. "If you don't make a mess, you can stay. Keep me company until gathering," I said. I drew the line at confessing to the mouse that my sudden need for lights was embarrassing. Concerning my mental health, a fear of the dark was probably no more worrisome than feeling compelled to talk to a mouse. "Not on the bed, of course. That's off limits," I continued. And then I thought of Sarah's charm, the crocheted mouse that had disappeared. Oddly enough, the mouse on the windowsill was also gray and white with a pale pink nose. But it was its crooked whiskers that most reminded me of the clear nylon thread that had created whiskers for the crochet mouse.
Sarah's pocket, and her clutching fingers had crimped that thread. I knew that. I'd seen and felt it in my dreams. The mouse on the windowsill had real whiskers. I watched as it slowly began to clean its face, as if it regularly chatted with house guests at midnight. Real, crimped whiskers. Charm? I breathed out as I fell back on my pillows, but I fell asleep before I could decide if the idea was any crazier than sharing Sarah's memories. The next morning dawned cool and bright. I flicked off lights in every room. It was probably the glow from the cabin that had disturbed the owl the night before, maybe acting as a beacon to the mouse. I vowed to use only a normal amount of light tonight. I'd slept deep and hard after the interruption. No more nightmares. Maybe living here in the Wildwood air would be good for me like Granny had said. I checked more carefully for mouse droppings and found none. I wiped down the kitchen anyway, from the tops of the knotty pine cabinets to the crooked plank floor. I found only one living thing. A long-legged spider I quickly banished out the front door with an express ride on a dustpan I'd found on the pantry floor. Maybe I'd dreamed the gray and white mouse, so like the crochet charm I'd also dreamed. If so, I hadn't dreamed anything else for the rest of the night, which made me less worried about rodents than I probably should have been. Sarah's charm had been stuffed with garden herbs to keep the nightmares away. If I did share the cabin with a mouse, and if he kept the nightmares away, I would consider myself charmed as well. It was well after lunchtime before I realized I was putting off the inevitable first trip back to the Wildwood garden. Granny had given me instructions for which recipes I needed to learn before gathering. I'd brought some ingredients with me: sugar, flour, baking soda, and salt. But I would need to harvest the rest. I changed from flip-flops to sturdier canvas sneakers and grabbed the basket I knew I'd find waiting by the back door. How many times had Sarah or her mother hooked the large container woven from willow branches on the crook of their arms before heading out to the wildwood path at the edge of the lawn? I tried to imagine happier times, rather than the torn and bloody pages of the remedy book soaking up dew as I marched off on my mission. But it wasn't only a garden I meant to visit. It was a murder scene and a cemetery, and the ground, while not hallowed by priest or preacher, seemed sacred from the many generations who had turned the soil and planted the seeds. They had harvested and brewed, and from what Granny had said, fed the yeast, baked the bread, and gathered in communion as a community of wise women. Year after year, for as long as anyone could remember. I was supposed to be a part of that community this autumn. My head filled with the remembered hum of angry bees with that thought. I wasn't as alone as I'd been when Sarah had died, but I couldn't quite accept the totality of connection the Wildwood seemed to want from me. Unlike the remedy book puzzle piece, no matter how I twisted and turned, I could never fit myself into place. Even though I'd been isolated for hours, I wasn't surprised to find Tom in the garden. Granny had told me to get used to his coming and going, and Sarah's memories of him were warm. He was a person she had trusted. The woods had welcomed me onto the path with the fussing screech of angry squirrels and a song of mingling bird calls I was too inexperienced to separate and identify. But Tom was such a frequent visitor that the Wildwood didn't fall silent at his passing. "Oh, I see you beat me to it," I said. The older man was spry and quick, and he was picking plump handfuls of blackberries from the bushes that lined the north edge of the garden, and depositing them into a white 5-gallon bucket that was stained with the evidence of having been used for just such a chore before. "For you," Tom replied, gesturing with his equally stained hands, more purple than red, toward the bushes drooping and heavy with fruit. I'd never seen such blackberries before, or such abundantly filled bushes. each briar-spiked vine held dozens of giant berries. I stepped forward and leapt the creek to help Tom with the harvest. We worked silently until my fingers and my lips were as stained as Tom's. The first bite had shocked me with a taste so rich and juicy and full of darkly sweet flavor. The Wildwood blackberries reminded me of dewy midnights and morning mist and mountain fog. There were deep woodsy notes behind the berry tang I'd never tasted in blackberries purchased from the grocery. "Not bad for my first taste from the garden," I commented. Tom paused in his picking and looked at me. I knew to expect his scarred face, but I still inwardly cringed at whatever grievous injury had caused the slash across his nose and mouth. The medical treatment he'd received hadn't prevented the cruel curl of his lips that made his speech so difficult for him to utter and listeners to understand. "Jam even better," he croaked. And his smile would have been a horrible thing if the beautiful berries we labored together to pick and preserve hadn't colored it. Finally, after over an hour filling the bucket and partially filling my basket as well, we had divested the bushes of every last blackberry. Tom picked up the heavy bucket and gestured toward the path, telling me wordlessly to lead the way. I hadn't been surprised to find him here, but I was surprised by how easily I'd settled into working with him. I felt completely comfortable with him at my back as we returned to the house. The screeching squirrels had gone back to their own harvest, assured by our interest in the berries that we weren't after their walnuts or acorns, so only birdsong soundtracked our hike back to the cabin. I led the way into the kitchen and watched Tom, more at home than I was, carry the bucket to the sink, where he upended his load of berries and turned on the spigot. "Thank you for your help," I said. He'd been a friend to Sarah's mother. That's all I knew. That and his care of the garden, even after Sarah and her mother were gone. His clothes were faded but clean. A checkered flannel shirt tucked into blue jeans, held up by a worn leather belt. His boots were also leather and worn with extra long laces wound around the shafts as if to help hold them together. He turned from the sink, still holding the empty bucket, and I guessed I also knew the look in his eyes. Haunted. Lonely. Maybe a little bit mad. Jacob Walker had warned me of danger on the mountain. Wild animals, the sect, a murderer who had never been caught. But I swear I saw no harm in Tom, at least none intended toward me. "Always," Tom hoarsely whispered. And I wasn't sure if he meant he'd always help me, or if he'd always be here, year after year, to pick blackberries, no matter who was here to can them. "Come back for a jar of preserves when they're ready," I said. And then my cheeks burned, because he looked taken aback, as if the berries were as much his as mine, and of course he'd expect some jam. Chapter 14. Before I came to the mountain, a triple espresso half-calf latte was the height of my culinary achievements. Sarah was the cook, and even she preferred pizza to almost anything else. I carefully set up the kitchen for preparing blackberry preserves, the same way I would have set up a mad scientist's laboratory. Canning was easily as alien to me as test tubes and beakers full of mysterious chemicals. When I'd cleaned the kitchen last night, I'd found a large copper-bottomed kettle in the cabinet by the stove. I scoured it well, so it was ready for the washed berries I scooped into it from the sink. The remedy book was on the counter, propped open with a large wooden spoon I'd also found, so I could refer to the blackberry jam recipe. The instructions called for 3-to-1 berry-to-sugar ratio. I measured carefully, noting that someone in the past had crossed out and scribbled over a higher sugar content. There was also an added note about substituting honey for sugar if preferred. I shied away from thinking about honey, because bees. Even if my apology had been accepted, I didn't know if I should go there. I used a fork
and a large glass mixing bowl to mash several cups worth of berries. But other than those, the recipe called for whole berries. Of course, they were so plump and full of juice that none would be left entirely intact by the time the process was complete. I measured the lemon juice as carefully as I measured the sugar. My pulse quickened as I worried about spoiling the gorgeous berries from the garden. They were precious, and that there would be no more until next year, so the pressure was on. But even more so, because Granny was sick, and Sarah was gone. And somehow this yearly tradition had fallen to me, Mel Smith. Not exactly the Betty Crocker type. Granny had warned me about the need for constant stirring as the sugar, lemon juice, and berry mixture began to bubble. She'd also prepared me for the foam that would rise to the top and need to be constantly skimmed off and plopped in the nearby sink. This was the thickening process, and while I worked on stirring and skimming, the giant canner was on another burner beginning to sterilize the jelly jars. When the blackberries were thickened, I would spoon the preserves into the jars, wipe the necks, and place on the lids specially made to seal vacuum tight to the hot jars. Then I would apply the rings, screw them tight, and ensure the seals were completed by submerging the filled jars in a bath of boiling water. The preserves would keep for months through the winter if I did the task right. I worked through the afternoon and into the night. The kitchen was filled with heavy, sweet-scented steam, and my hair was a damp riot around my face by the time I canned all the berries we'd picked. It took several batches of berry mixture to use all the blackberries and the jars Granny had provided. As the last jars cooled on the counter to the tune of lids pinging as they sealed, I read the part of the recipe that had been crossed out, and was glad I hadn't needed to deal with melting paraffin wax and pouring it into the jars over the jam to create a seal. Apparently, even the Ross remedy book was updated from time to time to avoid botulism from tainted food. Finally, rows of preserves so deeply purple they were almost black lined the kitchen countertop. You didn't have to be a witch to appreciate a job, hopefully, well done. Canning wasn't sorcery. It was stained fingers, stiff shoulders, and frazzled hair. But I still remembered the first taste of blackberry from the Wildwood garden, and I knew my afternoon hadn't been spent on a mundane chore. Much of the garden would sleep or even die in winter. Granny had explained the blackberry preserves would be handed out at gathering, for the wise women and their families to have during fallow months when nothing much grew in the Wildwood. Along with frozen rye bread and dried roots and herbs, the berries I'd canned would maintain their connection with the Wildwood. Magic or community, or a little of both. I'd always been apart, finding strength in being separated from others. Now I wasn't so sure. Preserving the blackberries was my first major test before gathering, when I would suddenly be thrust into an entire group of women who believed. What did they believe exactly? It had been a long time since the last lid had tinged, when a sudden movement intruded on my satisfaction over the clean, cooling kitchen, and trepidation over the coming gathering. The mouse was back. The tiny creature climbed to the top of one jar and sat back on its haunches the way it had the night before. It washed its face nonchalantly as I watched, unbothered by my presence. "Well, charmed, I'm sure," I said, but I missed the sarcastic mark. Truthfully, I was charmed. The mouse was as brave and bold as I'd ever pretended to be. I knew I should shoo him off the shiny golden lid, but I also knew the warm jar was probably a pleasant seat. And I could always wash it later when the mouse had moved on. "You seem to be very clean for a mouse," I noted. He paused his facial long enough to look at me and blink. His whiskers twitched, and I thought about standing up and offering him the pocket of my sweater as an alternative resting place. I didn't. The fanciful idea that he was in any way related to the crocheted charm Sarah had carried with her was ridiculous, brought on by exhaustion, nerves, and the almost make-believe quality of the steamy kitchen.
not sure if Cece is coming for gathering, but I'll let you know," I said. I wasn't sure if wise women had familiars like witches. There might be a clouder of cats at gathering for all I knew. Of course, by the end of the month, I was sure the mouse would have moved on. I kept a clean house. There would be no crumbs for the creature to scavenge in my kitchen. Mine. I stopped at the thought. My face was too warm, and I had to take a deep breath. I let it out slowly, and with it any thoughts of permanence. Claiming a space of my own seemed presumptuous, as if I'd borrowed a bubble of peace that was almost surely doomed to burst.
Chapter 15. Sarah had scrubbed the kitchen down after the last pickles were safely sealed in their jars. Now she sat with carefully washed hands, a pen, and the Ross Remedy book open to the first blank page. Her notes, along with all the edits she'd made as she perfected her first recipe, were stacked at her left elbow. The final batch of pickles was lined up in a proud line on the counter across from the book. The small woody cucumber plants that grew in the Wildwood garden had originally been cultivated from a wild species more than 100 years ago. The cucumbers themselves were fully mature, at 3 inches long, with tough, nearly black peels and firm, dark green flesh. Their flavor was grassy and bitter, and the Ross women had mainly used them in digestive remedies and ointments meant to combat eczema. But for as long as Sarah could remember, from her earliest days of toddling to the garden, needing her mother's hand to stay on her feet, she had been fascinated by the toy-like miniature cucumbers. Melody Ross believed fascinations lead a wise woman to where she was meant to go. So, as soon as Sarah was old enough to begin experimenting in the kitchen with herbs and spices and the pickling process, she began to come up with a recipe that would be her first contribution to the Ross Remedy book. Wildflower honey to offset the bitterness of the peel that she wanted to keep for its crispy crunch, dill for vitamin C and to fight infection and for the whimsy of its anti-witchcraft mythology. Her mother had explained that dillweed hadn't been allowed near the garden until 1955. A hardy variety of mountain peppercorn you couldn't find in a store. Piney with a hint of spice that lingered on the tongue long after the pickled bite of cucumber had been swallowed. Her mother had never interfered with her pickle project, but now that she thought she'd arrived at a final recipe, Melody Ross stood beside a single open jar. Sarah hadn't tried a bite yet herself, because the ultimate judge of whether her recipe was worthy of being written into the Ross book would be her mother. Sarah placed both of her palms on the counter to steady her hands. Her whole body seemed to tremble with excitement and nervous anticipation. Her mother had already examined the appearance of the pickle jars. When she'd tilted the jars to the light, playful peppercorns floated in clear liquid, falling down and around the pickled cucumbers with a spicy snow globe effect. But now the jar was open, and her mother had speared a pickle with a long-handled fork. She pulled it out and held it up, looking closely at it before she lifted it to her mouth and snapped off a bite with her even white smile. The crunch was audible, and Sarah's mouth spread into an answering smile when her mother closed her eyes as she chewed and swallowed. "Better than I imagined those tiny cucumbers could ever taste," Melody Ross proclaimed. Sarah jumped down from her stool and grabbed the fork from her mother to take the rest of the pickle into her own mouth. The perfect balance of flavors and textures exploded as she happily chewed. "You've done the Wildwood proud," her mother said, but her smile eased as she placed both hands on Sarah's shoulders. "Our family has been given a sacred responsibility. We're ambassadors between nature and humankind. It's okay to be joyful, but we need to be solemn as well, and give thanks for all the garden gives us." I know, Mama. I'm very serious about my pickles, Sarah said. I always knew, from the first time I picked one and held it in my hand. The Wildwood tells us everything we need to know. It gives us everything we need. We just have to listen to its whispers, her mother said, and heed its warnings. Her mother's hands gripped her shoulders a little more tightly. People are growing too distant from the land. They take what it has to offer, wood, coal, and water, and give nothing back. There are fewer of us living in harmony with the mountain, and there are people who want to destroy that harmony because they want to usurp nature and be above us all. When you write your first recipe in the Ross Remedy book, it's a rite of passage, Sarah. It means you want to accept your place as an ambassador, a caretaker. You'll become a wise woman. There's pride in that, but there's also weight. It's a load you'll carry the rest of your life. It isn't easy, and it can even be dangerous. I've taught you to honor the Wildwood with every step and every breath, but it's up to you whether you accept this sacred duty. Her mother spoke in a ceremonial rhythm Sarah instinctively recognized. She was only 9 years old, but she understood because the never-ending cycle between her family and the garden had always been a part of her life. She thought she might know who some of their enemies were, and her heart pounded because she was old enough and smart enough to fear them. But she was also a Ross, Melody Ross's daughter. She would be brave. I accept, Sarah said, with her back straight and her chin high. She reached for the pen and sat down in front of the open book. Her mother came to stand behind her, holding her shoulders in support as Sarah began to write.
Chapter 16. I found Sarah's recipe in the Remedy book, easily paging to the place where she'd written it so many years ago. The book was so thick and full I hadn't noticed Sarah's handwriting before. That was the simple explanation. Her careful, rounded script had simply been hidden among dozens of unfamiliar, even archaic styles. But part of me wondered if the book had revealed it to me now, that it had somehow become synchronized with my dreams. I ran my fingers over the ingredients and traced the loops of her signature at the bottom of the page. I'd never made pickles in my life, but the blackberry preserves had boosted my courage, and the spicy flavor of Sarah's pickles still lingered in my mouth after the dream. Tasting Sarah's contribution to the Ross Remedy book was suddenly imperative to me. I'd never practiced any religion with conviction. There had been foster homes that had forced me to attend Mass or a Protestant Sunday school. I remembered one summer in particular when Sarah had cried every day when we had been compelled by self-preservation to a Bible school in order to earn dinner for a week. I'd gone through the motions, watching the clock and disbelieving everything I was told. No one would save us, no person or deity. Only we could save ourselves. But this symbiosis my namesake had believed in, between her family as caretakers and the Wildwood as provider, appealed to me somehow. Maybe because Sarah had believed in her mother and the Wildwood with every fiber of her being, even after the relationship between the garden and her family had seemed to fail. In learning from Sarah's book, was I reestablishing a connection that had been lost? Had that been what Granny intended? Initially, I'd seen this as therapy, a working country vacation as a break from the city after all I'd been through. A sort of personal rehabilitation following grief and loss. The more I dreamed about Sarah's past, the more I believed there might be more to this summer than that. Over the next 2 weeks, my daily trips to the garden were no less momentous, but I got on with them alone. Well, mostly alone. The little mouse had become my constant companion, and for some reason I couldn't chase him away. The first time I noticed him in the woods, I automatically assumed he had to be a different mouse than the one I was used to seeing in the house. but his crinkled whiskers and gray and white coloring were too distinctive to mistake. I saw him nibbling sunflower seeds from the wilted head of a tall-stalked flower while I was gathering walnuts. Then I saw him napping in a milkweed pod that had busted open to release its seeds, leaving a soft bed of silken threads for a mouse smart enough to claim it. On that day, I snipped flowering mugwort while the mouse slept, and then I gently tapped his bed to wake him when I was finished. He would follow me back or he wouldn't, but I was compelled to let him know. Sure enough, after I'd bundled the mugwort into bunches and hung them upside down on a clothesline I'd strung through the kitchen for drying herbs, the mouse appeared on top of the armchair nearest the kitchen. "Is there a tiny pet door I haven't been told about?" I asked. But of course his only answer was a twitch of his crinkled whiskers. "Good thing I'm scheduled to go to town tomorrow. You're not much of a conversationalist," I said. I had more than a basket full of garden stuffs to take to Granny, some for her own edification, like the peach cordial I'd retrieved from a root cellar she'd stocked last spring with ancient-looking green glass bottles corked with red wax, some for her soap and moisturizer preparations, like dried lavender and the mugwort for menstrual tea. Some I'd prepared for sale myself, like the walnuts I'd cracked until I'd replaced the blackberry stains on my fingers with a new blackish-green tint from their hulls. I'd already been to town once to make Granny's rounds. She was showing improvement. Her color was better, her cough had cleared, and I was glad. Only disappointed that Joyce had been right about my removal. I hadn't meant to be a burden or a drain, but I had been, and it hurt my pride. After I'd finished hanging the mugwort, I packed the willow basket and a wooden crate I'd also found in the cellar. The pantry held the blackberry preserves and the pickles I'd made after that. Sarah's pickles. I'd known how they would taste from my dreams. But still, the first crisp, tangy snap between my teeth had brought tears to my eyes. They would be shared at gathering, not sold in town. When a knock sounded on the cabin's front door, the mouse disappeared from the top of the armchair as if he'd poofed into thin air. But he reappeared on the counter beside the crate as if he'd joined me to face whoever was at the door as a united front. "No worries, then," I said, rolling my eyes at the diminutive backup. I dusted off my hands and went to the door. Mindful of murderers, I peeked out the window before I turned the knob. I'd halfway expected it to be Tom, returned for his share of jam, but it wasn't. The door still required a tug to open, because I mostly entered and exited through the back. And, of course, my tug was too fierce, causing the act of opening to be a sudden and dramatic whoosh. Jacob stood on my front stoop. He stared down at the red galoshes I hadn't yet had the heart to move. "Oh, hey," I said. As lame as extra casual can sound after an awkward ta-da. I wasn't sure if it was because of Lou or because of the bee bomb, but my brain was rebelling against any idea of keeping the biologist at a distance. With a brush of his fingers on the bergamot's leaves, he'd become Jacob to me. Then I saw he had a bundle of damp greenery filling the wide-brimmed hat he held in his hands. "Granny might have a hard time gathering peppermint these days. I thought I would lend her a hand," Jacob said. "There are several places along the creek near the garden where watermint and spearmint have naturally hybridized." It had been weeks since he'd warned me away from the Wildwood, but a goodwill gesture seemed extreme. Opposite end of the spectrum from get out while you still can. There was also a world of difference between stopping to loan me a shovel in town and bringing me a present all the way out here. I thought about him caring for the bergamot plant, the watering, the caressing of each petal as if he encouraged it to grow. I didn't open the screen door as quickly as politeness dictated I should, and we stood at an impasse while a hummingbird flew around the boots, fooled by their vivid shade into looking for a flower that wasn't there. "I also noticed the blackberries were gone," Jacob said softly. as if I were a deer he feared he might frighten away. Tom helped me pick them. I made preserves. I think the Ross recipe is a sort of jam preserve hybrid, actually. I took a jar to Granny last week, but I haven't heard her verdict on how I did. I nudged open the screen door and held it wide enough for Jacob to get the idea. He stepped inside. The cabin's great room immediately felt even smaller than it had seconds before. I sometimes collect things for Granny, peppermint or St. John's wort. I always keep my eye out for chanterelles, Jacob said. She's done a lot for the people on the mountain. She usually won't accept much in return. Granny and Jacob weren't friends, but they weren't exactly enemies either. I'd been right in thinking that a healthy dose of respect ran both ways between them, tempered by condescension. Granny for Jacob because of his city education. Jacob for Granny because of love potions and whatnot. Verdict was out on what Jacob thought of me, as a wise woman's apprentice, or otherwise. Let me get you a jar of blackberry preserves. I made several batches. Tom and I gathered a 5-gallon bucket of blackberries and then some. I hurried over to the pantry to grab a jar, both to fill the silence between us and to put some distance between his body and mine. He'd brought the outside indoors. The scent of moss and trees and forest breeze rode in on his clothes or on his skin or in his hair. One whiff had made me want to lean closer to discover where the woodsy scent clung softly to his rugged frame. Mel, there's a mouse on your counter, and it just bared its teeth in my direction, Jacob said calmly. He walked toward the kitchen, and sure enough, Charm was braced on all 4 feet, with a snarl twisting his little face like I'd never seen. Charm? Yes, it suited him. He was no ordinary mouse. This is Jacob. He's brought us some peppermint for Granny. Behave, I said, as if the mouse was a guard dog I had to tell to stand down. Charm lifted his pink nose in the air and sniffed dramatically, once, twice, 3 times before his snarl and stance slightly eased. Slightly. He still looked angry, even though the forest scent of Jacob had apparently soothed him. You have a pet mouse? Jacob asked. He didn't come closer, and I was suddenly struck by the idea of the self-possessed man held off by nothing but an angry mouse. The man made me unaccountably nervous. I liked that Charm made him nervous in return. This is Charm. Charm, meet Jacob Walker. He protects the forest from little old grannies and their friends, I said. I reached out with the jar of preserves, at the same time to soften the edge of my teasing. Jacob met my eyes, but he didn't lift his hand to accept the gift. Instead, he took his hat over to the sink to tip the peppermint out into the basin before placing it back on his head. No wonder he always smelled so fresh and woodsy and green. He moved back to the opposite side of the counter, but he still didn't accept the jam. Either because of the mouse or because of me, I couldn't be sure. I lowered the jar to the counter and left it there for him to take or leave as he chose. Wise women love to pass as nothing but grannies, beekeepers, and Sunday school teachers. You and I both know better, don't we? Jacob asked. Bees. Would I ever stop flushing when I thought of my failure that day at the apiary? I ignored the remembered hum in my head and pretended my cheeks weren't warm. Since the last time we spoke, I've learned to make jam and pickles. Dangerous dabbling in the black arts, I'm sure. I'm surprised people risk eating the preserves. I joked, but it was an act. I knew deep down those blackberries had been special. And the rye bread made with the Wildwood yeast would be even more special still. Did Jacob know? There was a gleam in his eyes that said he did. Maybe better than me. Maybe even better than Granny herself. The little tree tattoo on his wrist was covered by the cuff of his sleeve today, but I knew it was there. Was it as simple as a nod to his profession, or did his beliefs run deeper than science could explain? He'd scoffed at Granny's practices, hadn't he? Or had his warnings been an indication of the opposite, that he took the wise women's beliefs seriously? He still hadn't picked up the jar of preserves from the counter where I had left it. Of course, he'd have to brave a pretty ferocious-looking guardian to do so. Charm, you should rethink that. Tiger, fang, something less cute would suit him better, Jacob suggested. Thank you for the peppermint. I'll take it to Granny tomorrow. I'm headed to town to make rounds in the morning, I replied. Good. You shouldn't be out here by yourself all the time, Jacob said. He leaned back against the armchair with one hip. A growl came from the mouse on the counter, but then died down when the biologist's sudden movement stopped. I'm not alone, I said. Jacob cut his eyes to the mouse and back to me. He cocked a brow that said not everyone would respect Charm's jurisdiction. Charm, Tom, you. I'm right in supposing you're one of the ones that keep the path smooth around the Wildwood garden. Why haven't you stopped to chat before now? I continued. I hadn't seen him in town either, which was strange considering how often he'd just shown up wherever I went before. This time, Jacob froze for reasons having nothing to do with the mouse on the counter. He slowly lifted his chin to meet my inquisitive gaze. That day we planted the bee balm, I didn't know why I felt the need to drive to the park, but I wasn't surprised when I found you and Lou there, he said. I'm used to following hunches and nudges, but afterward, I felt like maybe you were uncomfortable with me, showing up too often. I wasn't sure if I was getting more comfortable with hunches and nudges or not, but I certainly wasn't going to admit to anyone other than my own deepest thoughts that I was nervous. I'm here. I'm staying. There's no reason to avoid each other, is there? I asked. No. No good reason, Jacob said. His eyes were darker than ever inside the confines of the cabin. The shady hollows under pine boughs, green but nearly black. I guess I better get back to work. You don't have to tell Granny the peppermint is from me. She might like it better if it isn't. This time, Charm didn't growl. Maybe because Jacob pushed off from the chair straight for the door. I trailed after him, having been in the mountains long enough to know that there were several rounds of goodbye and one of them had to be at the door. See you, I agreed, as if we'd somehow made a date because we hadn't vowed to avoid each other forevermore. Jacob's accent was as Appalachian as Sarah's, but he didn't linger for goodbyes on the porch like I'd expected. His leaving was as definitive as his showing up had been. Sudden. A rap on the door, a boot heel on a step. There, then gone. Had the peppermint been a nudge he couldn't resist, a favor for Granny, or an excuse to see me again? The jar on the counter seemed to mock me after I'd closed the door. He might have helped me plant the bee balm. He had carried it water regularly afterward, and he had brought the mint for Granny. But almost despite the pull between us, he was keeping his distance. He still wanted me to go away. He thought I didn't belong. The cabin seemed hollow when I turned back inside to finish my prep for tomorrow. Charm had disappeared. The sun was setting, and everything I placed in the crate seemed to make a thunk that echoed down the hall.
Charm had been confused by the man, his wildwood scent, and the rush his mistress felt. He was the now living link between the new wise woman and the garden, and every day he was more in tune with her thoughts and feelings. But she wasn't sure about the man, and that made Charm unsure as well. Charm now had a name. It was the same name another had called him before he morphed into skin and bone, before blood pumped and air flowed in and out. He liked it okay. The name. Especially because his mistress had claimed him with it instead of chasing him away. He couldn't run away. Wouldn't. Even if he did have 4 feet for running. He wasn't made for away. He didn't remember his making, but he knew his purpose. And his new mistress had accepted and strengthened the bond he created between her and the garden by accepting the bond between him and her. Contentment wasn't a thing his mistress knew, so he stayed watchful and wary like her. Tomorrow she would go to town. He felt her intention, even if he didn't fully understand her plans. He didn't have to. He was a link, a living conduit for the Wildwood garden to connect with one of its people. There were others like him, but different. Bird, cat, cricket, mink, living links from wise women to garden and back again. Charm climbed into the crate and instinctively fashioned a soft nest for himself out of dried lemongrass. His mistress was sleeping. It was no longer his job to keep bad dreams away. There were things the Wildwood needed his mistress to know. The garden had been tainted by someone who kept themselves apart, someone who didn't understand the power and peace of interwoven existence. A killer who despised the laws of nature because they wanted to rule over everyone and everything themselves. This knowing by his mistress would be dangerous, but Charm had been made brave enough to stand by a champion's side, because the ultimate danger of desecration was to the Wildwood garden itself.